Вообще, на самом деле, все очень круто, кроме того, что у нас не было совершенно времени тренироваться, у нас не было толком праков, то есть мы там 3 игровых дня в сумме потренировались за эти 2 недели, с которыми вот Влад с нами, потому что мы все время ездили на турниры. Ну, тренировались на турнирах, потихоньку набираем форму. Нет просто стабильности, к сожалению, пока что. Но выглядит все, в принципе, неплохо со стороны. Приходите на стадион, надеюсь, что мы выиграем сегодня у СК, и завтра вы нас сможете лицезреть.
IMBT there saying that Hellraisers have not been practicing very much at all, which is quite interesting.
But they haven't been running 3-kilometer marathons, apparently.
Russians,
I didn't know those exist.
Well, yeah,
but fair enough.
I can do one then. I can do one then.
Yeah.
Talking
Yeah,
about
I'll be
running,
down.
we have a track outside surrounding the football pitch. We are in the Dynamo Kiev Stadium, of course, and so athletics, sports, it's in the name of the game. Maybe we should go outside and have some fun with it.
Yes, I think Matt was talking about throwing a frisbee while League of Legends was going tomorrow. So just go behind the stage and play a frisbee. Why not?
Streaking.
Who know? And then we'll get Hellraisers out there, and maybe we can secure them the running, which apparently the coach says that they need, or
I wasn't really sure.
should we give an update with regards to the VP Worst Players match as well? I do know that VP won the first map, and it is 1-0 to them. Pretty expected.
Yeah,
Pretty expected. Do you know what the score was?
numbers.
Oh, really?
It must have been like 6, because it was 13-5 or
13-5, and Taz was going off. So
yeah, we're probably 13-7ish. 16-7ish, I mean.
yeah, there's something around that. A pretty convincing victory nonetheless.
See, I was thinking MR12 there.
Oh yeah.
We'll be getting in very soon to the next map, Overpass, which is the pick of SK, and like we were touching upon before, it's not a map that Hellraisers are bad at by any means, by any stretch.
But no, they're not.
The imagination.
They're not super good at it either. So I mean, this is the one chance I see for SK to get back in. Well, obviously, but this is the one map that I see them having an opportunity on against just the form comparing these two teams right now. It's just Hellraisers. Just on a better form. I think Cash already showed us that. Not only are they individually, but as a team, decision-making just way more sharper. So for Hellraisers, if they keep being aggressive, if they keep reacting to places they did on Cash, something you can really do well on Overpass. You can obviously push long A, you can push toilets, you can react to things well, you can take over the connector area, you know, you can push Monster even on CT all the way to T-spawn and go behind in Fountain and all that stuff. If they keep doing that and being dynamic, I think SK might be in a lot of trouble here. But at the same time, if SK gets a good start, if they not, I don't think we know which side they're starting.
No, I'm not sure. Any quick final points though, because we are ready to go to the casters. So Halvor, Casper, please.
Yeah, it's just basically Overpass a lot of the times, looking out for the CTs who always wants the early aggression to then fall back onto the side. Both teams, I know for a fact, likes to smoke the toilet and try to force the AWP player back. So we're going to have to look out for that from both Freeze and Oscar. Obviously, Freeze is one of his better maps. And yeah, just look out for the map control coming in from Pimp, Asilian, and Freeze on that A area.
Yeah, no, for me, it's going to be how well SK are able to actually deal with the aggression, CT aggression coming out from Hellraisers. If they're not able to deal with it, and not necessarily just getting the equal trades, but actually having an idea of what they want to do when they actually get into a 4v4 situation. If they can't handle that well, then I think this is going to be a 2-0 for Hellraisers.
Okay, let's see if SK can do it and avoid getting pushed into the lower bracket of this tournament. Let's head over to our casters, Henry G and Sadakist.
Thank you so much, guys on the desk. There's a bunch of you. I'm not going to name you all, but I love you all and you're beautiful. Game 2, map 2. Game 1, map 2. And SK getting absolutely wrecked on the first map.
Yes.
They have to be a little bit more savage this time, you could say, Henry.
I would say so. Obviously, the aggression of Hellraisers is what locked them down so much, and I feel like Overpass could be more of the same here. It's obviously one of the maps, if you're the CT side, a lot of aggression coming into it and finding those first picks. Oscar, very, very talented on this map indeed. As the guy said, it's not their best map, but I feel like if he's the player that kicks off, a lot of interesting results can be coming our way. I think there's a 2-0 is very possible, just in seeing the form we've seen so far from SK. Interesting point though, Matt. We saw the Hellraisers coach saying that he takes his players on a 3 kilometers run every day.
We need to do that. I need to do that. Have you seen... someone needs to go back and look at my first VODs in esports versus now.
Why? What would happen?
Oh, I'd look 10 years younger.
Well, it's not too late. You could get involved.
I'm going to. Let's do it. I'm going to train with Hellraisers.
Okay, well, that would be a step in the right direction for everyone.
To be fair, Dignitas talked about this at one point in time. Not the CS team per se, but their League of Legends team in their LCS camp in California was mandated to do an hour of physical fitness every morning.
It makes sense. Healthy body, healthy mind, and all that. Makes
more energy.
Makes more blood flow to the brain, and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like the knife round will be coming in here. I'd say this is quite important. If S can get the CT side here and just be the ones in control of the game and be presenting the aggression maybe in their favor instead of the ones in the receiving end, that'd be beneficial. But we'll see who wins. It's actually Hellraisers, so presumably we'll be starting on the CT side here. And this is SK's pick, though. We're expecting it, although I still think a Hellraisers win. I'm hoping it'll at least be double digits game. Like a 16-11, 16-12, something like that. I wouldn't want to see as much as a brutal affair as we saw on Cash. But Hellraisers is looking very promising right now. I want to see the key players for SK stepping up a little bit more. I want to see Modi coming into the fray a little bit, and actually see Frizz getting those initial picks. Magic had some moments, so did Pimp, but it just wasn't enough. It wasn't very convincing for anyone involved on the SK side. Not sure if they've changed their names yet. I hope so, although I got kind of used to it towards the end.
We did get used to it toward the end, but that's not the point. The viewers have to be informed correctly, Henry.
Indeed.
I doubt they've switched them.
Yeah, we should have probably done that.
Yeah, should have just gone out and taken over their PCs.
Yeah.
Just like walk out and be like, hey, just let me get on here real quick. Let me just mess with your sensitivity and your crosshair and your name.
That's what the guys tried to do to the guys at the show match, remember? Moses just came over and tried to change all my binds.
Did he really?
Yeah, did you not see it?
How did they not get on my computer? I was like watching the F1 race the entire time.
They were doing it really slightly though. Instead of like changing it to 10, they changed it from 1 to like 1.2, just so it was a little bit higher.
How did you notice?
Because I sat down and was like, that's not right.
Nah, wow,
look at you and
your muscle memory. I probably wouldn't have even noticed.
Anyway, he's going to the pistol now. It's going to be SK Gaming, looking like they're just going for a straight-up B rush here. Got one player heading towards the flanks connector, but it's going to be contact play. Zero, perfect weapon for this. CZ in hand, gets the first, can't manage to get the second though. There's two players to drop for the CTs now. Oscar trying to do what he can. It's actually Angel that gets the third frag here. Going to be a 3-on-2 in favor of the CTs. The City on very low HP as well. Going for the plant. Going to be denied though from short. That's the round over. Nice stuff from Oscar. Coming in hard from connector there, and he gets 3 kills. Lovely stuff from Hellraisers. Aggressive again, once again.
What if they had have done like your mouse sensitivity to 10, so it was blatantly obvious you sit down?
That's what they, no, so I went through the console, right? Yeah, go on.
Well, that's smart because then they do something that's very obvious to mask something that's very subtle.
I was pressing up in the console. I was like, okay, well, I can see their mentality here. Someone goes, oh, it's a 10. And they go, no, he'll notice that. Let's actually try and stitch him up by 1.2.
Right. See, because if they had gone 10 and then just added like mouse excel 0.01 and you not notice.
They could have put mouse excel on. Maybe I wouldn't notice that. Anyway.
Well, either way, it was a good round from Oscar, as you said, pushing back in to deny that plant. But this time they get aggressive to take over map control in water. Nearly catches them off because Modi was able to pick up the first kill. Sticko's going to wrap back around from the stairwell and try and catch them off on rotation right now as the bomb heads out toward long A. The only one inside of the A site directly at this point in time is Oscar with the UMP, but he's going to have, well, actually not the awareness. I was going to say the information because he goes for the peek. That's interesting, Henry. I'm about to point something out that's going to blow your mind.
I'm ready for
the park sign is not the park sign. It's actually the arena that we're in.
That's
hopefully the observer can fly to that at some point in time. But Bondic now has to rotate around because Oscar going down gives up the site. They can try and get a default plant in this, but they aren't going for it right away. Boy fights forward. The Tech 9's going to prevail. Sticko goes for the boost, putting up 0. Good shot, works out. That's a very fragile place and wall to stand behind, though. They need to act quickly, and they are able to shuffle away from anyone spraying through. It's down to just freeze.
What is this?
There it is. Look, can we see it? Can we see it? Sticko!
I don't know what park sign you mean.
I'll show you. Well, if they... Right there. Look at that.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
So someone's been working hard behind the scenes here to have all these little cool Easter eggs, and we're going to spot them as we go through the tournament, I think.
Let's see if we can... I don't know if... I think the observer's probably prone to not doing this because of the Russian stream is also on the same observer, but if we get a clear sign to see it...
Do you think they've changed it into graffiti? Do you think that's possible?
Oh, maybe.
That could be awesome.
We'll keep looking for them. This is fun. I like Easter egg hunts.
Yeah, indeed. Well,
we do one every Easter still.
Do you?
Yeah, me and my brother usually end up wrestling. One of us ends up broken or bruised. And then while that's happening, my sister just goes around and gets all the eggs.
In the spirit of Jesus Christ.
Good shot. Nice switch over. As Sticko picks up 2 kills. Oscar actually managed to pull one over his shoulder just before that, but Pimp fighting forward. Does get 1 kill, but only 1 kill. That's all they manage. As Hellraisers are going to go up yet another round, and the guns will come out this time for SK.
Well, no plants for SK there, so up against it, really. Hellraisers dodging a few close rounds there, but managing to go up 3-0. We're going to the first gun round. No orbs for both teams here. You can see this is the Jaden style round, which means they can take the SMGs into the first gun. They've got 2 UMPs, a FAMAS as well, and looking to farm some cash. Sticko not even upgrading to head armor here, which is kind of interesting seeing as they have got a Galil on the Terror side, so that could be problematic. 3 kits, and the aggression we discussed once before. Here's Oscar with that UMP getting in towards Connector. Just flashing him, stopping the rush for now. He's going to be back up from short as well, as Hellraiser is just relentless these rounds. It's going to be Roddy going in towards a Monster Tunnel. Sticko on the other side of the map, actually finding 2 frags there. That's actually in Connector, so the split towards B completely shut down, and through the smoke with the UMP. Somehow, it's an Angel to take down Moddy here. It's still going to be equal exchanges, but now Hellraisers with the 3-2 advantage. Oh dear.
Oh dear. Oh, a deer. A female deer. Magic's boy's going to get the kill onto Oscar, though. I could have sang it the whole way through, Henry, but I didn't want to be cheesy. But Angel's going to try and push back forward and catch out Freeze. This is going to be an awkward exchange because it is the UMP versus an AK, but it's the jump for Angel, and he manages to drop the bomb.
He's just so loud, though, around that corner. He's just hoping no one's going to be around that sort of area, and it's just an easy kill with the UMP. If you know a player is literally about to run around the corner, they've got the bomb now as well, and they got position onto where Magic's boy is. He's been spotted towards the opening of the A site. Smoke goes down. That gives him a little bit of cover. He could push through that smoke and make his way towards Optimus, but looking to find the next kill. At this point, the CTs would be almost certain to win this situation. You can see they have got the bomb. Time ticking away, 30 seconds. Magic's boy just trying to edge his way on, clearing out every possibility. Now he knows they're both presumably towards long. That's the first one, but he gets the drop on him. Does get taken down to 14 HP there. So at this point, it's just a case of Angel coming in, just needs to land 1 bullet. Doesn't work out for Magic's boy. And his Hellraisers, with those UMPs, do manage to
there it is.
alive.
Look at that. Invitational. That's the exact arena that we are in.
These are all going to be on Reddit today, aren't they?
I hope so. Let's get someone to, throughout the course of the day, get screenshots of those and maybe make one thread, maybe instead of 20.
One image or a catalog of it all.
Yeah, I think that's very cool. That is the arena, the Kiev Dynamo Arena. I'm not sure the official stadium name, but that is where we are. That is where we reside. It was raining today, and they're building the stage outdoors, which was good fun. They looked like they were having a time. I might go join them. It looked that much fun.
Oh, these tunnels. Oh, I could say Monster. It's actually only Moddy towards short. He gets taken down, and this is a semi-partial buy from. You can see a UMP purchase for Pimp and a body armor. Not really sure what the plan is going to be here. There'll be a maximum loss bonus next round, so you assume Money should be absolutely fine. Angel finds a kill on towards Freeze, and that should be it. Should be 5-0 here. Not really much the terrorists can do here. They've got a smoke and a flashbang, but this aggression from Hellraisers just won't stop by the looks of things.
Angel peeking in toward that door that's open. It's a little bit late or early, depending on how you look at it. Late to stay there, early to move away. Doesn't get the information of the rotation from Magic Boy, but they catch him out regardless. It was a matter of time. 5-0. Similar start on this map as we saw from SK on Cash, and they seem to be really, really struggling to get anything going at this point.
Yeah, they were 7-0 down on Cash before they arrived at that first come round. But we'll see what they can do here. The money is just swelling right now for the CTs. You can see Angel almost in 10k after the rebuy here. And they're sticking with the UMPs. They're not even going for AWPs as of yet. That's when Oscar becomes his most dangerous. He's actually on that SMG weapon. So let's see what approach SK Gaming going for this time. Looking to challenge the aggression we've seen so much towards short. Not going to be going straight in there though. Just looking towards connector as well. Boy, hoping someone will face it. To be Oscar, like I said, with that UMP, should take some nade damage here. Goes down to 83 HP. But here we go then. SK finally got something to work with. Control of water. There it is. Angel going for the boost over, trying to hunt for information. Does get his head ripped off. It's a position that used to be very viable before the update that adjusted those jump hit boxes, but now it's very dangerous to go for that. It's going to be 2 picks now for SK as we find that all pick from Frizz. 5-on-3. Surely now a chance for SK to capitalize. Don't need to do too much here. They still have over a minute to play with.
There's a Cillian. Going to work up through the lower tunnels. Again, like you say, having this man advantage, they don't need to rush this situation with just a minute to play with, just under a minute to play with. Crucial to find a round. They're going to go probing for information as well. Hellraisers flash over nade as well to try and get themselves into a better position, but gain information is the name of the goal out of this, and they can rotate off this. They don't need to overcommit to it.
Well, they have pushed 3 players towards B. They, like you said, got tons of intel, and now will be going all in towards that A site. Still a lot of work here to do for SK. Should be a foregone conclusion, but still an opportunity to throw it. They're only after 30 seconds now. They have to be pushing themselves to the site. We hit the 25-second mark, and surely going to drop the smoke, so they've got 5 of them remaining still. 15 seconds.
Bondic holding angle, crossover. Magic's caught out. No. Oscar peeks behind it. Bomb dropped. 11 seconds. Try and grab this and make a play. It's not going to happen. It's already over. Freeze manages a kill, but this is done. Save the op, my friend, or die now. You've got no choice. 2 seconds. He's going to die after. They're not going to kill him. Oh, they were a second early to do it.
That was shocking. they've got a 5-3 advantage, and instead of running on together and actually getting the refrags there, it looked like Magic Boy was just running on with his knife trying to get the bomb down. And no one's there with him to get the refrag. It's just him by himself. There's another one, Matt. Look at their poster.
Oh, what?
Hello.
Where even is that? Way out in the back of the map. I like it.
But yeah, they get the first 2 picks here, and they just don't give themselves enough time before they execute. They had 5 smokes remaining. When you do a full ball of smokes and towards the A site, that should lock the CT side. They shouldn't have any opportunity there. You should be checking that close Optimus position. That should be an instant refrag. The fact he's managed to get the bomb down and stay alive and gets refrags in from his teammates, that's horrible from SK. This is the map they're supposed to be good on. Yet to even get a plant down after 6 rounds. I assume a pause is coming in so they can shout at each other and work out what the hell's going on. This is just bad CS from them. After getting those first 2 picks and executing like that, that's just a horror show of a round. So a pause does come through. It's Pimp this time. He's only on 1 for 6. Not really much else posted for the terrorists, to be fair. It's Oscar, even without the orb so far, is on 10 for 2. And yeah, this is looking like it's going to be another brutal affair. The money is available there for it'd be Galils, AKs, no nades, armor. I would say do another partial buy here. The Tech 9 smokes, try and get a bomb down towards B. Just try and get a plant down. Let's try and have a post-plant situation going on. Right now they're doing the right work in terms of getting those first picks. It's the City and the in-game leader. He's in the middle right there, kind of discussing what they can do here going forward. I'd think they'd probably just be on tilt from that last round.
Yeah.
They're throwing those ones away. That's you hate to see that happen. This is an experienced team.
So simple, really. I mean, timing was off.
Just refragging together. That's such a default position to just go in and refrag. He may get the first pick and drop the bomb. He should be dead straight away after that.
Not only that, I mean, it freezes a few steps sooner. As soon as Oscar peeks out from behind the box, Freeze catches him as well.
Magic Boy was just running to the side with the bomb out. It's like, well, let's hope for the best.
Yep.
Let's not even use our flashbangs. Let's just run onto the side. So, no, we've got some smokes down, so let's hope that's fine. Horrible. Anyway, now raises 6-0 up. Here's the boost on the second round. This is the closest SK have actually come to winning a round, I would say. Nice work from Zero, getting the boost up. Second frag on towards Pimp. There's some highlights here. More aggression from Howard as we said it was coming. Here's Oscar with some UMP magic. And some USP magic by the looks of things.
Yeah, right at the start. I think that was round 3. Indeed, it was. Pretty straightforward stuff. There was a nade kill on top of that. Everything going down in a flurry.
Matt, you need to keep your eyes out for more Easter eggs.
Yes, I like Easter eggs.
I
like the solid chocolate ones. What's that sign on top of the building way over there? Zoom in. Zoom in.
I think this is scripted camera. I don't think they can control it.
Shh, don't tell me what I can and can't do, Henry.
But Matt, let me ask you one of these really cool questions.
Yeah.
If you were SK Gaming right now, what would you be doing? What would you be doing at this 7? This is the question I always get asked.
You see that green keyboard?
Oh, yeah.
I might unplug it.
Go home?
Take my headset off.
Okay.
Tell my teammates that they're in the Ukraine, and they might just have a better time going to drink vodka.
Right.
But here's what I would do, truthfully. Get it together, play off of each other, keep it simple. If you have to go for faster plays, go for faster plays. The set pieces aren't working for them. Like you're saying, they're not getting the refrags. Just go as a unit.
Yep,
play a buddy system. Literally just go with 2. All right, you and me, you 2 go. Third man swing between us, whatever. Who cares? It's just really simple strategies.
At this point, just going up, like grouping up towards B, just sending 4 players towards monster tunnel, going for those frags. At least you got the opportunities, let your star players find those opening kills. At this point, they are getting the picks, but the executions are just terrible. It's still quite early days, so it's not over. I know we're painting quite a bleak picture, but it's just from what we saw on Cash as well. This is just going from bad to worse for them. 6-0, they are going to be going for the partial buy here. They've got Tech 9s, PT50s, and a little bit of utility, 1 smoke. And it's going to be rushing towards the A site here. They are going to get the bomb down by the looks of things as well. So this is better, I guess, the first plan of the game. But they have got 5 angry CTs to find here. Bondic should be taken down here considering the positions. And he's going to be rushed towards the bank area. There it is. And this is a problem now. And that's a perfect round for SK. Just rushing towards the A site. You said keep it simple. And that's what they've done with these pistols. Still not over yet. Going to be a 4-on-2 situation. 0 rotating in. And surely a round they can't throw here. I can't even see a world where it happens. There it is. Magic Boy finds the 4th kill. And just a little A rush with no real mentality behind it. But you know what? I liked it. It worked.
Cillian's going to catch out 0. Yeah, no, I mean, that's just it. Keep it simple. You're not winning on the set pieces. Like you're saying, that slow play is just lending itself to Hellraisers, who not only that, are willing to get aggressive on the CT side to find information. So the faster you can act on that, the faster you'll exploit any weaknesses that may exist in the defense who aren't ready for it.
So the pause works out. SK come back in with the pistols and win the round. And they got tons of cash as well. That was a round to save them some cash going into this one. So they can, even if they lose this round, they've got enough to buy in the next. So things are stabilizing now. And they have got the AWP back towards Frizz. Let's see what he can do here. Problem is, Oscar's on the AWP as well. He is flashed off. Makes his way towards Connector here. Looking for that first pick. Will be Molotov'd out for now. Surely not going to be facing this.
Shot from Freeze will start things off. Oscar can't find the refrag. Down to 28 on that peak as well. And now they've got the information he's at the top of the stairwell. Or rather, in the stairs itself, but no one peeking it. You'd think that there would be someone to redress that. They have to clear bathrooms first, but a smoke will allow it. And Oscar's a little bit curious and perhaps scared of that position. Thankfully, there is a smoke now in the tunnels, and he can get out through the doorway. Yeah. If you would have shot, that would have been SK trying to capitalize on that.
Well, it's going to be a 4-on-4 still. Looks like SK will get control of Connector, shooting each other, of course. Nice bit of communication going on that. But not too much damage inflicted, so it's fine.
Thankfully. Imagine team damage was 1-to-1.
Yeah.
The amount of team kills we would see.
We saw a lot
in the minor.
In the
minor.
Korea.
I still am waiting for the statistic on how many if someone wants to go back. I think it was 15.
Yeah, it's got to be a record for an event.
Yeah, that's insane.
Well, looks like Magic Boy will be making his way towards bathrooms here. Looking like this will be the set piece. They'll see the CT will see these smokes coming over, so they'll be able to react to this. They've got quite close play here. Smokes do drop, and Sticker, like I said, saw it come over the top. Surely just be waiting for Magic Boy to walk on this corner at this stage. They need to commit. They need to decide which way they're going to be going with this one. There it is. Take him down, but Pimp does reply. It looks like Terrorists do have a real opportunity here, but the bomb is dropped once again. 20 seconds remaining, 3-on-2, and they're aware where the Terrorists are playing from.
They can wrap back around as well. No bomb plant in this, dropped at the stairs, and Zero can hold it off, but Pimp getting that kill, he should be able to go back for it. There's still a rotation coming in from bathroom, though. There's still going to be a confrontation as they try and plant this. 6 seconds, they have to hold it. Oscar waiting toward the truck. He's going to drop down Freeze. Pimp will hold it, just get the plant in for his team, but he's going to go down immediately after. Oscar, well aware of the situation.
Yeah, another forced execution there from the Terrorists, just running out of time and having to push into the position. And it was a 2-on-2 in the end. It looked like Hellraisers definitely had the advantage in terms of the positional control and just the pressure being applied to SK Gaming there. Like I said, even though they lost their round, they do have enough money to buy into this one. This is Oscar for the truck.
Click.
Problem.
Boom, when you see me. Yeah,
it was just a rush plan. They couldn't really work that 2-on-2 properly. They just had 5 seconds remaining, had to go for the plan. Pim taken out of the situation. Now we go into round number 9. Getting that bomb down. Still a nice healthy buy here for the Terrorists. 7-1 though. See what they can do with this one. Oscar going for that initial pick. Towards Connector this time. Straight towards that fountain area. Waiting for his teammates to kind of help him escape. And now I'm going to be sticking around, just looking for that next pick. Fritz has got the AWP as well. And they're going towards long this time. Keeping it a little bit more simple, I guess. Just going to have 4 players towards push up as a unit. Any frags or any possibility from the CTs at face. It should be locked down at this point. But Sticko going to be flashing and Oscar presumably going to face.
Boy, though, inside of the site, dropped immediately. 7-1 Hellraisers looking like it could go to 8-1. As it's just Maudie and Pimp remaining alive. He's going to find 1 kill on the entrance from bathroom. He's lost his teammate, though, quickly after he found a frag. Did bring it down to a 3 versus 1, but not much chance. And Oscar, again, just making it look easy, isn't he? 14 kills now for him.
The problem is for SK right now, they're just, although it's simple, it's just very well read from Hellraisers. They're pushing towards middle of the start, okay? There's no one here whatsoever. Maybe they're towards long, Oscar. Why don't you go check that out? I'll flash it for you. He gets the first kill. He takes so much aggro away from himself, and then Angel just comes in with the double spray down. There's great crossfires and chemistry from Hellraisers so far. And SK looking a little bit lost, I have to say. This is their pick. I'd assume they would actually be coming into this a bit more tactical prowess and actually be able to patrol these situations. But here we go then, into round number 10. It's an Eco and a Sticko with the MP9 and USB combo, mowing them down there towards the connector. And that's going to be the round over at this stage. They may be able to find 1 kill here, taking him down, but the damage has already been done. And there it is. It finishes things off. Angel with the UMP double spray down, 9-1. And this map could be over very quickly, Matt, I have to say.
Yep.
Here we go then, the replay. We did miss this first couple of kills, but you didn't miss much, I assure you.
Just an MP9 spray down. Sticko. 13 kills for him. He's not far behind Oscar now. Just 1 behind, in fact, Henry G.
Well, we're going to round number 11. We have got the 4x once again. There's lacking utility, but they have got the AWP. Same can be said for Oscar, though. This time,
interesting stance at B site right now from Hellraisers, just to mention as well, because there's 2 players already pushed into construction, 2 inside the B site itself. They're playing a single A defense, and this is what I was talking about with Hellraisers. They're actually trying to push very far forward for this aggression, oftentimes on the B site as well. So this is where if SK was just playing really simple, fast strategy, there's definitely some ground to be gained on the A site. One of 2 maps now in the map pool with stacked bomb sites.
Well, SK Gaming now. Bomb towards long.
Although this weekend, I should make mention, Nuke is not in the pool. It is Inferno.
It is. Do you think we'll ever cast a Nuke game?
No.
I don't think it's ever. I don't think that it's in the
Not
next 2
until
months.
Cologne.
No
when we
one's
get
gonna have the balls to play that.
randomizer.
Yeah, but still, I think it'll be vetoed. I don't think anyone will risk having it. Maybe Cologne, yeah, maybe you're right.
Well, the randomizer.
I guess you can only veto one.
Exactly. And everyone has auto bans.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. I'd like to cast it at some point. I just don't think it's going to happen.
It's all right. The dream.
You're my dream.
I'm your nightmare.
There it is. Oscar is waiting towards short. This is what the top hoppers do, change the position, and was every single time. It's Modi lurking towards B. He's the one who's supposed to show his hand towards that site and actually keep some rotations there, but he gets picked straight away. It's not going to help out, but that does help. Assyrian finds a kill on towards Angel.
This boy's going to get in beyond the flames, beyond the fire. You could say beyond the summit, but it's going to go down for Sticko, and Oscar's going to take down Freeze immediately after. 3 kills again for Sticko, just locking down that site.
So easy for the CTs, and there's no pressure, there's no smokes, there's nothing, there's no flashbangs. Look at them. Look how easy is that kill. Sticko's is there, like, they should be smoked off. What is this?
Yeah, that should be.
They've got smokes there as well.
That's a basic mistake.
That's so
I think
bad.
3 smokes died still on the holsters.
Why is that not smoked off? Like, you're never going to win that duel. He's got sort of cover, he's got awareness, you're running around the corner, you've got the ones who've got to pre-fire it, and you're just getting really bad information from Terra, so panicking, trying to call as you're running around the corner, but there it is. More aggression now coming in from the CTs. It's 10-1. We're going to round number 12. It's going to be pistols and a little bit of utility, but this is looking very dire for SK Gaming. They're going to be focusing towards the B side this time. Once again, there is one player using the old smoke and mirrors here.
Bondic spots him.
Oh my god.
Well struck. Angel pushes forward inside construction. They go through Monster thinking, all right, he's forward. Well, guess what? Zero's still in the sight. It's 2 kills for him. And it's down to just M. Jochsen. As Freeze gets a nade to the face. 11-1.
Indeed. Well, round number 13. We have seen SK get these first picks, and they do have opportunities to execute on the site. That's how you play overpass. It's you push the CTs back to an opportunity where you can actually get the smokes down, but they're just not using them. They seem like having these really weird mid-round calls. They're just like sensing there's an opportunity to strike, and then having to run into the site with nothing really segregated from the CTs. They've got full vision and able to crossfire as well. It's horrible almost for the terrorists, but here we go then. A chance to rectify things. I wouldn't say it's over just yet. They can get 11-4. Still all to play for. But once again, heading towards long. This time it's going to be 3 players, not 4. And they will be watching the flanks. We can see the CTs going very aggressively off short towards B once again, taking over water. And we have got Sticko towards bathroom. I think he has been spotted by Assyrian though.
Oscar waiting. Can't find the shot onto Magic's boy.
They dodge a bullet here, quite literally.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
First pick should have been going against SK, but a rare miss from Oscar means they do keep 5 players alive here. And once again, long control comes in. This is where the wall of smoke should be coming down. Take away that vision with the CTs. At least allow yourself to get up towards long, towards the bomb side before it all goes horribly wrong. This is a fake though. The bomb's going back towards playground right now.
This might actually work. It's such a long rotation though. That's the problem. They have to basically enter the site right now without the bomb at B and clear it to hold it off for the rotations, because the boost inside of that A site is going to realize they don't see anyone down the long corridor. The player at bathrooms is going to hear absolutely nothing, and this should be an indication, as Oscar does pick off Pip, more so that this is going back onto the B site. Thankfully, they have made it into the monster tunnel, and they can start to fight off those angles. Smoke down should allow a quick entrance, for the bomb as well in a plant. Monty getting 0. Sticko falling after is actually reasonably good. So they win the battle toward the window, and now Bondic has to rotate. More utility deployed to hold him off, and it's going to rely on Oscar to finding this first pick.
Yeah, that was actually a really nice play from SK Gaming there. Once they got that first pick from Frizz, it's edged their way in towards the site. They've got a plan here. It's a 3-on-2, but there is low HP on 2 players here. Still, this kill will be very important. There it is. That should be the round secured here. Surely can't drop this one, but Oscar's going to spot the player. Why are they facing at this point? Didn't need to happen, but still a very strong chance of winning the round. Oscar has got no utility here. He has got a kit, so all he's going to do is fake defuse this, hope for the best, and he's not looking towards short.
Op versus Op as well, and Freeze is going to win it because, like you say, not looking towards short. It's going to be the second round for SK, but it's still 11-2 in the favor of Hellraisers. That fake worked only on the fact that they were able to get the 2 players close enough to the B site through the monster tunnel in time.
Yeah, so that's perfect. They're all crouching. You see the position 0 is on. He's boosted up on that little sewer pipe beneath the window. It's quite a cool position. You look towards short and monster tunnel, but if the players coming crouching like they were there, you don't have any vision. So as soon as they got up to the ramp, flashed over, took him down, and the bomb was planted. It still came down to a 1 versus 1, which I'm very surprised at, seeing it was a 4-on-2, but still, they win the round. That's the most important factor here. But if they lose this one, it's almost certainly going to be another partial buy going into the last. So very important round for SK Gaming here. Just to have a chance of winning the second map. It's best of 3. They are currently 1-0 down and still looking pretty bleak here, I have to say.
Cillian clears the corners. As you say, start to push these CTs back potentially. They want to clear off all the angles first, but the problem is bathrooms in the front. Out toward top of middle is definitely occupied right now by 2 Hellraisers players. Cillian's going to be the first to confront it. But look at this positioning from Oscar. Getting aggressive though, walking. Oh, all right, still hits it. Gives Cillian the chance as he looks toward the playground, or rather the party instead. Drop down from Magisboy trying to redress the situation. Smoke out now. Bomb was dropped. They're not going to be aware of that. Magisboy using that smoke is going to try and just grab it immediately. They've already done so.
Sticker though, look at him just hiding behind this smoke. I don't think they'll be anticipating.
He's going to push long.
Here. This could be really deadly. He's going to find 2 frags almost guaranteed. He's Molotoved out by his CT teammates though. This is still very effective. There's 1 kill and he takes down Friss as well. So that's the AWP dropped, and Pimp, I'm pretty sure he knows he's here as well. Gets the drop on him. Actually, Pimp comes out on top. But 0 finding a kill towards B. It is an equal exchange. 3 on 2. Pimp has been headshot though, but it looks like Angel will deny the bomb here. Round over at that point. And there it is. SK needed that plant just to get a little bit of money into the next round at least. Pimp out in a 10-second situation. He's just going to try and save the AWP now. And he will be saving it. It's very lucky he does if he did die after the bomb. After the timer, sorry, going to now to the next money, the AWP. Definitely beneficial, but it is 12-2.
Are you a hyper beast, Henry?
Sometimes, but this is the money situation I was talking about. Going to the last round, they had to win that last one to even have a chance going into this. $1,400 an AWP. I guess that's something to write home about, but give that to Friss. Hope for the best. And there it is. This is the last buy. Looking like another 13-2 potentially, yeah. That's why I said if SK could got the CT side and avoid this situation, then he got to the second half.
Oh, what's this? That's his teammate. That's just going toward the stairwell that rotates up. That's the timing of that. Like, they're already past that stairwell. It's clever, but it's just, you have to have a really, really fast spawn.
I guess he knows they're very low money, maybe they don't have armor or something like that, but it's the auto sniper coming out. Sticko does drop it though. He goes to an M4. So he had an M4 on base. He just wanted to go for that play at the start of the round. Oh no, he's just juggling them. Okay. Still fancies it.
Do it. Boost here. Spray again. Well, it's an M4 instead, but that's okay. Push again up to the bathrooms, this time from
That's
Oscar.
a cool angle. Look at that camera work.
Yeah, I mean, that's very realistic. The person floating on thin air. Yep. Standing on your head.
Ooh, didn't you learn the lesson from last time? I guess he does spot 1 this time and actually gets away with it, so it's fine. But they're just relying on Friss right now. He needs to find a pick here. That's the only way they're going to have a chance in this round. All 5 players towards the B side of the map. Have 1 smoke remaining and 2 flashbangs. Except Bond, they're still just jumping up. He knows the tech lines can't really inflict too much damage as he jumps. But what is the play here? Up the train.
Every 17 seconds into the round it goes by, and obviously much later than that as well. Because there's only 30 seconds left as they try and go. Now they've heard 1 Tech 9. They know that that exists. They know there was a gun saved. Angel facing in the open. Might get caught here. Actually does manage to pull it back, and there's still 2 players inside of the site with them, but a flash comes over. They have to fall inside of the water position. That gives the entrance to SK. 2 quick kills, Pimp and Modi, but this is all going to go back the other way. Surely, bomb gets planted. It's a man advantage still, though, and Sticko's still has this auto sniper plus the AWP on Oscar. Not the greatest retake potential.
Yep, 2 snipers trying to retake a bomb site. You're absolutely right. Now it's SK Gaming surely going to take this round down. Just don't need to face, basically. Just make them commit. Make them come down to unfavorable situations. It's going to be the pistol exchange coming in. Oscar wins the duel. Taking out Magic Boy, but still the bomb ticking away. Surely, Terrace aren't going to overface this, and he's going to get flashed down, and this is really problematic. The fake defuse comes in to sit in towards Shaw. Bomb ticking away now. They know where he is. Has to be the no-scope. Oh! And that should be it now.
There's no time. There's no time, and Cillian comes back stylishly to close it out. It will go to 12-3, so take what you will from that. Another battering.
At least it wasn't 13-2. It's
from
better.
Hellraiser. That's right. It is 1 better.
Progress.
And now if they can avoid being ecoed and win a pistol, it is the CT side of Overpass.
Okay, then. We'll see what Hellraisers bring to the table. We saw on Cash when they had this massive lead, constant force buying, so much pressure applied to the CTs, didn't want to allow their bank to get rolling at all. We'll see if SK can win this pistol. They managed to do it last time. It was Magisboy who got that brilliant 3-man in the USP. That kind of performance again. This was the retake. We didn't think they had a single chance here, but it was a 2-on-1 going in favor of the Terrace, and the odds were against them. I can't believe they were facing this so much. It's this kill here that surprised me, or Friss was even getting in a position where he'd be taken down. 12-3. We have got, once again, the raid boss on Oscar. Anyone who doesn't know what that means, it's a Tech 9 and body armor. You will drop the upgraded pistol by your teammates, and it looks like a long rush coming in here. One player holding towards playground for any flanks coming in from connector. And this should be quite a simple round. They haven't got any utility, so they're just going to rush up. If they're not spotted straight away, they're going to capitalize and take advantage of that. Magic Boy will be going in. He has to just face straight up. He's got the USP set up for a multi-frag once again.
Magic still faced off of this. Back around to rotate onto the stairs. Stick out, catching out Freeze. Going to make that kill quite effective. But Asilium did get one back beforehand, and this still means that there's a man advantage for SK, because Asilium's alive on 4. He's not been found either. Oh, and he gets by. Switching to the burst Glock. He gets by and it works out. SK is going to pick up this pistol.
Once again, they do it, and buy themselves some time here at least. As it's going to be 12-4. We did see Hellraisers do this on cash day. They got the bomb down on the pistol, and they force bought in the second round of Tech 9s. That's still obviously an option, but most teams will be going for the AKs in the third. I wouldn't be surprised if they went for the Tech 9s once again. It can be very viable to go towards that B-side map. You know, Virtus Pro used to do this quite a lot. That BXQ, the smokes on the site, and rushing for the Tech 9s can be almost impossible to stop if it's done properly. And they won't be doing it this time. This is going to be more the conservative approach. Go for AKs in the next. And this is what SK, this is why the buy makes sense now. They know the AKs coming in the third. So you get the rifles up now, you limit yourself with utility, but you're preparing yourself for the AK-47s, AK-47s that will be coming in.
Boost at jungle. Angel just waiting for any aggression toward the construction position.
Yep.
But no one looking like they're going to take the initiative.
Just need to deny the plant here. That's all they need to do. And this is a perfect boost to stop that. We'll see whether it can be effective.
And not only that, look over on the left, because they've got Pimp inside of the site. He's going to pop out completely undetected. Bomb will go down, so decent job to get a plant out of this with a single smoke on top of the site. But the boost gave the information. Pimp gets the kills. He dies in the end, but it's an easy defuse.
That's all Hellraisers wanted out of that round. So now they boost their buy by another $800. Potentially could get an AWP, I think, now. So we'll see how they decide to go into the next one. But the good news is for SK, they keep 4 players alive, so it's going to be a very healthy buy for both teams here. Hellraisers, yeah, the AWP potential is there. Oscar will pick it up. Double plant. Round number 3 is going to be almost a full gun round here. SK with no AWP themselves. 5 M4s. 2 kits. Couple of, well, just 1 incendiary, 5 smokes. We'll see how this one goes down. Big round for SK Gaming.
And Modi flash toward Monster. Not going to peek off that though, just potential to slow down a rush. Hellraisers with the early buy. Going to try, oh, that's actually unfortunate. That was a well-timed nade, well-read that they would be trying to spray through. It's smartly thought to counter that position, but it just goes a little low behind the cement wall and unfortunately won't do any damage. It's Angel to get the shot back into Modi as well.
Modi facing by himself towards short. No real flashbang either, so very risky, and it gives the terrorist an advantage now. See no reaction coming in just yet. There's 2 players towards B, 2 on A. Just going to have to hold on with those crossfires and see what they can do here. Here comes the smoke towards upper. Flashbang comes there as well. I think this is a chance to bait out some utility. Actually, they're going to be committing through Monster Tunnel here, so this is being very hard to hold off without the AWP. It's going to be down to Pimp, and there's 3 players. So they're going for that 3-man boost by the looks of things. Yep.
1, 2, now you have to go into the corner.
But it's not going to get anything for this. They're looking for players towards short. The bomb's being planted, my friends, so do get the rotating player towards short, so I guess they usually get something for it.
It's 1 player down onto the post plant, but what that's going to do is give the information that there's 3 on jungle. So now if they've got any utility, if they want to hold angles, it'll be easy to lock them out of the site. Somehow, Freeze has made it back in, though. On the ramp, spotted up, goes over, finds the AWP, but Oscar hits it regardless.
4 kills for him on the full CT retake. He thought he was going to get shut down after the first 2, but he gets all 4. Why not? That boost, like I said, it wasn't looking too promising for SK to get 1 player rotating. You're absolutely right there. It gives away so much information as to where the remaining CTs are, because it does take 3 players to actually make that even viable. So there we go then. We go into round number 19. Hellraisers brought back what looked like a round could be very important for SK Gaming. It's going to be Pimp on a 5-7. They have got 4 enforced, but no kits and a limited amount of utility. Surely this is where Hellraisers can capitalize. This is pretty much GG if they win this round. This could be running up towards short, facing straight away, and Modi, he's going to be getting frustrated at this point. He gets dropped again without a reply, but there it is. Ascilian does manage to get the refrag. There's still not much information gathered for the CTs. That's just an early frag, and that still heavily favors terrorists in the grand scheme of things. Heavily, I should say. SK haven't really got much to work with here. And 4 smokes and an AWP still available for Hellraisers. Just could be trying to work the next pick.
Bomb's going to go back over toward the B side as well. Oscar drops down, tries to clear off the monster tunnel. Now be aware of the fact that Ascilian is on the entrance to the right. Flash over, though. Nothing he could do in that position.
Yep.
Scaled up into the damn grate, but it doesn't really matter.
They know where Pimp is as well. Pimp's going to be having a very quiet game, I have to say, and it's going to even get quieter as he drops as well to the hands of Sticko. The CTs need to save at this point. They need guns going into the next round, but it's going to be Magic Boy spotted. Managed to find one, I should say. It's actually Sticker that gets it. I thought there was a chance for him to refrag there, and that's going to be pretty much the game map, unfortunately, for SK, because you see they don't really have much to buy here. They have to force it, or allow Hellraisers to go to series points at 14-5. So yeah, we'll be forcing it. And you feel like this one may be over, I have to say.
It certainly has that feel about it. So it would be a very, very quick and distinct 2-0 scoreline for Hellraisers over SK, if that's the case. If this is how it ends. (5-7) for Freeze, because they're back onto these pistols. Magisboy is going to be running the CZ-75.
It's a perfect read though from Hellraisers. Go towards long, keep it nice and long range. The only risk you really have is a rock area. That's going to be cleared out. Frisk is hearing some footsteps here, so he could have the drop on towards Oscar. That's not being covered right now, the bathrooms, but Bondek lining up for a smoke towards the side. Here we go. Does missed the first couple of shots, but lands it on the second. And it's Angel getting the refrag, so, but it is going to be SK Gaming getting the advantage here. They have managed to pick up one weapon. It's only a UMP. Sticker has made his way onto the A-bomb side though, so still Bondek in a great position. Is listening at the footsteps. There he is. Take that Magic Boy. That should be the round secured at this point. It's just a UMP on towards Modi. And his teammate has got a 5-7, but he has got the kill, surely. There it is, Pimp. Towards long.
Meanwhile, though, because they had the information that this flank was coming in, the bomb just immediately went to B.
Yeah.
This is quite good because it's going to buy them more time of the rotation. However, smartly, they're not wrapping around on A, and that means Sticko's position is effectively rendered useless because Modi's going to be coming back in from short. Massive gap in the smoke. He should be able to walk directly toward this. It's all on Zero.
Zero's got a great position. They know they've got tons of time to play with it. That smoke gives up their position. This is potentially it. They're taking a ton of damage here, and they haven't got the kits, and that's pretty much the only opportunity they had to win the round over. Pimp, as I said, blown off on the sides, and it's going to be 15-5. So quite an interesting round. Frisk made it possible with that 5-7 kill towards bathrooms, but once again, they force one to the last. They don't have any money going into number 21 here. It's a series point, looking very likely to be a 2-0 in favor of Hellraisers. It was 16-5 on the first map, looking to be a similar case, almost exactly the same on that one too.
So 1 to go, and this series will be done. Seems like it's likely Virtus Pro doing the same against Worst Gamers, but Oscar, good start, takes down Freeze as they try and get aggressive. They try and push to make something out of this round that effectively gives them nothing to work with. It is now an AK picked up on Modi, but 1 kill only means they're still down a man. Make it 2. Bondek's got Modi back, and that's the gun gone as well. It's going to be just the UMP and FAMAS to hold off these Chargers.
Yeah, it's been just a horrible series for SK. I think a lot of discussions need to happen after this map is over, work out how they're going to go forward in this tournament. That's it, GG. Magic Boy in a 4 versus 1 with a UMP. He's towards middle, the bomb's down towards B. So just a matter of time, Matt. Did you enjoy yourself?
Yeah, it was all right. I mean, it's a good fast start to the tournament. I mean,
Get ourselves warmed up.
It gives. I mean, it's encouraging for Hellraisers. Oscar and Sticko playing very well. Magic Boy's going to make what he can out of this situation, but really, it's done. SK, on the other hand, this is a nightmare start. They've got to really regroup fast. I mean, it's a double elimination tournament all the way through, so there's still a chance that they could find themselves in an all right position if they can recoup in time for the lower bracket. But Hellraisers will move forward in the upper side, and convincingly at that.
2 16-5 in a row. SK has never really showed up that game, did they? It's a horror show on both sides of both maps. The terrorist side on Overpass is very similar to Cash. They do get those first picks, but their executions are very poor. It's basic fundamentals that most hugs will be able to actually understand and actually implement. smoke's going down to the bomb site. Once you do that, you need to be going on together. You need to be like Molotoving up, at least flashing those close sectors to stop that multi-frag potential. And it seems like every time they're running out with a bomb in their hands, not leaving themselves enough time. And yeah, a lot of discussions need to happen in the SK camp. They need to address that straight away if they're going to.
Down right, a nice shot coming up from Bialy though. 1Dig's on the crush, and now they only have
and there for Bialy. Like that.
site player, but they need to take quick control because those rotations are going to be moving in quickly. F1n able to hold. Coming in for Taz, along with another teammate there as they move themselves over towards it. There's a lot of defense focus back over here too. The vent speed coming out from Arch. He's going to find the first kill, finds a second one. Crush peeking out from the white box, and it's a disaster as they all just get destroyed. Neo's the last one alive inside of A main, but what hope can he have? Lost bomb control. It's still sitting back over by Boost, and there's still 5 players alive from the CT end.
Just have to mention the fact that there is a very, very simple Molotov that you can throw into the vents just to force a player out. And they did have the nades to do it. That wasn't something that was really a problem for them. So if you're taking mid control, just throw that Molotov in there and force him out of position, because that literally Arch alone there found 3 kills from the vent, then pushed in and found the 4th. If they move him out, there's only one player there. Much easier mid take. Huge risk that could have been averted by one simple grenade.
So things are not starting off very good at all here on this T side for Pr0, and their lead continues to dwindle away. In the favor of Horse players, they sit only 4 rounds away from taking control of a second map and sending us over to number 3 on Cobblestone here.
Yeah. Cobblestone has not been a good map recently for Pr0 either, and Simple, someone, well, if you used to watch in the flip side days, he used to be able to win that map on his own. He's so good on that map, so I'm actually a little bit worried now for Pr0, and it would be insane to see them lose even a map. Like, this is just ridiculous play coming out from worst players. Some individuals really stepping up, and, well, Arch in that round showing why, well, we were worried about those players lower down the board. He just gets a quad kill. But here we go. It's just going to be the straight-up rush coming in over towards the A site. Simple finds one, Arch finding a couple, and, well, the main aim here was to try and get the bomb down. I don't think that is going to be happening unless we can see some ridiculous pistol play come out once more, and this time it's Taz with the Deeg.
Taz should have got that drop down, but it's all about finding the actual position of Arch now. Not going to find him getting aggressive enough as of yet. As that smoke fades away, he may be able to catch him sneaking out from the corner here behind the forklift. He's boosted himself up, and as they move in, should be able to, nah, I was about to say, should be able to get at least 1 kill, but can't even find that, unfortunately, despite having 2 players with their backs turned. So it'll be another flawless round from the Warts players, not losing a single one along the way.
Cash.
We now have 2 guys over $10,000 post-buy. That's Simple and Arch. Simple is going to go a little bit below it. I don't think he buys another grenade right before the round begins, but for the rest of these guys, they're still sitting pretty. It'll be another full buy round coming up from Pr0, but they themselves are in a very rough position.
Yeah, this is the moment where they really need to try and make an impact on this round. Of course, the loss bonus is built up, but I feel like if they do lose this round, it may just be forced buy after forced buy from now on. I feel like that would just be the sort of tilt factor where they get worst players close to match point and they just sort of keep buying again and again and again. However, this is a round in itself. This time they have switched up the middle presence. No one in vent this time, but actually playing up close, and 2 further back, 1 towards sandbags and 1 towards the highway. So they are playing very middle aggressive at the moment, the CT side, just trying to make something of this. But here we go, Simple going to be holding over towards the A site, alone as well. We see F1n, a player who in the first map didn't really make much of an impact, but he did seem to be ducking and weaving earlier when we saw him on that B site, so possibly a site he's much more willing to play. And it does look like they're much more practiced on the CT side of this map, just individually, especially when you can see players just finding the angles that they need to be found. But again, slow play coming out from Pr0, making their way over towards the A site, and straight away we're going to see Simple making the push. The rotation going to come in quickly, but Simple, he's doing all the damage at this point. Not going to find the 3rd kill as Taz does manage to trade, but Fix is there and waiting. Bialy Going to take down one. Actually, Arch still in the corner here. May be able to completely ruin this push, although he's going to make a lot of noise. Bialy finds one more, brings this back into a 2v2, and now it's actually going to be a retake scenario as worst players make some big mistakes.
And with Bialy picking up that kill and a crush, it all falls to Arch, who, I mean, to be honest, we saw Arch peeking out like 3 or 4 seconds earlier from his sandbag position here on mid. He could have just completely shut down Bialy and prevented this from even happening, prevented this from getting this drastic, and now Arch is going to move in. Stunned there, and Taz is going to be able to find the headshot to take him down. Virtus.pro, nicely done on finding these kills very slowly but surely, working their way onto his site, and finally picking up another round.
Well, huge plays coming out from Bialy.
Yeah, after like 5 or 6 straight there coming out from worst players, there is another one up on the board for VP.
Well, it looks like Bialy really did take that round into his own. As you said, Arch could have shut that down very, very early on. Just he got smoked out and just decided to sit in the corner. And, well, considering they had 2 initial kills coming out from Simple while the push came in onto the A side, the fact that they then took the A site is a little bit worrying. And again, we're going to see Fix. He's going to be going down first of all, not having the same CT side as he did on the T. It has been other players making the big plays, but again, it's going to be the initial kill going to the T side. And now it's going to be down to this man here, possibly, to try and find another kill, though. Arch will find one. This time, Pasha going to be taken down. Orb coming out from Snacks. He'll find one himself. Neo now going to be pushing in, looking for the kill, missing the spray. And actually, Arch takes him down as well. So great plays coming out from him, looking for the third. But Taz will trade. Seems to be the anchor when these problems come down. He just finishes off the player who's doing all the damage. And now it's going to be a 3 versus 2. The CTs with no utility. And I feel like this retake is just going to be nigh on impossible, especially with Bialy finding that kill.
Yep, Crush falling back now, and even needs to make sure that he doesn't get flanked out from Z. Focusing on the save at this point, despite the fact that the worst players do have a very generous amount of money still left over. Crush is sitting much, much lower than the rest of his teammates. So he's going to want to try and save that rifle so it doesn't upset the balance with the rest of his guys. And of course, they can still afford 5 rifles going into the next round, assuming he is able to save. Virtus.pro, though, with their still fledgling economy on their own, really not going to be focused on moving out to hunt him down.
Well, especially the fact that they will want to get the AWP, I imagine, onto Simple. They want to have that little bit of extra economy so he can definitely get nades, Kevlar, everything along the line. But it will be Arch possibly going to drop that up just to make sure. No, actually, Simple going to buy it himself. So, well, not going to have everything he needed. Not going to have any nades, in fact. But we will see the buy coming in nonetheless. But this is the chance for VP. This is the big chance. They could actually crush that economy after worst players getting off to an amazing start to this half. A great start to the game itself. This is VP's chance to actually make an impact in this game. And again, they're going to be going for the middle presence. And this time, there is no aggression coming out from the CT side, completely switching up their tact.
Holding back now, playing things very cautiously. As they wait to see if worst players are going to do anything a little bit overzealous. A little bit over aggressive by peeking out. It's not the case, though. They're all holding back. They're all sitting in these default positions. They don't want to peek out. And in fact, they just basically handed mid over should Virtus.pro decide to move in and take control of it there. There's no one contesting it whatsoever. Arch may be able to jump up on top of the shed to try and challenge people towards highway, but in terms of like a vent push, there's going to be nothing standing in their way.
Well, this is always very risky when you're playing up against a high-level team, especially, well, someone like Virtus.pro, because if you allow them to execute, they could destroy you. So we'll see how this actually works out. Of course, they do have a couple of players now rotating in over towards Car. Arch again finding another kill, and Fix finds one, Arch finds another, and now it's down to just Neo and Snacks. Snacks with the AWP, they do have the opportunity to get the bomb down. He's got to try and hold off this position, but the Molotov going to be slowing down that plant just a little bit. And there we go. It's now going to be a 4 versus 2 retake. A lot of nades onto Philin, a flash still on Arch, but these two players have been known in the past to make big plays. However, Simple entry and going to find one, and now Snacks, he's left all alone. Nothing he can do here, surely. Going to have to go for something insane, and Crush will find that kill. 4 players this time do survive, and the passive style of play really does work out for worse players.
Yep, and now with this 2, they've just saved their own money by, so they're going to be right back on the winning train here. 2 more left to be able to steal this map away from Virtus.pro. That will be the reset on the losing bonus for Virtus.pro, but they did manage to save a decent amount coming into that last one. So everybody except for Pasha is going to be in a decent spot to now go for a buy. But with 6.5k sitting on Snacks, it should be an easy... Again, we're wrong on that one. He is going to be able to go for the buy on his own. But still, there's enough left to drop a rifle for Pasha regardless. And Taz will just downgrade himself to a Tech 9.
So yeah, going to be a bit of a weakened buy. Of course, the CT economy, it's improved because they managed to win that round and have 4 players left alive. I still don't think it's safe as of yet. There's still a chance for Virtus.pro to take this one back, but they've clearly given up on that slow style of play, and they're rushing straight in. Pasha going to be finding one. Crush will refrag, and it is going to be now a 4 versus 4. However, the site has already gone the way of VP. A lot of nades, however, to retake. They could actually Molotov the whole site if it was necessary. So it's going to be difficult, to say the least, for Pr0 to hold on to this one. However, it will come down to the fact of whether or not they actually want to challenge this one. Of course, as said, the CT money isn't great itself. Pushing into the B site, it is a difficult site to retake, especially when they're all pushing in from the same angles. So I feel like worse players may actually, if they don't find an initial kill, just opt to try and save and go for, well, a much better buy in the next round. But they are having a little look around. They're not making any big plays as of yet. As said, they can have all those Molotovs left in play, and Fix is going to find one. And now they found that entry kill. It looks like they are deciding to go for it. However, Taz and Neo are going to find two straight back. It's going to be down to the remaining players, and they've left this so very late that Snacks, Taz, just going to finish this one off, and that will be that round that Pr0 needed to bring back the money. And I actually would have said I think worse players should have just gone for the save there.
Taz with the support coming in from Snacks, he was an absolute monster in the way that he remained mobile around the boxes there up on top of the site. Finds that first kill, snaps it, almost pick up the second one, but thankfully Snacks is there to support it, and then just runs away to buy time for Snacks to get into a better position. He picks up one more kill, and then the shutdown rolls back in as he's able to get himself that final player back over towards head glitch. So that's going to cause a destabilization of the CT economy once again. They forced up here just because they want to keep that lead strong, and it's going to start off well. Simple finds that first kill. Arch as well has a good angle, and Crush with the assistance from down below is going to be able to help up with this, but they're striking back. They're still trading evenly, and Crush runs into a wall there, and it's one of the members of Pr0, so it's all left into the hands of F1n. A 1v3, and he only has a pistol to work with.
Yeah, I feel like the problems of the last round, once that final Molotov went down, they should have just retreated. But he is going to just try and go for something here. I don't feel like there's really any point just saving a 5-7 on armor. They are going to have to go for an eco in the next round nevertheless. And, well, this is, again, I mentioned it before when they reset the economy, that was the chance of Pr0. They've managed to do it again. 14-11 should go 14-12 unless we see some insane pistol play coming out from worse players. And, well, choke? Possibly? I don't know. It seems like they have really fallen off. Like, they were going for those aggressive plays previously, and that was working for them, and they've almost calmed down a little bit. Like, there was that one round they played passive that worked, but apart from that, those sort of plays really haven't paid off for them.
Yeah, so obviously struggling a little bit here just to close things out for worse players, as their economy was never really in a secure position. They were just doing a really fantastic job with these holds here and battling it back and forth, along with just the hot start they had 5 or 6 rounds in a row at the beginning of the half, with them holding a hefty advantage, but it is being taken away pretty swiftly now. And on this round, they've just gone for a straight-up gambit as far as their hold is concerned. 5 players stacking on the A-bomb site.
Well, I wonder if Simple's actually brought NA back with him. Is that a possibility? Just bringing the sort of liquid
one more round
style.
away from that.
But, yeah, we're going to be seeing whether or not they can actually make anything of this round. Of course, the idea is just to try and stack the site, and straight away we're going to see Snacks pushing. They are actually pushing into the stack, so there is a possibility for a couple of kills at least. And there we go. Arch going to be finding one. Not going to find much more, and quickly we see Pr0 just pounce and destroy the opposition. Only one player dropped, and they're going to pick up the AK once more.
The only thing they lose is a MAC-10 in that scenario, which is obviously not a very big loss whatsoever. So Pr0 essentially get through that round with the minimal amounts dropped that they could have had to work with there. Worst players, though, after going for that uneven buy, still having enough to be able to go for a force up here with 5 M4s in play. All players with armor and a decent amount of utility spread out across the board here as well. So they are not done fighting for the actual victory just as of yet.
No AWP yet, though. So Simple has sort of skipped a little bit because he was finding a lot of nice entry kills actually on the CT, or initial kills, I should say, on the CT side. However, Arch can actually go a little bit aggressive here, and this could be the punish. And there we go. Pasha going to take that entry, and unfortunately that means, well, now it's going to be a 5 versus 4, and in these scenarios, it does seem to fall apart a little bit for worse players. And of course, this could mean that we're into a 14-14 scenario. However, Fix will quickly trade one back, so that's at least something to calm the storm a little bit. But in the meantime, we see the B push coming in.
It's all this, though. F1n, he's ready to go, but he falls away a little bit too quickly. And Simple kills a lurker in the meantime, but unfortunately, F1n seems like he panicked and tried to retreat himself closer to the site itself, so that's going to lead to his own death. And now the T's get control of the B-bomb site. Crush is here, but he does not want to take a big risk on actually peeking out just as of yet. Catches one of them, getting them very low. That's Bialy now down at 9 HP, and it's going to be a very ballsy push coming out from Simple, but he's still able to hold that back. Shuts him down. Now down to a 3-on-2, but Crush moves in, finds 2 of his own pickups, all falling to Taz. Now they do have the perfect plant position, and Taz can basically just hide here inside of Checkers, but he needs to peek out to stop them from defusing. Finds that first pickup there, and we also see the stop on the defuse coming out from Crush. He's just going to sit here, wait for the peek to come in the other direction. There's a lot of time left on that bomb, however, so Taz can still sit back. Full 10-second defuse as well. Taz trying to make a decision as to when he should go for this peek. Just saw that shot coming out from the other direction, and Crush, he's not even going to try and attempt this anymore. He knows the economy's in a delicate place. He's just going to move out and allow the guys from Pr0 to get within 1 round's reach of tying things up again.
That's just Taz in a nutshell. So calm in those situations. Took that initial frag, knew that the other player would, well, just have to pretty much either challenge him or go for the straight defuse. He tried to bait out Taz. That's not going to happen, and he just calmly takes that round, didn't even have to do anything in the end. So 13 to 14, the worst players, they need 2 rounds, but now VP, they only need 3.
Indeed. So for the worst players here, similar situation that we saw Pr0 in just a few rounds ago. The Pr0 stacked up to the limit with everything they could ever want and desire as far as their buy is concerned. And worst players essentially working with nothing, as Crush has the only rifle for this team, and he's also going to be being aggressive with it too. Now, thankfully, when you look at the positions, he's really not going to find himself in a bad spot anytime soon, but had we seen something similar happen to what we had previously, they could have dropped that gun very early on here, and that could have led to one of them also being eliminated pretty quickly. So Pasha moving in, shuts down F1n. We've already got 2 kills on the board for Pr0.
And the ball, it's just rolling now. They've taken down all the players that had next to nothing. The 2 players with armor are remaining. Archer's going to find 1. May actually be able to recover himself a rifle, which would be great going into the next round. But in the meantime, it's going to come down to Crush. He does have the rifle. He's alone on the site. He will manage to find 1, but that is all she wrote. But Crush, in the meantime, just lurking around, and he's not going to manage to find anything in the end. So I'm not sure challenging this is really worthwhile. I feel like just saving that rifle into the next round, going for that big buy that they need to see. I feel like Simple, well, do they have the cash to get that AWP in the next round? Does look like it might be possible. 3,400 added on. He should be able to get that up. At least someone dropping it to him is possible. And I think over towards that A side has been so crucial, just holding in. And actually, I wonder if we're going to see, tactical pause. So West players, they do realize that possibly the scenario where they need to reset their mental state is coming in. And hopefully they'll be able to close out this map and take it to Cobblestone.
In all honesty as well, it's sort of just icing things against Pr0 since they're on a bit of a hot streak themselves. If they can calm them down by going for this pause, forcing them to wait like another 2 or 3 minutes or so, then that would be a little bit of an advantage in their favor, because clearly Pr0, they found what is needed here. They've been able to finally punch through worst players, just playing things slowly and taking advantage of the fact that the worst players themselves are just going to leave themselves overexposed at the beginning of each round. They can always get a 1 or 2 man advantage, and from that point forward, punish it as they work their way into the site.
Well, and we can actually confirm now that the team who they will be playing, or the loser will be playing, will be SK. They've been 2-0'd, 16-5, 16-5, so it is whoever loses this game will go on to face SK. Obviously, Hellraiser is clearly getting off to a hot start after they did actually lose 3-0 to SK at SIVO, so clearly something has changed. The dynamic has changed since then, but, well, it's not going to be an easy game, whoever does fall down into that lower bracket, although it does look like SK haven't quite got off to the start that they wanted.
I mean, Hellraisers were they were looking good, but I'm pretty sure they did pretty well last week at the minor as well. So they've been stepping things up recently, looking for their own performance. Obviously playing in a lot of events as well, and it's helping with them. And just that consistency, if you get that going, that's like part of the reason why I think too, like a lot of the big European teams, they do so well, is because they're like constantly bouncing from event to event. So they're never really get a break. They're always in the heat of competition here.
Well, that's the scary thing as well about Na'Vi. They have had a nice little break leading up to this one. Going to have possibly some new strategies, although they may not even need them. They are obviously the clear favorite for this tournament, of the hot
by a pretty long shot now as well.
Well, especially when you look at what's going on. They're probably their main competition at the moment, Virtus Pro, who are, well, I don't want to say it, but they're struggling to be a tier whatever team. Like, I don't even know what to call this, because they're brand new. They're literally like Simple and Co. That seems to be a lot of the problems at the moment. Like Simple is top of the board, although Arch and Fix. Arch has definitely stepped up massively on this CT side. So that is one of the main reasons, but as you said, it's been 5 rounds in a row now. Let's see if they've actually managed to switch things up, whether they have reset and whether they've slowed down the momentum of VP.
Crush has been having a decent amount of impact here too on quite a few of the rounds with some good positioning, and he may look to have it once again in this one as he puts himself in an aggressive spot, pushing his way out there. It'll be Arch that finds the first frag. Fix moving in, tries to take another duel, does not go very well. Bialy striking back, Pasha finding another kill and a second for himself, a third for the team as he takes down F1n, leaving only Crush and Simple live. A nice op shot moving in there. He's going to light Simple up, and the switch over to the pistol is going to finish him off. Only Crush up and running at this point. And the guys from Morris Players for himself, a third for the team as he takes down F1n, leaving only Crush and Simple alive. A nice we're about to lose their lead.
Yeah, and Simple, well, I think
a third for the team as he takes down F1n, leaving only Crush and Simple alive. A nice op shot moving in there. He's going to light Simple up, and and also he didn't get that intel out for some reason, so Arch is going to get another kill for free. Down to 2, still 3 up and running for Morris Players. A very awkward take from Virtus. Pro. It does happen, but now they've got to try and hold this. And Pasha moving into the smoke. He's got to be extremely careful with the way he plays this off now, as he's going to be directly down to 2, still 3 up and running for Morris Players. A very awkward take from Virtus in the hot seat as soon as this starts to fade, but it was just tossed out. He's got plenty of time to work. Now he's running for Morris Players. A very awkward take from Virtus Pro. It does happen, but now they've got to try and hold this. And Pasha moving into the smoke. He's got to be push down, but nice response from Simple. Grabs the flick on the Pasha. Take happen, but now they've got to try and hold this. And Pasha moving into the smoke. He's got to be extremely careful with the way he plays this off now, as he's going to be directly in the hot seat as soon as this takes him down, and it all comes into the hands of Neo. He's stuck in a corner. It's not going to pay off. Smoke. He's got to be extremely careful with the way he plays this off now, as he's going to be directly in the hot seat as soon as this starts to fade. I think they're MR3 16K.
MR3 16K, yeah.
Which is a bit more different, because the usual overtime rules, for anybody who's not super familiar with CSGO or doesn't watch a lot, most tournaments will do an MR3 10K, but there are certain tournaments like this one that do prefer to do with a 16K start, specifically because if you start with 10K and you go for a really aggressive CT buy right at the beginning of the over
into the economy of the game, which is something that's huge in CS. That's one of the main factors of it, but it does give a chance for both teams to show their full buys and their full potential on each round.
The main argument against it, though, is that the Ts can basically do the same buy and they won't run out of money by the third round.
True.
The usual buys, the double op buy, is what we're talking about here. The CTs can do that, and if they don't win either that round or the round after that, they're basically going to be on pistols for the final round.
Yeah,
whereas the Ts can do a very similar buy and still kind of have a pretty good force going into the final round. So it's been uneven on the sides, unfortunately, which is why some players do prefer the 16K start instead of the 10K start.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting either way. I feel like I'm hoping anyway that worst players with their full buy could actually do this, because the thing is, when they had their big buy, they had the AWP onto Simple, they had all the nades, they had the flashbangs so able to get themselves back in. They're actually very, very good. It's just that they fell off a bit for a couple of rounds, and unfortunately, in the end, it was like, okay, they got reset, then things just fell apart. They went for a few sort of sketchy buys, and in the end, well, VP managed to get to 15 before them, which I didn't really see coming after how they started.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, Virtus Pro have to be a little bit upset with themselves that they can't close out in that final round, simply because that was one player anchored onto the site that made the difference there at the end of the day, and that would have been the end of it. We would have been done with the set right now, but that's not the case. And now, due to some good performances coming out from Simple mainly, along with actually a pretty good performance from Fix and Arch too, specifically on that second half, those guys really stepping up to make the impact here on the CT side for those players.
Well, Arch especially for me, I feel like there were a few rounds that he just shut down on his own, especially in the clutch situations and the quad kill we saw over towards middle. Fix, he's going to be crucial on the T side, because I think he ended up with, was it 16 frags, I think?
Yeah.
Most of them were entry kills, sometimes 2 entry kills, and We didn't see that too much on Mirage, and if he falls off, I feel like they'll have some real problems. So it is going to be, for me, Fix, especially, obviously Simple is just that sort of name at the very top that you're always going to be saying, oh yeah, Simple needs to perform. But it's like, this is Simple's team. It's like, if you base a team around a player and then go, oh yeah, no, that guy doesn't need to perform, that would just be madness. So yeah, of course, we're going to need to see big stuff coming up from Simple, but I really do feel like, well, looking at the opposing team, it's actually Bialy at the top of the board, which, I don't know. I think, well, he's the entry fragger as well, so it's a little bit weird that he's right at the top of the board. You normally expect some of the other players to step up. Pasha right at the bottom at the moment, and well, considering on his CT side with the mag, he had some nice kills, and then with the AWP as well, finding some entries, but then just sort of disappeared a little bit, and that mistake right at the end.
If this goes to a third map too, players like Fix are going to be incredibly crucial to the way things go, because oftentimes, I mean, like most of the time, the Cobble maps are going to boil down to how successful your B hits are, especially on gun rounds there, because a lot of what teams will struggle with is actually getting themselves past the platform or getting drop control and then working that out into a site. And that's all entries, right? Because you find like 1 or 2 kills and all of a sudden the site's wide open for your taking. You maybe have like 1 or 2 guys left alive behind the rock outside of CT main or inside a chicken coop, but you can easily just overwhelm them by having 2 or 3 guys push that player. It's always finding that first 1 or 2 kills on platformer and dropper room that actually allows you to get onto the site. That's the issue. And with the good entry power coming in for worse players, if this goes to a map number 3, then that could be something dangerous for them, because the T side, again, does control how things often go on that map.
Well, yeah, it is probably the most T-sided map in the pool at the moment, but I think the main thing for me as well is, I think something that Anders mentions quite a lot is finding information on Cobble as well from the CT side's perspective is something else that's always very interesting, because obviously you can go for those sort of peaks towards middle or the pushes, but most of the time you either have to like jump into the crosshairs of the Ts, or you have to boost yourself somewhere, or you have to do something a little bit overzealous, and in a way, that's what makes the map so T-sided, is the information is very, very difficult to retrieve.
So we should be getting started, guys, with the overtime in just a moment. I believe Simple's team had to use the bathroom, and that is the cause of the delay. So we do apologize for that, but it looks like Pr0 should be readied up now. We did have the guys from Worst Players readied up a second ago, so I would imagine we'll jump into it here at any moment.
Yeah, but well, again, it is Phil right at the bottom of the board, not having as poor a performance. He has had a couple of rounds where you feel like, okay, maybe there was something there, but it always seems like they don't go B for the majority of the rounds, and then when they are, he's always like in transition of positions or something. Like we saw him moving from the checkers area over towards the site at one point and just instantly got caught out just through a smoke or something. It's like, I feel like he has been a little bit unlucky, and if he can sort of step up on that B site, then sure, they could take this. I definitely, like after seeing this map so far, I don't think it's anywhere near this is VP's. Oh yeah, it's definitely VP's map. I just think worse players have come out.
Interesting note here, too, guys, by the way, is that we're not using the usual group format. I believe this is actually just a straight-up double elim bracket that we're being played here. So the loser of this game is going to go down to the lower side of the bracket. We'll have to play off there from that point forward if they want to try and push themselves forward in the tournament. So we are going live now with overtime, and immediately the buys coming out from both sides. No one going to risk it and go for the double op. We're just going to see single ops on both sides, so usual full buys. But very quickly, however, you can see Pr0 getting into a position to take control of A main and then move out onto the site. Whereas players have got a read on this, though, and they're ready for a retake.
Yeah, interesting style of play for this. They're actually pushing one player over towards the site now, so Fick's going to be playing up close. As said, he was very, very convincing on that T side. I feel like he did fall off a little bit on CT. We'll see whether or not he can find anything in this round. It's going to be the aggressive push. Bialy going to take him down straight away. Another frag to his ridiculous collection so far. Arch going to be trying to find the trade. Simple, however, will find one, but Taz takes him down in return, and it is going to be a 4 versus 3. A few players are low. Of course, there are nades for the CT side to play with here, but now the afterplant positions are in place for Pr0, and this is going to be very, very difficult to try and retake.
These guys are all boxed out, too. Smokes and whatnot covered the site very well, but here comes Phil, and he's just going to push directly in. They've got the spray coming back over from Quad. That's coming up from Taz, mainly. Good damage done, and 1, 2, 3. All the remaining members of Warriors players just get decimated by Pasha, Neo, and Taz, giving Pr0 the lead here heading into OT.
Great timing there with the peaks. Every single player just peeked out once. You see Taz actually waiting over towards Quad. Just for the second his teammate peeked, he went straight out and took down the remaining player. So brilliant work there from Pr0. Of course, there are only 2 more rounds left in this first half, so we need quick impacts coming out from the worst player. Simple with the AWP. Didn't really do too much in that round, and actually we saw very, very quickly Fix got overwhelmed on that side.
Taz, again, ready to move himself into the A-bomb site, but just hiding behind the box to make sure there's no aggressive push coming out from the side of worst players as of yet. Not going to find it. They're sitting back. They're playing pretty passively with the main exception being F1n. I believe he did try to smoke off the actual vent. Actually, that smoke still works fine, though, so Not going to be critiquing that too much, as I believe that connected where he wanted it to. But for the rest of War's players, now after starting to lurk a little bit around the map and just playing these default positions, they will start to solidify. Look for mid control, which they can use to take control of highway and eventually push up to the A-bomb site.
Yeah, 3 players currently on the A-bomb site. They've gone for the boost. Quite a common boost to be used, but it doesn't normally give you the initial kill in the round, unless they check it instantly and take that one-tap headshot. But we are seeing middle control again coming up for VP, something they seem to really enjoy on this map. The unfortunate thing is they haven't actually made a huge amount from it in the past. Of course, Arch normally playing in that position has shut them down on multiple occasions, but it looks like they are going to go again and split towards the A site. We're going to be seeing Simple just waiting over towards middle, trying to find a pick with that AWP, but as of yet, nothing really being spotted, and this still leaves 2 players over towards that B side, and this could be absolutely perfect for VP if they could just go, well, and slaughter the players on the A side. 2 players are there. It's going to be Arch, it's going to be Fix, and they're going to have to make a huge impact, and straight away Fix again, not having a great time on that CT side. He's out of the round. 1 player over towards Fork, going to be trying to find a kill here. He will find 1. Simple finds another. Simple actually saving his teammate. What just happened? Somehow, Pr0 do manage to capitalize. I think it was just a surprise there, being alive, that caught off the CT player. The bomb going to go down with seconds left, but Pasha is going to be alone versus Crush and Phil, 2 players not at the height of their game. Going to try and find something into this. They're going to be pushing together. We're actually going to see 1 player coming in from behind. So Pasha, he has to be careful here. But it looks like he's getting ready to go aggressive to try and find one of these kills, bring it back to a 1v1, but it's not going to happen. Crush peeks out of the perfect time, and we do see worse players bring 1 back.
That play with Arch was like absolutely hilarious, because he thinks he's dead, or he kills his opponent there after Simple like saves his life, and he's like, oh, wait, I can still frag. And it seemed like, I forget who it was from Pr0 that was standing his way back over there outside of Toxic, but he seemed to think the same thing as both of them just stood there and looked at each other for a few seconds like, oh, we can both kill each other still. So it caused a bit of confusion there, but at the end of the day, worst players bouncing back. Definitely not going to make this a shutdown for Pr0 just as of yet, as things remain close at 16 for either team.
Yeah, money going to be absolutely fine, as said, for both teams. So we are going to see 4 buys coming in on either side. As you said, no double AWP setup. The only thing is, for worse players especially, I'm not actually sure who would pick up that secondary AWP. So I don't think we've seen it at all in either of the maps. So that may be just a problem with their team. But anyway, we're going to be seeing Crush going a little bit aggressive to try and find himself a peak. Not finding anything as of yet. Again, it does look like a couple of players lurking over towards the A site. It does seem to be Pr0's favored site for sure. And it's a little bit worrying, especially the fact that F1n has not been playing particularly well. He is over towards the B site, but we do have a lurker, Viali, possibly going to try and get an entry over towards that site. Crush currently in the corner, and well, here we go, Viali now over onto that B site, or getting close anyway, and the bomb still in sort of no man's land. But look at Pasha's position, just gone straight through a smoke, looking for that frag, but I don't think he's going to find anything as of yet, till that smoke fades at least.
Starting to see if he can catch anybody on upper first, not really focusing on the forklift areas until that smoke fades, as you were mentioning previously. Now Arch, he's going to check it, but we still see Pasha winning the opening duel. The problem, though, is that the rest of the team is close to the B-bomb site. The smoke comes in, he's going to try to draw the rotations, wins his second duel, and that should definitely do the job, but no one's rotating off of that B-bomb site, so Crush is going to move in. However, with Pasha getting that much control, we are going to see the players that were originally going for the B hit, they fall away from this, and they're going to try to hit A instead here. Now some more kills coming out for the side of worst players. Simple, along with Crush, picking up 2 of their own, keeps this even down to a 3-on-3.
Looking for these positions now. They are smoked out. The nades are going to be great positions. Actually, almost getting taken down by the nade. Neo doing some nice work. Going to go with a flash, trying to just hold these players off towards Car, and they're all there. He's going to find 1 more, and he finds the final headshot. 1 tap, and that is F1n out of the round. That guy is probably the unluckiest player at the server at the moment.
It was a 1-tap flick as well. A little of the swipe. Shut it down. Nicely played by Pr0 there. Adjusting on the fly after they were trying to just go for a fake. The fake ends up being the main hit, and it's all Pasha that allows them to get into the A-bomb site there on that round. So they keep the lead coming out of the first time in OT1. And again, there's a bit of a heads up for anybody who may not be familiar with the overtime rules. You need 4 out of the 6 rounds in overtime in order to win the match. If you still remain tied at the end of the 6 rounds, the process repeats itself over and over again.
So the magic number, for anybody who doesn't know, is 19, just in case someone couldn't work out the mathematics at this point, or didn't want to. But we are going to see the AUG back in play once more for Neo, so still going with that scoped COD gun. It's going to be Pasha back on the AWP, someone who was finding some nice entry kills, and of course, on the opposing side, we have Simple trying to do the same. But at the moment, it does look like just gathering up over towards that B side at the moment. Only currently 1 player towards that, and it is going to be Pasha, possibly going to go for initial peek to try and find out at least some information, or possibly a kill. But here we go, F1n going to be going in first. The Molotov going to push Pasha out of position. Actually, Neo going to do a little bit of a love bite onto his teammate, but here we go. F1n going to be forward, but what on earth? Neo jumps out with a nade in his hand. Pasha finds one, finds a second, looking for the third, going to Molotov himself into the corner. Will make things a little bit difficult, but he's got that smoke ready in case he does get caught. The bomb site is now belonging to the T side, and they do find another kill with Simple taking off the head of Taz.
Simple is going to miss that shot. He did manage to catch Snacks lurking back from behind him there, but Snacks also as well going to miss the connection. So Simple given a chance to react. Bialik trading that out immediately. Down to a 2 onto the bomb has gone down, but both these remaining players are stuck back in checkers right now with no way outside of that. That molly might be enough to finish him off. Posh is going to steal the kill regardless, and now everything falls to Crush. A lot of time has passed though, and again, Virtus.pro still very passive about the way they're moving into the site. They need to just roll right up onto here and try to take him down, but they don't know where he is yet, so we can get one of these for free. There's the first pickup, and he finds the second
what
one.
A play.
So immediately, worst player striking back again. We are not done yet.
Great positional play there. They don't check the back of sight. Unfortunately, Pasha was looking over towards, I think, the CT area in the end. And, well, great play coming out there. Finds both frags and gives his team a chance coming back into this one. 2 rounds needed for either side. Of course, if it goes 18-all, we are going to a second overtime. And again, Neo picking up the AUG. But he seems to be making quite a few mistakes, actually, on the CT side of things.
Virtus.pro here seemingly had that round in the bag, but trade backs come in there from the side of worst players, keeping them in the mix, keeping them very, very close. Being able to tie that round share once again, as they've done now. So from Virtus.pro, just the even split. No mid control, however, being exercised by these guys, but it seems like it actually shouldn't end up biting them back too badly, as worst players does not really look like they're going to go for mid control. That could change in a moment, though. And if this decision does come into fruition, then now they're going to have to watch out for that. But they've also adjusted Neo over to this position, so he is able to watch out for any boost action that may be coming in, as well as any mid-garage pushes. With Bialdi already picking up that first kill, Virtus.pro have done a good job of holding things back for now.
Yeah, double orb setup as well have come in for now for the CT side with the AUG, so actually triple scope rifles in play. Pasha has gone very, very aggressive, currently holding if they do go towards that B side, but we've seen this happen before, where he's just so far out of play that actually if they do execute, which it does seem like they're going to onto the A side, he may just be too far out of the round. So we'll see whether or not he can actually have any sort of impact. Obviously, if they do rotate, it's possible, but Fick's going to be finding the first kill, looking for the second. Taz will find one, but Crush is going to take him down as well. 3 versus 3. As said, Pasha is quite far away at this point, and, well, Simple going to find one more. It's going to be the Org retake. Never said that before, and it's going to be, well, the AWP still on Pasha, and this is not an ideal situation, to say the least, for Virtus.pro.
Pasha's starting to sneak his way around. He's actually not even going into A main either. He's just going for Squeaky, which is going to severely limit his options as far as what he'll be able to spot here. At the same time, nobody's really watching out for that. Not really giving them anything. The smoke going to cover off the A main angle, and as he pushes out, there's the first pickup. Simple responds to one of his own. Pasha thinking quad is clear. He's pushed right back inside of this one. And with that said, at 12 HP, no way he's pulling up this retake. Time to fall away and save the op.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to be seeing again. Well, actually, no, this is the first one. This is the first map point coming in for worst players. Of course, these exit kills not really going to hurt their team at all. They're going to have plenty of cash to buy up. They've won both rounds. And, yeah, they're not going to be worried as such. Saving the AWP, well, it does give them a little bit of extra cash, but let's see what they're actually able to do here. And worst players now, well, there's a glimmer of cobblestone in the eye of the players. And as said, that was the one way I saw them winning this matchup, was if they could take it to cobblestone. I never really saw them winning both of these initial maps, but clearly, well, there is a weakness on cash at the moment from Virtus.pro, and it's being exploited by Simple and Co. So we're going to be seeing 4 players sort of in a little bubble over towards middle, a couple in B. Possibly going to go for a boost here, just looking for information, and the rotation already going back towards that A site. Does seem to be that both teams actually do prefer that A hit quite heavily on occasions. But here we go, the flashbang going to be popped in, Bialy going to go through the smoke, and Simple will punish, and that's already the entry kill they need. First kill going, Taz caught, reloading, and now it's going to be down to just a 3 versus 5. This is the nails beginning to be put into the coffin. Crush going to find one more. And it's going to be down to a 4 versus 2. We see 1 kill coming out from Neo. Pasha now, 1 versus 3. Taking down the first, so he does make his odds a little bit higher. Looking for the second, he'll miss the shot. Worst players, they take the map.
And with that, now we'll go to a map number 3 on Cobblestone. Amazing play from worst players, and Crush gets one of those final kills as a mid-air jumping headshot as well.
Pretty insane.
There's definitely some style coming into play there at the end of map number 2, but now things will get extremely dangerous for Virtus.pro, as Cobble should be coming up here very soon. Be sure to stick around for that one, and we'll be back in just a little bit here with more of the Star Ladder Invitational.
Yep, see you in a moment.
guess I'll be the first to say it. I haven't felt this good in a while. You tell me I'm the only one that they would all like, but you're the only one that kept me alive. Oh, you were the only one. You were the only one that kept me alive. You were the only one that was on my side. You were the only one that kept me Even after all this time, fear can grip me at night. But somehow, somewhere you make me believe. I could see it in your eyes. So take me as your breathing proof for everything you ever done for me. I won't lie and fear no more. I hope you realize you kept me alive. Oh, you were the only one. You were the only one that kept me alive. You were the only one that was on my side. You were the only one that kept me alive. You saw my insides from the outside. You saw a chance, gave me truth, so I survived. Saw my insides from the outside. You saw my insides from the outside. You took a chance, gave me proof without a goodbye. Now here I am, just happy to be alive.
Take me away from home. Show me all the places I've never known. And we'll chase the night. Erase all of these broken dreams and flight. And we'll oh, well. The night lay waste to all we'd given. But honestly, you've gotta know that this ain't living. But we could run from Elysium and let it burn, let it burn. You've gotta know that nothing lasts forever. I can't believe myself. I never thought that this would be our end, but it's nothing new. And my lover's honesty, I could push it back down if I have to. If you want me to, 'cause we can run. And we can run. The stars that fall all for you. So tell me now, what's left to lose if we run?
Gaming Bets. We accept bets on computer games online since 2011. Referral system for regular users and the first deposit bonus. Gaming devices store and the best choice of payment systems. Dota 2 and Hearthstone, Counter-Strike and StarCraft, World of Tanks and League of Legends. EGB.com. You know for sure who's going to win.
Getting tired of playing with the usual skins but don't have enough money to buy a new one? Get rich fast with CSGoFast.com. CS Go Fast. It's a strong chance of winning in every game. Several rooms with different game modes. Daily, more than 1,000 games, 5,000 players, and 25,000 skins at stake. You don't need much in order to sweep the board.
Angry because you missed a big play? Tired of staying up all night to create highlight videos?
Introducing LiveCap.tv. Simply press the capture button and bam! A highlight from the past 60 seconds will be instantly recorded.
Get posts from streamers and fans around the world. Achieve legendary status Kappa.
right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the secondary stream here at the Starlighter Invitational, live from Kiev. We're about to go into map number 3 between Pr0 and the guys on Worst Players. Simple's new team, and it's going to be on Cobblestone. Tom, let's talk a little bit about this as things are going live right now.
Well, this is a map where I've just decided, okay, let's bring up some of VP stats. So Cobblestone recently, past 3 months, they've won it 4 times or 6. You take out the factor of online games, they have only won 1 game on Cobblestone. Obviously, normally they are against much higher tier opposition, so I can sort of see the fact that they could probably take this one pretty dominantly. I wouldn't say it should be a problem, but just after the last map, I just sort of think, well, Worst Players, clearly they have some talent, they have some players who can go off. This is a very T-sided map. We saw them have great performance on the T-side. I think they won every single T round, didn't they, in the final overtime?
I believe so, actually.
So the fact is, their T side is actually very, very good. On a map like this, they could just get off to a crazy, crazy start. Of course, VP, they are going to be the ones with the choice. Most teams still tend to stick with CT side, as you said, just to get off to that start, and then they can sort of pull things back, and they will. So this is a great opportunity, actually, for Worst Players to get off to that start they need, of course. Getting the pistol, getting their economy going very, very quickly is something I feel will be important for them, because they want to get as many rounds. They want to gain their confidence, and then when they go over to their CT side, they could just be like, just steamrolling like they were over on the other map, which was Cash.
So we'll be getting started here at any moment. I do actually believe that Pr0, yep, they did. Pr0 did make the decision to stay on the CT side, so they're going to be starting off here with the Worst Players, guys. They're going to be able to get that T side start that we were talking about before. We'll be jumping into things now, guys, so let's get to it. Pr0 versus the Worst Players, map number 3. Here to decide who stays in the upper bracket. He goes down into the lower bracket to face off against SK in the next matchup over on the mainstream.
Well, I feel like either way SK could have some trouble, because we've seen, well, obviously VP, there's still a huge name in esports for sure, but Worst Players clearly showing they do have some prowess, at least on Cash. But anyway, we're going to be seeing the pistol coming in for, well, actually a P250 more specifically for Simple, also going with a Molotov as well and filling with a smoke. So it looks like they are going to go initially over towards the middle area, but it's going to be the first frag going to Snacks. He quickly gets traded, and now the rush can just come in. It's going to be down to Taz to try and find something. He finds himself the first, looking for a second. He finds just that, looking for a third. Can he find one more one tap just to make things a little bit more pleasant for the remaining players? Yes, he can, and it's all down to Fix. Great plays from Taz, just so much time with a long-range USP. However, Fix, he manages to find one more, finding himself a third. Crazy pistol round already, and Neo, he's going to get taken down. Quad kill from Fix.
Taz doing all that work and to have it all wasted, that's got to be upsetting now for the guys on Pr0, and specifically for Taz after having such a great performance. But unfortunately for him, Fix showed up with a better one. And with that said, the Worst Players will be able to take control of the first round here on map number 3. And start off now with the buy-up going into the second round. Mainly SMGs, a Scout coming on to Simple, and the AK for Fix. But for the guys on Pr0, they're actually going to give some respect. They're not going to go for the complete buyout. A couple players, most notably Pasha and Neo, go for the armor buy behind those upgraded pistols, but for a lot of them, they're just going to upgrade the pistols themselves and not pick up anything else.
Possibly want an early AWP. Snacks just going for the P250. It is possible. It has been picking it up quite a bit, actually, on Cash, especially. We saw him go for the AWP a few times. Pasha was alongside him, so we have seen some switch up with the AWP in this map so far, and I do think on the CT side it is a very important weapon. But here we go. Snacks looking for initial kill, not going to find it with Fillon finding $600 into his bank account with that UMP. Of course, just rushing up now. This is going to be very difficult. Of course, most teams would decide to stack that B site, and well, Crush is going to take down one more.
Bialy looking for something here back outside of the balcony. Taz did pick up one of his own too, but Bialy's struggling to even catch anyone physically just from the side of Worst Players here. He's going to get mollied outside of the balcony. Knife his way through, but also being a little bit careful with the molly to make sure it doesn't take him down. Arch finding another pickup. You can see the deagle shots ringing through from Taz, but Bialy's a little bit more out in the open about the way he's playing this one. And now it's stuck inside of the corner. I don't think they knew he was that up close, but nicely done from Crush. Leaps inside of the shed, taking him down. And now for Taz, so just got to try to run as everybody from the Worst Players is chasing him down.
Yeah, quite a simple round in the end for the T side. One more coming out from Taz, and another. What is that? Looking for something more. Of course, the round end doesn't matter, but at least he's going to do some damage. Triple kill from Taz with the Deeg. Showing a little bit, just showing off a little bit towards the end of the round.
Ultimately, though, not going to make too big of a difference at the end of the round there, as it's not thinking to be gained on the CT side here just from picking up those kills. The T side can easily forgive that in their own economy in itself. Virtus.pro now going to have to respect things.
He's going to get another one. Lots of money. Well, I think he had 4,500 at the start of that round after those kills. So, of course, 6 kills already for him, and nothing really coming of it so far. But we are going to see just the stack coming in towards the B side. It does look like the initial push will be coming in from the T's in this direction. Of course, they now have a couple of AKs still, quite a few SMGs in play, so long range not going to be ideal for those weapons, but of course they're against players with no armor. Bialy actually has a Deagle as well, so there are a couple of Deags in play. Taz going to be playing just behind the smoke, looking for that initial kill, but it's going to be, well, 2 quick headshots. Snacks will manage to find one onto Simple, but this is all just damage play coming in at the moment. I feel like the CT side would need a miracle to try and make a play, but Snacks, he's going to find one, going to pick himself up an Obviously, any kills with this will make him a nice amount of cash. That is $600 additional, and it did look like he was saving for an AWP, so anything more would be absolutely perfect for him.
With the 2 kills gained, the rest of Warriors players are being held back a little bit here, taking their time, as they have shifted away from the B hits slightly, but it's only to try and cause some rotations closer to the A bombs. They've succeeded in doing this, but now the problem is we're not actually seeing the execution to follow this back up now. Bialy is still here on the B bomb site, ready to defend, and they've even given time for Pasha to rotate back into this site to try and help things out. The smoke is going to box him out. He could jump in if he wants to, but not really hearing anything that would indicate there is going to be a play coming in this direction, so he'll just fall back and try to support Snacks a little bit, or apologies, Bialy a little bit if he can. There's Bialy with another pickup, looking for one more with the Deagle, but Fix is finally going to trade him down, bringing things into a 2-on-2. We'll see the quick rotation coming out from Snacks, but the problem is ultimately going to be Pasha here with essentially nothing to work with, just the USP, and now it's all on Snacks in the 1v2 with no armor, no utility, and still up against an AK in the hands of Fix.
Yeah, this is a very, very difficult situation here. Even a kill would be nice, but Fix just going to tear his head clean off. They will save both the AKs at least into this round. But, of course, a little bit of extra money earned, and, well, we could actually see an AWP come in, and there we go. Snack's actually going to pick that up straight off the bat, and you can see, well, Fix currently has an AWP in his hand. He's probably going to drop that over to Simple. Yeah, no surprises there. But the T's, they're not buying up with, like, a huge amount of cash behind them. They could be reset very, very quickly, and we've seen how good VP have actually been in these first buy rounds, so let's see how they actually do in this round. Of course, the AWP will be going over towards the A site at the moment, just playing alone. This is quite a common play, just going to be trying to find some sort of pick if they do come in this position, but at the moment, the bomb currently over towards, well, sort of the middle area, not going to find anything there just yet, and the T's just gathering up outside A.
So now Snacks pushing himself away from the site a little bit here. Tries to go for that usual long A play to catch out any early aggression from the T's that may come over there towards the long A approach, but not catching any of it. And for the most part now it just has to sit back closer to the site in the event that they had made progress in taking control of mid-connector, which they actually have. So he's going to find himself in a hot spot here, but thankfully more support has already arrived. Taz is up on the platform right now. And we also have Bialy starting to shift his way over to the site too. So they are expecting this to be a very big A hit. But now would be a great time as well for Warriors players to suddenly stop this. Maybe keep one player alive to toss in a smoke or something. While the rest rotate over to the B site. And that may be exactly what they are doing.
This is all just about mind games. As said, very, very difficult to actually find out information for the CT side. Snacks was trying to take peeks, but they just kept throwing flashbangs to force him further and further back. And now, as you said, they're going to throw 2 players sort of into the blender just to try and force this rotation. And already we see 1 player over towards the B site. The push is going to be coming in. It's going to be down to Neo playing over towards the statue. He's going to spot out 1, but Simple will instantly take him down. Now down to Pasha, the only one left. Currently sat by the rock, and he'll get taken down by Simple as well. 2 quick kills with the AWP, and now it's going to be down to the retake. A difficult retake for the CT side.
We've already got Simple watching out for the push to come in from the CT man, along with Drop a little bit there too. And it's going to move in. They've got a player already over here by the statue, but I don't think he realizes just how pushed up he is at this point. So a bit rough now for Simple as he's going to get destroyed by Taz. Another shot coming out there brings F1n down pretty low. As we see Bialy picking that one up. Crush does respond, but Snack just walks right up there with the op. Finds his 3rd kill of the round. And that will be a nice retake, putting Virtus.pro on the board here on the first gun round.
Yeah, I like the attempt. Of course, you even mentioned the idea before they did it. They threw 2 players in there. Unfortunately, though, there was no real impact from those 2 players. Like, even if they took 1 player down, it may have made the retake sort of impossible. But unfortunately, that is going to be a 3-to-1 scenario now. The Virtus.pro back on the buy. And as mentioned before, so much damage done to that economy. And we're actually going to see Simple go for a glass cannon AWP.
Now moving in, the guys on worst players pushing their way up on top of the B platform area. Very quickly looking to take control of Drop 2, which is an area that we haven't seen Virtus.pro contesting all that much. The player that moves towards it this time will be Bialy, but he only finds 1 kill. It's immediately traded up by Arch. Now it's Pasha's turn to strike. Up close with the shotgun, tries to go for the 2nd combo kill, but he's at range. Thankfully, Taz is there to help out. He's going to grab 2, and then Pasha with the leaping shot Shuts out Simple. And there's going to be another one for VP.
Well, I think if you ever want to find some Mag 7 highlights, this is the guy you want to go to. He seems to be pulling everything out when he has this weapon in hand. He is going to throw that AWP over to Neo, something we haven't actually seen too much of so far. Clearly not going with the AUG this time, deciding the AWP is the favored weapon of choice. But now the reset has come in for the T-side. VP managed to survive the onslaught of that very weak buy, and the AWP of Simple really didn't manage to do anything in that previous round.
So now here, already starting things off well for Virtus.pro. Snacks shuts down Simple. He attempts to go very quickly inside of that mid connector, but in the one-on-one duel, Taz, or apologies, Snacks is going to definitely come out on top of that picture with the aggressive push he went for. Taz, actually, as we go back to him, does hold pretty well inside of the mid connector too, finds a 2-for-1 trade. Snacks looking for the flick with the op as he falls back over here towards the A site itself, but it's going to be met pretty nicely. And also, Arch almost taking down Snacks. Messed up at Zayman. That's going to allow Snacks to stay alive for the time being, but at a very, very low amount of health. Only 12 HP left alive on him.
Yeah, very, very low. They have done a little bit of damage. Of course, Snacks now low. However, the rotation is slowly coming in to just pincer them onto this site. They've got to make a move here pretty soon, otherwise the players will come in behind. However, Arch is going to find Bialy, so now it's actually getting into a little bit of a worrying scenario for Virtus.pro, because there's actually only one player onto the site. The remaining two are sort of going for a flank play, and that could drop another AWP. And of course, rebuying all these weapons is going to be expensive for the CT side, even if they do manage to close out this round. However, Neo's position could be absolutely perfect here. He could completely ruin any sort of push that could be made. Of course, Arch now standing out in the open. F1n going to be pushing straight into the crosshair, and look at the trigger control. Lovely stuff. It's actually Pasha, and he finds, well, one, not going to quite find the second. Arch going to be pushing in, but he will finish it off. And just great work from Pasha there, calm, and just taking the frags nice and easy.
So with that said, that'll tie things up now, 3 rounds either team. Worst players definitely not giving up on the buys. They're actually still surviving with quite a decent amount of money. So left over with enough to go for the AK buy up here. F1n should still have enough to buy himself up here, too. A couple players going to be without utility, at least without a decent amount of it, as we can see across the board there. But on the side of Virtus.pro, they're starting to stack up their own money, and they've got the 2 ops in play. Now, the double op setup still remains very prevalent here for the CT side.
Well, this is one way that you can start to build up more and more CT rounds if your players just able to build up the economy, get a huge amount of utility, and just slow down the positions. And, well, even in these scenarios, we do see a few peaks coming out. Neo and Snacks both on the AWP here, and already we can see some aggression going over towards the plat area with 2 players currently just edging, having a little bit of a look to try and see if there's anything coming. But that is one of the main problems of the CT side of this map, is you just have to go for these sort of risky plays. But it is going to be Neo, now that he's up there, this is actually a very, very good position to hold off any sort of push towards the plat area. However, drop down, another position which, well, probably one of the most difficult positions on the whole game to actually hold. And, well, you can actually just see from the positions, they're just holding it from outside. They're not going anywhere near it.
So Taz now placing himself inside of Suicide Steps, but he actually just dropped down. I'm not sure if that was on purpose, but regardless, they're really not going to catch that. He's going to find a first kill. It's traded back out by F1n, but Snacks finds another pick up there too. Still keeping it in the advantage of VP, actually holding back worse players from going for their eventual A hit over here. You can see the op lined up there from Simple. He's trying to catch someone who gets over aggressive and looks for that peak. Back over by Long A, but he's still not able to catch it as of yet. He's definitely not going to get too aggressive about it, so sticks back, and he'll have to retreat pretty soon here to regroup with the rest of his team that are now pushing over closer to the B site.
Well, Snacks, for me, so far, has been doing a very, very good job of actually anchoring this A site. I feel like without him, they could have lost way more rounds already, but we do see the initial pick now. Neo going to be finding that kill. It's going to be the first one coming out from him, looking for a second, not quite going to find it. It's going to be Arch pushing, and he will find the headshot onto Neo. And now Arch going to be pushing to try and find something, but the time is so very low. Pasha could completely ruin this. If he takes down that bomb, it is all over, but Arch going to find the kill nonetheless. Seconds remain. Bialy, he could end this here and now, and he will do just that. Nothing they can do. And, well, Simple, will he die after the round? That is the only question that I'm really asking at this stage. It looks like he'll survive.
Makes it out. But now he's got no money, so he's going to have no utility going into this round. He still has the op, of course, and that's the most important thing here. But for the rest of his teammates, even with looking at what they have, another force-up is going to be in the forecast. Looking at it, it's really not great. A downgrade over to a Tech 9 for Crush. A UMP for F1n. As for Fix, he's also on a Tech 9 buy. So they've got enough utility to stave off the CTs, or at least try to force them out of their positions. But yeah,
I'd say this would probably line up for a quick drop push just with the amount of money that they have. I'd say just go for those close range battles. Going towards Plat does allow Pasha, well, especially in this position, to find a decent amount of damage. Of course, they are just building up. A couple of players still waiting outside. We see the AWP currently over in the corner as well. So they are edging over towards this B side at the moment with the bomb down over there. But still, they're just making sure that no information can be found by Pr0 by going in this initial push. And there we go. That AWP was saved, and they find that initial kill. There goes Neo.
Pasha falling back now. He's going to try to still hold Broken Wall here, but further back with the op. And for the guys on worst players now, the decision to be made if they continue to go for this play over to the B-bomb side or if they shift this to an A hit. They still have 2 guys watching for a push to come out from the A-bomb side if the CTs want to get aggressive, but they really haven't done so as of yet. They've really only had Snacks going for these more aggressive peaks. It looks like worst players are trying to get drop control, but they move away from it now for the time being. Only F1n has moved inside of there, and he's kind of stuck at the moment. Crush is here to support him a little bit, but ultimately that bomb is going for an A hit.
Support him with flashbang that completely blinds him, but it was sort of helping him out, and he does find a kill in the end, and he's pushed out towards the A side. He could actually do a huge amount of damage from this position. If they don't manage to shut him down quickly, this could be the perfect sort of snap onto the A side. Snacks is going to get closed down here. He needs to find that flick. What a shot from him, but he won't find the second fix. Does manage to close him down, and now a 4 versus 2. Although there was a little bit of prowess from Snacks in the end, I feel like the remaining CT players may just have to save here, and well, already you can just see Pasha smelling the rotation, and he finds that kill onto Crush. And actually, well, if Bialy can find a quick kill here, there's a chance. He does find one, looking for the second. Going to go for that. He'll find that as well. And now this has come into a possible situation. It's going to be Fix, one of the better players in the last map, looking for the headshot. Bialy's going to take him down. That was a 1 versus 3 retake. Pasha was nowhere to be seen.
Pasha really only kills the flank, that's all he does. But it's still a very important frag, of course. But ultimately, though, as you mentioned, on the site, it's all Bialy that shuts things down. So with that said, Pr0 right back into holding on to their lead. Now a 2-round advantage. And for the guys on worst players, though, they've been much more consistent with their plants coming into this one. So while we did see a bit of a risky buy in that last round, they get the plant down, and they can go right back to 5 AKs here on round number 9.
The only thing I have to question there is so 3 players on the site, not one of them ready to trade the frag. Every single one of them took an individual peek and ended up going down. So obviously that is something that could be just a dynamic that is built once your team has been together a little bit longer. You do have to remember that. They haven't been together long at all. I think they've only actually played 2 best of 3s with this lineup. So the fact they're coming in here and giving Pr0 a run for their money is a huge stake in itself. But of course, 5 rounds already for the CT side. They're going to be getting off to a supreme start, although the rounds have been pretty close.
Also should be noted, too, that very little warning with regards to the fact that they were even coming to this land. I think they, like, officially it was only announced, like, yesterday, if I remember correctly, they were going to be here. Well, maybe finding out a couple of days before that, but still at the most, giving them a very little time to actually prep for this big of a land. So, anyway, getting into this round. So 1-for-1 trade to start it off. Snacks going to be pressed back, but it's wrecked by Fix as he tries to go for a bit of a boost up there behind the shed. Simple finding another pickup, and all of a sudden things are not looking very good whatsoever for Pr0, as our final 2 players are stuck here behind the wall with no way to get inside of the A site.
Yeah, do manage to find a tag onto F1n. Of course, he is the player bomb in this scenario, but Neo going to be going down. Molotov may actually be able to take down the bomb plant. Very, very low on HP. F1n not quite going to be caught by that. And now Pasha, well, they've been coming so close in these rounds. He's just going to have to save this rifle. I feel like they will have the money to buy up. Actually, it's not that great. It really did take a huge hit from the previous round, so they may not be able to buy up anything. They're going to obviously get 1,400 added onto what they have, and, well, the Pr0 style does suggest they may go for some sort of force. They have done it previously in this matchup, and as said, I do feel like this can be a very T-sided map, so they may be feeling confident with the 5 rounds they already have. Especially a team like Na'Vi, they could do it from something like 4 rounds and still win, but I don't feel like Pr0 are as confident on this map as we said from the stats earlier, and while Pasha, he's just going to try and save this now. I don't think they're going to be able to find him unless he makes a huge mistake.
No, should be good to make another round, so he'll survive with that rifle. Ultimately, however, now comes the big decision from the side of Pr0. Neo's already invested in armor. But the real question is, like, what are we going to see about behind that? Is he just going to try to even themselves out around the 2K mark? So we'll see the rifle coming in, or are they just going to force up? And they're going to make the decision to go all in, essentially, here. Rifles, UMP on Snacks, a FAMAS for Bialy, but it is going to be an attempt to try and strike
It's not
back
the
here.
worst buy in the world, but the 2 UMPs, they're going to have to play very, very close, possibly go for a little bit of early aggression to try and find something here. We're already seeing Crush pushing out into Plat. He's clearly willing to take these duels and possibly expecting some sort of save coming in from VP. So we'll see what they actually do go for in this round, the worst players. Of course, they won the last one relatively comfortably with 4 players surviving, so this would be a huge benefit to their economy if they did manage to take it and possibly a way back into the game. But here we go, push coming in onto Plat.
Yep, first strike, but it's going to be a shutdown from Simple as he again leads the charge for his team. Moving in, taking out Neo, Now these other three here on the bomb side, they're all jumbled up right now. They're trying to get a little bit more room to maneuver. Thankfully, the smoke that was tossed in does hold back the worst players for the time being, but Bialy behind the statue now. More pressure coming in for Pasha in just a moment, but he's keeping himself quiet. There's a good shot from Bialy. Takes down Crush, and Pasha still up close inside of the smoke, looking for more. He's going to be able to hear them dropping down, gets the intel. The smoke starts to fade. He fires off a little bit too soon, though, and Arch, he's able to react to that. It takes out Pasha. They've just spotted Bialy back over here by the statue, and it's going to be Simple again that picks up another very important kill. Takes him down. Bialy moving out, looking for more pickups, but he's stuck here. F1n just walks up on top from the boost area, surprises him and takes him down. It's all on Taz, but ultimately he will not be able to do all that much as he's still just outside in middle and in a 1-on-4.
Yeah, that was a huge risk coming in from VP. I think we both sort of felt that it was a risk that they didn't really need to take. And while it hasn't paid off at all, Simple again, as you mentioned, finding 2 important frags coming onto that site. Also, well, they just sort of ran over everyone in the end. And again, a slight mistake coming out from Pasha, just a little bit premature with the spray. And, well, unfortunately, he doesn't manage to find anything. However, Taz has managed to get himself an AK. There would be something at least to bring into the next round, although I feel like there really isn't that much for them to play with at all. Again, they spent pretty much everything going into this buy, so it will just be the lost bonus of 1900. And that's going to be it.
A couple of upgraded pistols. Maybe if someone wants to get a little bit greedy and armor buy it behind like Taz, but Taz has already got a rifle himself, so he should be good.
He can drop the tech.
Yep. That's going to be it, though, is they're going to have to round the pistol around the 2K mark, so they can afford to go for the buy-up in the next round. As for the worst players, though, right back on to keeping things close. It's a lot like Cash, the way the scoreline's progressing here, as they are able to battle back and forth here with the guys on VP, still managing to pick up a lot more gun rounds. It seemed like Mirage just, it almost seems like at this point that Mirage was just sort of like a rusty start for those guys, and as soon as we saw players like Fix getting going with their entries, along with Simple here too, that immediately the team became like tenfold better on the T side.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, like Arch was a player who stepped up massively on the CT side, so they're definitely going to need that again in this one, but it does look like they've gone for a stack over towards the B site. Not really playing anything towards A, but unfortunately it looks like the T's, they're just going to go on that fact-finding mission over towards the A site. It's going to be down to Taz, of course. He is the one player with the rifle, going to be pushing in to try and find something. He's been great so far, finding some very important kills in the first few rounds, but not really getting much for what he managed to achieve. And now we're going to see that push, and Taz is straight out of the round. He does a bit of damage, allowing Snacks to find one. He actually picks up a second as well, going to go for the third, but not quite going to manage it. And now it's down to Neo with the Tech 9 and Pasha with the USP.
Neo moving in. He's got one on the flank there with the Tech 9 spray. Messy at best. Taken down by Arch, and it leaves just Pasha up and going. No one is really suspecting him to push in from A long, however. All their attention is drawn back over there in the middle. But again, also, when it comes to the actual time to connect those shots, it's a little bit shaky.
The Simple was so quick as well.
Yeah. The worst players will execute that pretty quickly, taking the lead away from the guys from Poland.
Yeah, and it's exactly like Cash, to be honest. It seems like when it's just whoever has the momentum at the time of the game, like someone will step up, we'll see Taz going big, then we'll see a couple of other players. But really, to mention at the moment, Neo has 1-9 on the scoreboard, not having a good map at all at this point in time. He's picked the AWP up a couple of times, but he really is the player slacking off at the moment for his team, so they need him to step up. Obviously, a legendary player in CS, so we expect quite a lot from him, but we're going to be seeing just some slight aggression coming out from the T's. The CT's jumping up as well, trying to find something of their own, trying to find some information. But it is very, very difficult at this point to actually find anything out until the T's actually decide to execute.
Crush is looking for his first frag there too, not finding anything as he pushes out for platform control. And now, look at how aggressive Neo is actually able to get. He's already moved all the way up to the areas where the T's are going to be coming out from the halls. There was something to grab, but again, not being fed anything by the worst players just yet. And Arch is actually watching out for this. The smoke reapplied inside of that, really just trying to hold the worst players at bay and keep them away from the site as much as possible. A 1-for-1 trade does occur near drop, and Taz, who's up on top of this little area over here outside of Long A, is going to be able to surprise Fix and take him down too. So not a bad start whatsoever here for the guys on VP. So a lot more, actually, aggression coming out from the side.
Position.
It pays off big time.
Oh, he was in such a good position there, Neo, but again, he gets caught out 1-10 now. Still not having a very good game, to say the least, but Pasha, however, will find 2 quick frags, looking for the third as well. Flashbang going to come in. He will be completely blind, but Crush, as you mentioned, not having a great game himself, and he will be taken down by Snacks, and that is, well, another round on the board for VP, and
right back to a tie again.
Yeah, back to a tie, and the T's, they're going to have plenty of cash to buy back up. Of course, the CT economy still weak, and we could see the sort of exact same sort of style as Cash, where worst players manage to win a round and then just reset and take the half.
So moving up from this one now, as things still remain very close for both of these teams. Worst players back onto the unfortunate uneven bye here. They're going to hold back a little bit more, trying to take control of log A first, it would seem, with Crush moving in first for these players as he moves himself in there. Thankfully, there's a good amount of restraint exercised by Snacks. He'd been sticking around for a pretty long time in the previous rounds, but he hears the action starting off pretty quickly, so he decides to fall back. It's going to be Taz that stays up close outside of the mid-connector, and let's see if he can find some action of himself. But F1n is actually going to find the first kill, punishing Pasha for pushing into those halls, and Fix will win the first 1v1 outside of that mid-connector.
Yeah, this is not looking good already for Pr0. Straight away, we mentioned the possibility of a reset, and already we see 2 entry kills coming in. They did go quite heavy, actually, towards that A site, and already we see 1 player going down towards B. However, Snacks, he has been one of the better players for VP so far in this game. Finding another kill with that AWP. F1n going to be dropping in. Of course, he already switched out that UMP for an M4, so he has gone for a slight upgrade. Again, they're going to take over the drop-down area, and this is now going to be, well, down to 1 man and 1 man alone. Neo, he's going to get taken down, and the remaining players, Bialy's positioning isn't bad, but Simple reads it, finds another kill for his collection, and, well, it's all going to be down to Snacks to try and just find something into this round.
Snacks looking for a miracle here. No utility, only the op. Not even really like, I don't think there's a gun nearby that he could try and trade out, so best hope at this point maybe to save, but that's a good shot. Baits out the shot over there by the statue area and then forces Simple to peek, so he was able to take advantage of that one, but I think he underestimates just how close Fix is and wasn't expecting him to be out in the open ready to peek him there. So with that said, the worst players will strike right back, find another round, and again, take the lead. 7-6, buying up their own economy, and again, re-breaking the CTs here too, more importantly, as they have nothing left to go for a buy in this round.
To be honest, though, for Pr0, I don't think 9-6 is a particularly bad half on Cobblestone. I think that they could definitely come back from that, especially with a pistol win. However, this time they have showed a bit more restraint, because we actually saw in, well, the final rounds of Cash on the first half, they were actually force buying into it. However, F1n going to find 2 kills with the Molotov. Not quite sure how that happened,
I think they tried a counter boost drop, and that Molly just screwed them over.
Yeah, probably got stuck in that position. I'm sure we can find that for you later on from the VOD. But anyway, Arch going to be finding 1 more kill, and this is just clean up work. Neo going to be with the 5-7. Not a huge amount he can do here. Taz had that in hand initially, but he was taken down, and now they're just going to rotate over towards the A side. This is a very common play from them at the moment, just finding initial kills, rotating away, going for those long-range duels now that they realize they're up against pistols, and this is just going to be a simple round coming out from, well, worse players.
Neo and Bialy are just stuck completely outside of that A-bomb site too, so if they had any hope of getting back in, it's gone now that they just stuck around here. They knew that they weren't going to be able to make any impact whatsoever in this round. Neo is already peeked out, trying to leap across there with the knife, hoping he can bait a player to fall inside and they can drop him, find a rifle or something which they can then run away with and take that into the final round, since their economy is still going to be just in an absolutely abysmal position, but F1n's going to say no to that. Just rolls right through and finds a shutdown there as he grabs all 4 out of 5 of the kills from that round.
Isn't that more kills than he got in like the whole of the first map?
That is, I believe that's correct, yeah.
So definitely having a much better game here, 9-12. Not a huge frag count, but it's enough at the moment, and he's making the plays when it's necessary. Crush still not having the best of games, but really the main underperformer for me has to be Neo. Really not stepping up in this scenario, and of course if that continues onto the CT side, if worst players can get the pistol, they could run away with this one, and well, that would be a shock horror, especially if you're someone betting, well, on this game, you'd be almost crying at this point. But anyway, Snacks going to be finding the initial kill that will give them some hope into this one.
Snacks finds the first kill, but now he's kind of stuck inside of this mid-connector area. He could try to jump across, but the problem is he's waited too long, and now crossing suicide steps is going to be extremely dangerous, especially with Crush holding that position just on the other side of it. So he's going to need some support, some more aggression to draw the attention away from him, and that'll come in the form of Taz if he wants to move back out here. But it's been smoked off. He doesn't want to take a risk on it. He's got Bialy coming in to support this too. So the worst players, unless they decide to just completely fall back through A long, they're kind of stuck here. They're locked into this type of a hit. And there's going to be the peek from Bialy. Crush wins the duel, but he's at 6 HP. However, we're not going to see Snacks moving out for a reaction play.
Yeah, we're actually going to be seeing Crush going slightly aggressive here, and he's going to get completely punished for it. Obviously, Snacks has upgraded into that AK position. We're going to be seeing Simple finding 1 more. Taz will find a trade, but it is just Simple show at the moment. He finds a couple of kills. It is going to be a 2 versus 2. Pasha only with the mag. He's still over towards that B site. And Neo, he's going to have to make a play here. He will take down 1. Finally stepping up and doing something in this game, but it's going to be Simple in a 1 versus 2. You wouldn't want anyone else in this scenario for the T side. He is very prolific in these positions, and we'll see whether or not he can find that initial kill. Of course, Pasha going to be playing with the mag. We'll try and get up close. Simple, quite risky actually, planting in that position. The flashbang going to go and actually blind him and his teammates, so not ideal to say the least from Pasha, but if he can get close and personal, never mind. Neo just finishes him off, and finally we see the man, the myth, the legend actually step up in this game.
Yep. Full 10-second defuse will be coming out from Neo, but thankfully it will not be too big of a deal since the bomb really just went down from Simple. So it's going to be kept extremely close, 7-8.
Exact same scoreline as we saw on Cash. And the exact same thing happened in the last few rounds where they sort of went for something the round before and then they won the final round and brought it to 8-7. So this is sort of a little bit of deja vu. However, I do feel like Cobble is a much more T-sided map than Cash. Or maybe not much more, but it is more in a sense that I feel like it's going to be more difficult for worse players. However, if Simple can step up with that AWP, if we can see Arch come back into play, I wouldn't say this game is over by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Virtus.pro were able to win that many gun rounds in a row, along with the fact that, I mean, just to be completely blunt about it, if Force players hadn't won the pistol round and got those first couple of rounds for free, we would have been looking at a completely different scoreline that was heavy in Virtus.pro, coming off their CT side as well. So, obviously, injuries are looking a little bit weaker for VP on the past couple of maps. I think that's the one area where War's players really shine and what would allow them to take the advantage back over on Cash, but Virtus.pro we're going to be able to pick things up here on this map that maybe we can still see them shutting this down and taking the set as expected, just not with the scoreline that some people saw coming in. F1n, though, is going to be able to pick up that first kill. It is traded back out by Taz, but then we see Simple peeking back up from the top of the ramp. Shuts in another one on Neo. Keeps us down to just 2 left alive here from the side of Virtus.pro as the War's players just absolutely decimate Virtus.pro in their attempt to push up this ramp.
Yeah, great positioning as well from Simple to get a little bit more of a tag. Obviously, both these players without any armor, not that it particularly matters, as they would just get taken down by 1 bullet to the head either way. But it's going to be a very difficult position now. We've seen some crazy pistol play already come out from Fix. Pasha going to be finding one. And there goes Simple out of the round, so possibly a little bit of an overextension from him. He gives them a way back into this one. Of course, plenty of time left on the clock. It isn't over as of yet, but still, you have to favor the CT side in this scenario. However, one player has already rotated away.
The problem is ultimately going to be, though, is that they're so slow about this. So as you said, he has rotated away, but it's not very far. He's just inside of the hallway right now, outside of the A-bomb site. So he's very easily able to peek back up towards the balcony and support in the event that we do see Fix spotting some trouble. The real problem is going to be getting Arch over here to help out with this one, but Virtus.pro are being extremely slow about the way they're taking this site. Smoke comes in to cover off CT main. They're moving up onto the site itself now, and it will fall to Fix to try and hold it, but Snack's just going to wreck him. As soon as he moves in there, he's going to be a dead man. Now it's on Crush to try and pull something back, but he's actually going to decide to sit back and wait a little bit for Arch to come in on the support.
Yeah, needs to make something here. One of them needs to find the entry. Of course, they do have a kit, so it's not all down to timing, and Arch is going to find one. It's now going to be all down to Snacks, the luck man himself, and he has got himself into a pretty good position here. Going to go for the tap, and he'll completely miss. That is really unfortunate, and now he has to just go, and unfortunately, the kit, I think, will just find the defuse before he can get anywhere near the site. Snacks will find a kill, but that's just sort of, well, a little bit of a celebratory loss in a way.
Don't shoot when you're in that position. That's like the second or third time we've seen that now in this set, where someone, specifically on VP, where someone has had like a great flank with a pistol, and then they messed it up with a pistol. They couldn't find the headshot or something because it was at like long range, and the inaccuracy kind of screwed them over. So Virtus.pro basically had that in their hands with that flank, but it doesn't pay off in the way they expected. And how the worst players will be able to keep their lead going. But some good damage done, and we see the plant coming in for VP. So not the worst story at the end of the day, especially with the scoreline still being this close.
Yeah, they'll be able to get onto their buy very, very quickly. Of course, I feel like that's already been scripted by the worst players. They picked up 4 rifles and a scout in this scenario, so they're not going to be too worried as of yet. Obviously, any damage done will be a bonus. A bomb plant would be the ultimate goal in this round. I don't feel like there's any real chance of them bringing this one back, but we are going to be seeing just a couple of players currently over towards that A site. This is sort of the standard setup for most teams, although nobody in drop at the moment, just holding it from outside, so it does leave a little bit of an opening for them to rush onto that B site, and it does seem to be the drop down position where they are planning on going. One of their 2 nades is going to be thrown out here to try and get them a position onto this site, and here we go. This is going to be the straight up rush. Crush going to be waiting to try and stop anybody over towards Plat. That is going to be the bomb. If he can drop that, this would completely ruin any chance of them getting it down. And already starting to pre-fire over here. Get dinked instantly. The bomb is going to be dropped, but this should just be a cleanup now. Arch going to be finding 3 kills instantly, and Fix walks in and finds the final one.
10-7, of course. Now VP, though, with enough money onto the board. And with that extra plant they found, too, actually going to have a decent amount of utility heading into this first gun round. Normally, the T's will be lacking a little bit. But thankfully, they were able to get some extra smokes and flashbangs onto the board. Still going to be a little bit weak overall, but much better than if they had just gone into this one blind.
Well, and also it is a 4 Famuses with a scout, so it's not even the ideal buy on the opposing side either. So obviously a hell of a lot of utility is in play for them. They're going to try and slow down any positions, but there's a great chance for VP with those 1 taps to come into this round. A lot of kits in play as well. So there is an awful lot for worse players to play with. However, straight away we're going to see some aggression over towards the A site. Initially we're going to see Bialy go down, but that was sort of just the fake, and now it's going to be down to this man, the myth, the legend, and he gets taken down instantly by Taz. So nothing is going to be happening in this scenario, and it looks like, well, now it's just going to be a difficult retake to say the least up against the AKs. Neo going to be finding one more, has stepped up so far in this round at least. Going to be seeing Taz finding another. Snack's going to retreat away after he takes a little bit of initial damage, but it is only 2 players left now for the CT side.
Snack's just going to creep his way underneath of the balcony here, too, to try and wait this out, preventing anybody from the worst players from re-entering in that direction. Gets a bit aggressive, but it brings Crush down to 7 HP. Only Arch really the biggest opposing force at this point, but he, too, has just been digged down to 58 HP. Crush just peek out and he finds another kill, so we're not done just as of yet. It's really just about getting out onto the site. And they have a bit of a mean crossfire. Finally, though, worst players, they realize they're out of time. They realize this is really not going to happen. So they fall away. They're just going to fall back to the B site and save the rifles for the next round. They'll allow Virtus.pro to pick up the first gun round.
Yeah, and I feel like that's happened pretty much every single time. The first gun round of the half normally goes the way of VP. They seem to be very good, and then, well, possibly some adaptation comes in from worse players, of course. They should be able to buy back up, and straight away we're going to be seeing an AWP bought for Simple, so they really are going for it now. They're going for all-out aggression. They're going to try and get Simple to find those initial kills, and the remaining players are going to be, well, they've got Famuses, but they don't have the ideal utility, especially on Arch, who was the player who sacrificed himself to give that AWP over to Simple.
So as we take a look at VP now, after they find...
Snacks not have a gun.
Yeah, I don't know what happened with that.
I think he's just realized.
Wait. He's going back to spawn now. really kept the worst players in this match now. Whoop.
A little bit of lag on the stream at the moment. Just ignore that. I'm sure that will be fixed relatively soon. I think this may be a slight server issue. But, yeah, they're just going to stop this one. But you can actually just look at, well, the actual scoreline itself. Pr0 was someone who initially wasn't doing particularly well, but he has stepped up massively. Obviously, now he's at the top of the board just because they reset the frags, which is kind of annoying considering I was just about to comment on that. But nevertheless, it does mean that he is starting to step up, and that's an important thing because obviously it was sort of, well, it was definitely Snacks leading the way, and I think, who was it alongside? It wasn't Bialy. Was it Bialy? I can't actually remember. There was someone else leading the way with him. But nevertheless, Neo was down the bottom of the board. No, it was Taz. It was Taz. He had some great rounds in the first half. But if Pr0 can step up as well, those three players could just drag Neo kicking and screaming through this game if necessary, of course. Simple hasn't done too much in the last few rounds. Even with that AWP, they invested a huge amount in him. And unfortunately, it hasn't paid off. And now they are back to a sort of eco scenario, a same situation we saw on Cash. And VP did then run away, well, 215.
It's very hard, it seems, to sort of make sure that the impact comes in, especially on the B-bomb site. I talked about this before. Like, it often is going to come down to players like Fix and whatnot, who is finding a lot of those entries in the past two maps. Like, he's the one that needs to pave it because, like, the op-up close, although we have already seen Simple find a couple of those frags, it's extremely hard for him, especially if there's players hiding by broken wall with shotties or boosted up for him to effectively use that op at that position. If they find that first or second killer, that's when Simple can really go off and try to strike back against those guys and make sure that they get the impact that is necessary to close out the round. Because we haven't been seeing that within the past few, and they've been trying a couple different sort of strategies, but they're not really working out. And in all honesty, the more basic type of strats from worst players was going very well for them. They were just going for the B hits and whatnot. It's as soon as they tried shifting things up to A hits and all these other more complex, slower plays that we started seeing stuff go wrong, and Pr0 taking advantage of that.
Yeah, for sure. I think game's still incredibly close, which I'm still looking sort of forward into the tournament. Like, worst players, they have no expectation on them at this point. Like, they've come into the tournament late. They're obviously a brand new roster. Obviously, people still comment on the sort of Simple factor. Like, the second you see Simple in a lineup, everybody just goes crazy on, like, HLTV or Reddit or whatever. But the fact that they are taking Pr0 this close is either very, very scary for Pr0 or just really, really good for worst players. And at the moment, I think it's a bit of both. I feel like VP have made some huge mistakes, and if they continue to, worst players could definitely close this one out, but probably not anything going to happen in this round.
There's your scoreline, by the way, that you were looking for before to talk about stats. It was bring that up. But we're back into it now to take a minute for the match medic to find itself and restore the round to the proper status. But we are back now. It seems like the server just glitched out a little bit there. It's been fixed pretty quickly, though. And now we are back into the match. Where worst players, their economy's been reset, and they have nothing going into this round. Just a couple P250s. So for Pr0, this should be a pretty straightforward round.
Should be.
Theory, yes.
Should be. Because some of the things we've seen from them, I'm not so sure. But we'll see. They are going to be pushing into what is a stack towards the long area of A, and I'm intrigued to see whether or not any real frags can be found here. We're going to see the first pushing in. It is going to be Snacks finding that kill. The remaining players are looking to try and trade them out, but it is just going to be Pr0 and Snacks closing things down. One player remains. That is Simple, but I think even this situation is just a little bit too much to hope from Simple.
I mean, yeah. If Simple clutch this, I will shave my head, basically.
That's not really that impressive, me saying that, I'll be honest. Pretty much there already. But anyway, Neo going to close him down. So
regardless, like, even if Simple had an amazing position, like this huge flank, with Pr0's players lined up, I feel like you should still win that.
Yeah, he would need 10 shots to the head.
Yeah. Be a bit tough.
That stat alone is sort of scary.
I feel safe. I feel safe making that last bet.
Damn. Why couldn't he have won that? No, Simple, not going to make that happen. But it will be the rifles coming back in. Of course, no AWP for Simple, something that has been very influential in this game so far. Not so much recently, but anyway, we will see very limited utility, and this could be another position for Pr0 to get back in, and somehow Bialy has just walked straight around the back of Arch. Crush not really holding his buddy's flank, and well, this should just be an easy round now. This is going to be so difficult to retake. Simple does manage to make a slight impact in the round by finding one, but Bialy, someone, as said, who hadn't stepped up so far, finds a quad kill in that round. And that's the thing about Pr0. Every single player on this team, on occasions, can go off. And that was an important round, one where they could reset worst players again.
That was like a wasted buy round entirely if that came out there from worst players. They had a decent amount going into that one, but I mean, they just don't impact at all. The first player that goes down, I don't even know what he's looking at, but he has no support further into the site, so I feel like he should expect a flank to come in his direction, but just sits there against the wall and is shot to the back. And from that point forward, it's just a textbook cleanup from VP. So they can pass what should have been a much more conflicted round with ease, and they're going to be right back on another eco.
Yeah, and now this is the exact same position we saw on Cash, where VP are going to be getting close to the match point scenario. Of course, the flashbang was
only
nice,
blinds himself.
It's the spray coming in from Pasha. Just going to find that kill nice and easy, and well, can't really expect too much in this round. Arch has gone for the Deeg. We've seen some Deeg prowess so far, mainly coming out from Bialy and Taz, but see if we can add Arch to that list. Of course, he is going to be rotating in from behind. We will see Simple find one with the USP, find himself an AK for a brief second, but that's going to be it. 1 kill in the round. Pasha survives on 2 HP, but 13 to 11, and now the big buy comes in.
Includes the op on Simple with armor behind it, decent utility. They've got HEs, they got mollies. There's no more excuses in terms of buying power anymore for the worst players. It's all about the ability to close things out, but the problem is they have allowed Virtus.pro to get a dangerous amount of their own money built up. 11.8k to 11.2k on Pasha and Bialy alone, and plenty more for the other 3 players. So even if they start winning rounds here, Virtus.pro, they're just going to be able to buy through the losing bonus. And basically they're going to be facing gun rounds for the rest of this half now.
4 players currently, well, very firmly over towards the B site. This does leave 1 man alone. That is F1n, someone who has had a couple of good rounds over onto this long A position. Going to be looking to try and find Taz. Not going to find him as of yet, and the Swarm is now approaching onto this A site. The 4 players going to be trying to rotate in. F1n's position is a decent one, and actually, it's almost as if they've forgotten he's there. I'm a little bit questioning the fact that they saw him, surely. How did they not know he was there?
Just saved their lives, though. Look at it. Now F1n's like, darn it. He's not going to be able to spot anything anymore. The flashbang comes back out, but now they've got a molly back off here, too. He's looking for a connection in the smoke, but he cannot find it. Down to 70 HP. Still a decent position, but the real issue is now going to be making sure that Arch can impact. And the problem is he just lost it. I don't even think Arch really wants to go for this retake. He needs to save that rifle. So they're going to let Virtus.pro have this round. 4 left alive at the end of it. Almost having a big impact there. But ultimately, at the end of the day, not able to find a single kill.
That was nearly another huge mistake from VP. There's no way they didn't see him that time because they were having a gun battle early on. He just retreated away. I guess they thought he retreated back in the other direction. But because they had nobody pushing from the actual long position, they all went up the stairs. It just meant that he had almost the perfect position to win them the round. Unfortunately, he's just not able to connect on... Well, he did a lot of damage, but just didn't take down either of those players in the smoke. Whoever threw that completely saved their lives.
So VP within 2 rounds of victory here. And for the guys on worst players, they're just going to have to force up now. They don't even have a choice anymore. No op to be found for Simple. They're on the full losing bonus as it's up to a 6-round streak here for the guys on Virtus.pro. Still everybody with rifles and armor, but again, lacking in the utility department severely.
And well, Simple currently 17 to 18, definitely not having the same level of impact as he had on Cash. That is one of the maps that, well, especially in the major where we saw him going absolutely ham on occasions, but not this time. Not yet, anyway, but we did see them come back from this sort of position before on Cash. This will be the time to do just that, but it is going to be now the buy, full buy, of course, from Virtus.pro. They've got a huge amount of cash behind them at the moment. And this is just going to be, well, a little bit of aggression coming out from the CT side, just trying to spot out something to boost, something we haven't seen as of yet from either of these teams, so it could hopefully catch off Virtus.pro. Prolong this match just a little bit longer, but if Virtus.pro do get out of this one with a 2-1 win, I think they'll count themselves lucky and have to pick themselves up later in the tournament to do if they're going to get anywhere.
Taz sitting back there making sure there's nobody from the CT side that is perched up inside of that little mini cubby. Definitely not going to be the case. Everybody on worst players is holding their position on the site. In the meantime, Neo going for a little bit of a push himself here too, out towards long 8, looking for the first kill, and he's going to find it. F1n just jumping around there, and Neo is still another one to be found up on top of the wall itself. But for whatever reason, Simple is just looking down over there towards the mid-connector. He just finally had, I don't know what caused that. Regardless, though, the actual hit onto the B-bomb site failed completely. And now is only leaving Snacks alive, and I believe it since he's messed up the smoke. Finding his way out here is going to be very, very difficult, especially clutching out the 1v3, too.
Yeah, he's in a decent position though. If he can find this entry kill, it is possible, but very difficult to say the least, and they now should know exactly where he is. He still finds one, nevertheless. I don't think he knows there's a player on statue though, and unfortunately Arch will take him down. No miracles coming out from Snacks this time, and well, although the CT side do take a bit of damage, dropping 3 players, and the T's, well, we already know that their economy is ridiculous. It is going to be the 12th round coming in for worse players.
So, not done fighting just as of yet here. Virtus.pro, they have not secured their victory, but thankfully they're still going to be free to buy for the next like 3 or 4 rounds or so. I don't really think they're actually going to run into any economical issues. It's just very odd what happened there on those entries, obviously just getting destroyed by the worst players. They held back, they played a passive, and that's what I was talking about before. They started to take a lot more of these risks and whatnot, and things just really didn't pay off for them. So playing it to the basics seems to work out the best with the worst players. And doing that did net them another round back over there on round number 26.
Yeah, building up again towards the A side. I feel like even though most teams would heavily favor hitting the B site, quite often, as you said, I think when we were talking previously, you were saying the fact that this map really does come down to how well you can actually perform on the B site. Something that I have noticed is Virtus.pro are very happy to go towards A, actually very, very often. So really it's going to come down again, F1n in this position up close, and Simple, of course, with the AWP holding the long area. So going to see that push coming in. They are going to use the stairs to get themselves into middle, just having a little bit of a push, not really spotting out anything as of yet. Does leave only 2 players here, but one of them is this AWP, and while holding the perfect position, he could easily take down a couple and just retreat back. So it's going to come down to what he can do here. They do look like they're gathering up to just push straight towards long. They're already going to smoke out Simple, so not going to have very much impact in this round at all, and already the swarm is coming in. However, F1n's position again, he's in that backstab role. However, he does have somebody pushing up behind him as well, Neo, the one player who may have just clocked that there could be someone in this position.
Wait a second. He doesn't realize it. Pasha's moving in. He'll be able to grab it. Not going to be the knife kill, unfortunately, but now Arch and F1n move in. They're going to pick up kills. Taz trades out another one. We still have Pasha up on the site, though, but he's just giving away his position, and Arch is going to be able to take him down. So they just absolutely destroy the hold. Again, nicely played here by worst players, moving together as a single unit. And it's not just a one-man show anymore. Arch and F1n do most of the work that time, and it's Virtus.pro's fault, really, for not clearing out that site properly that allows worst players to get back in so quickly.
Well, it's notable as well that that flank from Neo did not pay off at all. F1n ended up taking him down and then rotating back and being completely behind all of the players. So it just made things absolutely impossible. They were being pushed from all angles. And although they did almost get a knife kill on the player trying to ninja defuse the bomb, it is going to be 14-13. And, well, they are spending up all that money. I don't know how much money they have left in the kitty. I think they still have a fair bit to play with, but it doesn't matter. They're not winning the rounds. They're not able to do anything. And Arch using that tree position so very well. A position that a lot of teams actually just straight up Molotov is going to find the first kill onto Bialy, who was going for an entry. However, that was just a fake. And now we see the push coming in. F1n again, the lone survivor on this site. He does seem to be very, very good at playing towards A, possibly a position he actually enjoys. And here we go. Here comes the push. Already a little bit of support pushing in from one of his teammates. F1n is going to find the first, looking for the second. It will be Taz to find one. He finds another as well. Taz finds a third. Huge round coming out from him. Arch manages to trade that kill. It's back to a 2 versus 2 Neo. The bomb at his feet. The boost going to be coming in, but Pasha, he could get in behind. He could completely ruin the round. This could be the end for both these players. They'll peek at once, and Pasha will take down both. That's going to be 15. And now worst players, they're fighting back for overtime once more.
And their money, look, they've just been reset to the only one that can afford a rifle is F1n. The rest are either going to be forcing up with no armor, or they're just going to be having upgraded pistols with utility sitting behind it. F1n, though, not... Jesus. I was about to say, I would expect F1n to, like, drop a rifle at the very least, but no. He's just going to drop the op for Simple, and that's it. That's all he's going to be grabbing this time, along with his upgraded pistol. A smoke for himself, which he's already used. Fix, buying up the Deagle with armor behind it, and a couple more guys just upgrading their pistols. The only other real gun that's up on the board is going to be Arch with the UMP. With the UMP.
Well, also Arch is the top fragger, joined with Taz at the moment in the server. So it's interesting. They're relying an awful lot on Simple here, and he hasn't been particularly good in the last few rounds, to say the least. So a huge risk coming in here, and this could be the game in itself. So betting a lot on one player. It's going to be Fix going down. Quick cleanup. Arch will find one more. He is still doing work. Crush going to be taken down, but quickly we see all the remaining players finished off. Virtus.pro do close out this series, but damn, that was close.
Absolutely, and obviously, as you were mentioning, the whole load of mistakes being made by them, it's going to be rough heading on to their next matchup, which is going to be against another one of the winners coming out as well.
Well, I'm not sure. Do we switch things up, or is it just going to be a straight win against, they're going to play Hellraisers? But
I do not know the way the brackets actually
Because
progress.
if they play Hellraisers, I honestly think they could be stuffed. If they play like that, they've got no chance. Because not only do they have that prolific AWPer on Oscar, but they also have a whole team as well who are like well practiced. They play together a lot. They've added Bondic, who is another player who is very, very good player. So, well, I'm worried for VersePro. I'm hoping that we see the old VersePro sort to come alive, like maybe build into the tournaments.
The plow is what you're looking
for. Basically like you see Fnatic do it sometimes, where they have a shaky start, they start off bad, and then they just push their way into a tournament. That's sort of what I'm hoping for. Otherwise, well, the Polish fans out there, they may just have to go and watch CSGO Lounge instead.
All right, guys. Well, that is going to be the end of the first match here. Over on the mainstream, we are going to see the loser of this match take on SK Gaming, and that should be coming up at any moment. So once again, that'll be Worst Players versus SK Gaming. Here on this stream, the beta stream, I don't think we have another match for another like 2 hours or so. Here local time here in Ukraine, but that should be Flipside versus Godsent coming up here right around 4 p.m. local Ukrainian time. Stick around for that. We'll be back in a little bit with more of the Starliner Invitational.
See you soon.
To guide the lost souls and set them free. So why do I feel you slipping away, slipping away? I'm like a butterfly. Without you, I've no wings to fly. So tell me why do I feel you slipping away, slipping away? Slipping away, slipping away. close my eyes, just let the light take our hand. Oh, we're falling deep into wonderland, into wonderland. Into wonderland. Into wonderland. brighter than the moonlight. Only we know what we're chasing. Addicted to the good fight. And they can't tell us no, 'cause it's not who we are. Gonna rise till we're standing on top of the highest star. We're running on empty, and the world can't touch us now. We'll break through the fire. There's no way to slow us down. We're renegades. And love the vision in your mind. Feel the magic in your heart just racing. Tonight we come alive. And they can't tell us no, 'cause it's not who we are. Who we are. Gonna rise till we're standing on top of the highest star. We're running on empty, and the world can't touch us now. Break through the fire. The way to slow us down. We're renegades.
E-gaming bets. We accept bets on computer games online since 2011. Referral system for regular users and the first deposit bonus. Gaming devices store and the best choice of payment systems. Dota 2 and Hearthstone, Counter-Strike and StarCraft, World of Tanks and League of Legends. EGB.com. You know for sure who's going to win.
Getting tired of playing with the usual skins but don't have enough money to buy a new one? Get rich fast with CSGoFast.com. CS:GO Fast. It's a strong chance of winning in every game. Several rooms with different game modes. Daily, more than 1,000 games, 5,000 players, and 25,000 skins at stake. You don't need much in order to sweep the board.
Angry because you missed a big play? Tired of staying up all night to create highlight videos?
Introducing LiveCap.tv. Simply press the capture button and bam! A highlight from the past 60 seconds will be instantly recorded. Get posts from streamers and fans around the world. Achieve legendary status Kappa.
Welcome back to the Esports Pool Analyst Desk here at the StarLadder I-League Invitational. We're ready for our losers match. It is going to be between SK and VP. No, it's...
Well, it is kind of
no,
VP.
SK and WP.
There we
Excuse
go.
me. Yes, I need to get my ABC correct, and it is WP. So,
You know the alphabet?
Yes,
Paolo?
exactly. Simple's team did put up a very good fight against VP, and they took it to the third map. Unfortunately, they did lose. It was a very close last map on Cobble, and that's what we are going to see now.
I guess the question is, was that the weakness of Pr0, or was it the strength of worst players? I'm going to guess it was probably the first.
Yeah, no, I can never really feel confident in whatever Pr0 are doing at any point anymore. They have good showings here and there, and then they show you the lowest of lows, 2 hours later. So it doesn't instill a lot of confidence in me for like thinking of VP really going forward in this tournament. But I guess you can try to look at it from a positive perspective for worst players. Obviously, we can think of the Copenhagen games for instance, or just their online games ahead of this tournament as a bit of an anomaly and something that shouldn't be what we expect from them.
Yeah, I mean, it's this lineup is basically a lot of young guns from the CIS region. We all know that this region is full of talent, obviously, that just needs someone to guide them through. Not really sure if Simple is the first thing that comes to my mind when you want to have someone give guidance, but fair enough. But
Simple is maybe the person that needs guidance
I
himself
think he
to
does. Yeah,
fulfill
he needs a
Says who?
fatherly figure.
What? What do you mean?
Where does this come from?
Yeah.
No, but I guess
Totally complete player, of
yeah,
course.
But if you want that kind of, I guess, more mature guy to guide them around, they do have a coach in Junta who used to be the coach for Flipside as well. So he can he can be their rock, I guess, in situations like that. And I think it was you who mentioned it because you spoke to them as they were seeing how Simple just got back from the U.S. So that's going to be a massive gap for the Ukrainian guys to actually make up for.
Sorry, Casper, go on.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a point on Vince about the map pool. I'm actually a bit more concerned actually because looking at what the worst players removed in the first matchup, they decided to remove Overpass and Train, which is arguably the two best maps of SK. So for that sense, that's a pretty good beginning for them. Then when you look at the SK veto, we know that they always remove Inferno. Then if they also like to remove their same map as last time, which is Dust 2, then they leave Cache open, which worst players just took down Pr0.
And also, it's going to be interesting to see quickly, Paula, before you get into this, the fact that worst players hasn't been playing Inferno. So now it comes down to also how much is SK paying attention to things. Are they actually going to go through their statistics and see what they should be doing in that veto so they don't use one veto to take off Inferno, a map that worst players is not going to pick anyway?
Do any of you think that worst players were particularly prepared for VP? Because I think it's quite unlikely that they had been putting in a lot of time practicing together for it, considering the structure of the team that they're just coming together as a mix essentially. And so is that kind of worrying that they can do that to VP, even though VP aren't looking so strong, and thus is it pretty worrying for SK to come up against a team that is has essentially not practiced much but is pulling off some pretty good results so far in the tournament?
I think anything is worrying for SK right now. The way they're
being
playing
on the server is really
so no, but like it really is.
Have you watched
SK
games?
SK haven't really shown anything to actually make us not think that way. And that's just how it is. Worst players definitely had a better showing out of the two teams in their first games. So, yeah, not super confident about SK in that sense. But, again, they have the groundwork, and we know that they can play well. And we know that they're inconsistent, and that goes both ways. So you're rarely going to see them have a massive slump where they play poorly over a large stretch of games. And by the same token, they're not going to play extremely well over many games in a row. So they could very easily bounce back and be closer to what we expect to see from SK in this game.
But if they keep attacking bomb sites like they were in the match against Hellraisers, they're not going to be winning any rounds.
It doesn't matter who you play at that point.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you're playing, the
Are you
four
talking about
of us.
VP now? Yeah.
No, I'm talking about SK.
Oh, you said you talking about
SK was horrible. No, yeah, against Hellraisers.
Oh, okay,
they were,
sure. Looking back on it,
an abomination on the T sides. Both
Yes,
maps.
definitely.
It was horrible. We four could be playing on the CT side and defend that off.
Hey,
easily.
come on, this is the, if you're not aware, this is the new team out here. This is why we're doing this analysis
So
together.
you're the real life decoy, and then 3 of us do work. Okay.
Well, who's our 5th, though? That's the main question.
I mean, Matt was pretty good at the show.
If we're going to have to pick between one of the two, I would prefer Henry G.
Just
My vote
putting
out
that
there
out
right now.
there.
Do you not remember they had a recent 1v1?
Well, what tournament was 1-on-1?
Oh, yeah, there was a 1v1 tournament. Another thing, another detail about
I guess we might have to
didn't
bring in
perform too well there.
Well, so who do we want on our team? Do we want Cadian or do we want Sadokist?
I think we were going to just
Juliano.
Juliano.
Buy her out of that Team Secret country, bro.
Yeah, I know. It's going to be a lot of Skrilla, though.
Yeah, but I think we need some sponsors first.
So if anyone out there wants to buy out Juliano's contract so we can get her, email us.
We need a team name, we need sponsors, so we're already pretty far behind with this. Anyway, let's go back to the teams that we're about to see play off against each other. Who on SK, who on WP are the keys to victory? I mean, surely for WP it's going to be simple, but there were a couple of the players on the team that were doing pretty well. I think F1n was having quite a good game, on Cobble? Or
yeah, and he's actually, at least statistically speaking, one of the weaker players in general, so that's quite good. I know that Arch and Fix has some experience, so they could definitely pull through. In terms of the SK side, it's hard to pick out a single player, but obviously we always look towards Pimp, we always look towards Magisk, and Pimp told me that he promised to carry. I don't know, they probably promised
did
that
he say
too
that
many
before
times
the
recently.
Hellraiser game or before now? Okay.
You know, Pimp is actually sometimes delusional. I've heard him say, how he's going to be the best player in the world at like a year ago. I was like, yeah, mate, good luck with that. But he's good, but I mean, best in the world.
Well, I think it would just like having an average performance from Pimp would do them a lot good at this point, because he did not have the greatest 2 maps versus Hellraisers. So obviously he's off, as you said, one of the guys you go to when you look at SK and who's going to be the heavy hitters, him and Magisk.
Yeah.
So if you can have a normal Pimp performance, then that should do a lot for them in terms of just getting
honestly
off to a good start.
Honestly, I'm gonna just look beyond individuals at this point. Like, I want to see them play as a team, as a unit, to look like a team, look like they're actually playing Counter-Strike. That's how they're going to win. They got to be a unit. They got to do things together, play off of one another. If they're not going to do that, they're going to be in deep crap.
And if they do play in that fashion, if they play with a bit more structure, presumably it will make this match easier to handle for them.
Yes.
However, Cadian has already pointed out that they are slightly predictable in the way that they approach rounds, and that their structure has been relatively the same for a while. And so then maybe worse players can take advantage of that.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be less important for this matchup. I mean, obviously, Jonsa probably has done his homework as a coach, but to be honest, I know for like a fact that I don't think these players are the most coachable players. I mean, you can tell them some stuff and they'll listen and they'll have the idea, but they're not the experienced kind of players who can easily read out the situations like other teams can, who has experience with this kind of anti-stratting and knowing what the opponents are capable of doing. So I feel like that is not really going to benefit worse players that much in this game. I feel like from what Nato was pointing on with like hitting the individual level and just running around trying to feel out the game, I mean, you have these players like Simple and so on who can be a game changer. I think it's going to be up to the individual skill, but I really like your point about SK needs to show that they are a team at this point. We don't need no solo carry, some performance. We need a structured team who does things methodically, who does things together, who calls the right things at the right times, because we haven't seen that so far.
And that doesn't mean that when they get a 5-on-3, they're going to take 35 seconds to hit the bomb side and not set one player to be a distraction on the other side of the map. Yes, Iska, I'm looking at you.
Let's take the hypothetical scenario that Simple plays to the best of his ability. He fires off on all cylinders. Can SK overcome that? If he plays to the best of his ability.
They should do. Seriously, not in this situation, the team he's playing with, not one individual should be able to overcome a team that is actually playing well together. Simple as that.
No.
Yeah. Okay. I mean,
it's pretty much what we alluded to when we were talking about Oscar or Nico, for that matter. At the start of the day. simply that you need actually a team to win Counter-Strike games at a high level. It doesn't really matter if one guy's going off; you can still lose the game. And mouse sports and Hell Races have been an example of that many a times.
Yeah.
So yeah, simple firing on all cylinders can definitely make.
You can win them a map, right?
Yeah,
Probably.
exactly.
Yeah. Not a
but
series.
Absolutely not a series, and that's the big thing because we are playing best of threes here.
I'm slightly worried for SK. Of course, VP didn't look too strong, but WP against them, they showed some skill, some potential, and that they had some sort of good form to what they were doing and how they were executing. And if SK
list off every kill because some of them just happen quickly and there's some that aren't that important, but we're focusing on other aspects. If you can't tell who it is, you don't know who got that kill. I mean, I get where people want to go with it, but I think it needs to be implemented in a way that's better. And I think that the in-game name should always come first.
Yes, exactly. That's the way to get around it. Have the in-game name, and if you want to have your actual Christian name and surname there, then yeah, by all means have it afterwards. But it still just makes the things for us very difficult, and like you said, spectators not necessarily getting the best experience as well. But regardless, we are going to be having a pause here. I think one of the players on SK crashed. So they did lose that pistol there. I was just to finish off the thoughts on the pistol. It seemed like SK did a great job to actually get back into the round. Came down to a 2 versus 1, and they went for the plant towards short. And as soon as the bomb got planted, the bomb got wrecked from that short area. Just weren't covering whatsoever. Didn't instead of go for the default plan, which is pretty safe from all angles, they've tried to play the long con, get the short plan down, and try and boost their chances of winning the round. But if you're not going to cover short, that's a pretty difficult move to actually try and defend. And they come around to take down both players, and SK looked like, I think they force bought into this round map. Although this stop has come in, they've maybe had a chance to take stock on this and work out whether this is the right move. I would say it's an interesting one. Mirage can be a cruel mistress in terms of the economy. If you force buy in the second instead of going for the AKs in the third, might be limiting yourself, but still is a quick way to get back into the round. Still looking like we may be waiting for a little while here as SK do look pretty preoccupied.
Hello, Moddy.
And there's someone out of the chair on the worst player's side, so you know.
Oh, there's not? Oh, yeah, there is, right in front of us. I was looking down the line, like, where do you see that? It's all right.
I couldn't tell you who's missing, because I don't really know what they look like apart from Simple, of course.
It's that guy.
It's that guy. There it is. Now we know.
No one ever wants to be that guy.
Full Ukrainian lineup?
Yeah, so a lot of them, there's 3 players here, Arch, Fix, and I think Dima were the core of the Team YP.
Oh, that's right. And that all finished, isn't it?
Yeah, actually someone just tweeted that to me. If I can find it, I'll give you credit for tweeting, as I like to do. And this is not live, just so everyone's aware. Ebot is waiting to continue. So that was sent to me by Janie Juntanen. I'm gonna assume that's how you say your name. Probably wrong, and we'll go with it.
It's fine.
So there you have it.
Okay, Matt, it looks like we are back into this one.
We are ready to go.
Hold on, it's 2-1 though, that's not right.
Well, that's true, you're right. The Ebot's still saying we're waiting to continue,
so
we're not getting into it. But I blame you for fooling us all and thinking that we might be.
Do you know what time it is?
3 o'clock?
No, do you know what time it is for us?
3 o'clock?
No, do you know what question I'm asking?
Oh, it's podcast time.
The question I'm going to ask you though is quite controversial.
Oh,
it's a big topic.
I love these ones. Here we go. Vesa.
Yes, I want to know your thoughts. Can you summarize in
no comment.
A couple of minutes? I think it's probably the best stance to be on right now.
Yep.
Especially the news.
For once, I'm actually being professional. Yep. No comment. Instead of ranting about
I would say
things.
that's probably a good meal. I wanted to see if you were going to do a full run, but I'd say considering the news you read today with the face stuff, I'd say probably.
And we don't even know.
Don't even have a stance
yet.
right now. I think for us, we don't really know enough about it.
And that's just to be clear that phase. There's conflicting reports about that, so that's not 100% true yet from the sounds of it. But I'm not. It's not me to judge. I have opinions on it, but I don't have substantial evidence to back them up either way. So it's not like I can just sit here and talk blasphemy.
I would absolutely agree. I feel like we can see and wait to see how it pans out. We don't know enough facts. Yeah, I think that's the problem with the whole thing right
There's
now.
There's a lot of different.
There's a lot of unanswered questions, a lot of buzzwords being used, and lots of unanswered questions, I would say. And I'm interested to see how that pans out before I start saying my official stance on how that works out. I think it's like the concept's good. It's just the execution so far has been pretty poor. We'll see how that one works out. I'm definitely interested to see whether we can make a system like that work in CSGO. But, you know, time will tell. It's not like our opinion matters.
It's true. Definitely does not. But, Henry.
Hi.
We're still not ready to go, so it's your job to run the podcast.
It is my job to run the podcast. So
we've got new gloves to check out this game and new Easter eggs to find.
Easter eggs on Mirage. We haven't seen those yet, or at least you and I haven't. So we'll see whether we can actually work anything out of that. The miner's going on in America right now. I think, well, just about to start, maybe.
I think we are.
No, is it the miner in America is about to start?
Oh, I thought you said. Oh, I heard clicking.
I'm trying to do podcast.
Yes, the miner in America, the last miner. That's the fourth and final miner. Remember, 2 spots from each. So it's extremely hard to make it through to a major qualifier at this point. If you think about how this, I mean, you had Hellraisers, you had Dignitas, you had Godsent, you had Ints, you had like a bunch of good teams that were all in the European minor this time around, including Orbit under the new org now. The team that made the final last time obviously was Orbit against Hellraisers, and Hellraisers got the spot that time, but this time with 2 up for grabs, they didn't make it through, and Dignitas ends up winning it. So it's extreme, like Godsent, they make 4th overall in Malmo, and now they can't even get to a major qualifier. It is such a hard path. The landscape is so large now and vast, and it's very cutthroat in these regards.
That's exactly what the minor system was brought in to do, to actually allow these teams to have a base and a foundation to actually get themselves to the big stage and show they can actually play at that level. There's a lot of these qualifiers and being a lot of invites being thrown around. I think the minor system works very well in that sense. It's actually been really cool to see it when it's worked out. We're actually seeing some really cool teams make it to the major qualifier and show their best foot and see whether they can actually step themselves up. Another piece of news, Matt, is Liquid have a new coach in the form of Peacemaker.
Yes, this is very interesting to me. So this is sort of the first Brazilian to leave the family, if you will. Gamers Academy, then to Tempo Storm.
Do you think there's any bad blood there from the tweets he was doing?
Don't know, and I'm curious about that. I haven't had time to dig into the story at large. Perhaps you can elaborate a little bit more on that.
Well, I saw some tweets, just like passive-aggressive tweets. I can't remember the context exactly, but it seemed like he wasn't too happy about the situation. Like he just it was very abrupt when he left, and then there was no real normally if he was to leave the team, it would be like massive of like those guys, that group, especially you said the Brazilians, like the family, they'd be saying, "Oh, it's been so brilliant with you. Like we're so sad to see you go." There wasn't any of that going on. It was just
and he came in late.
It was quite somber when he left. It was like quite quiet from everyone. No one was really commenting on it.
Yeah, he came in late because Zeus was their coach before they did when they were Gamers Academy and did the swap for Taco and FNX and sent Bolts and Steel out the door. Steel obviously went elsewhere. Bolts went over to join that roster. They've had good success in North America as of late. They made the finals in the DreamHack Austin event. So,
well, the thing is with Liquid as well, there were rumors about Trip coming in as the coach.
They did try it apparently, and
exactly.
It didn't work out.
I heard for one day, but regardless, like you said, that does kind of make sense. He obviously hasn't played CS:GO at all. Was a very clever 1.6, and he played in CGS as well. In-game leader, one of the great minds of the game. But still, it takes.
Just to go back to the point on Peacekeeper, though, it comes off the back of the Austin defeat, I guess you could say, although they both went on stage and took the trophy together, whatever. Sure. I'm not sure how people feel about that. I don't mind it. That's cool. They have camaraderie. That's fine. But it came right after that, so you have to wonder if it was
because that's like they can't expect to beat Luminosity. It can't be a reason for leaving.
Well, no, that's. I'm wondering if maybe Luminosity, where it's kind of the big brother team, maybe they kind of gave feedback and said, "What were you guys doing?" Or I don't know. It is a weird.
What were you guys doing? Why weren't you beating us?
Well, not that. No, but maybe there was just poor execution, or maybe they saw something, or maybe Peacekeeper just wasn't happy with the results, or vice versa. It's just interesting it came after the Brazilian showdown. Either way, he does bring some tactical prowess to Liquid that's much needed, in my opinion, is more to the point. We can speculate on the past all we want, but looking into the future, I think Liquid's going to benefit from having him.
Well, obviously, I had GB James before, and it's still kind of unclear as to what he brought to the table in terms of a coach. It feels like he did have some tactical understanding. You see from the tweets he does and stuff like that. He does follow the game in that sense. He does actually analyze demos and all that sort of stuff. Whether he actually was having the freedom to give calls and stuff like that, I'm not so sure whether they'd give him the freedom to actually have that sort of input and sort of a tactical aspect. But still, Peacekeeper, I'm sure he'll be given complete full control of the team and it'll be played the way he wants to. And I think Brazilian Counter-Strike is a lot snappier than American. I think they'll be reacting to mid-round calls a lot more, doing a lot of defaults and just kind of playing off their instincts more than actually going for set pieces all the time and all this sort of stuff. But we'll see. I'll be interested to see how that one pans out. I think Liquid definitely is an interesting team right now. The fact they've lost Simple, who's ironically playing this game, that they've looked pretty poor since they've lost him, I have to say. He was definitely influential in their victories at the major and getting themselves a top 4 place.
Absolutely. And Hiko was going on about how he loved playing with him and he had such great, impact in late rounds and making clutch situations, and yet Adren and Simple were at each other's throats.
I think Adren came out in an interview recently and said
he was worse than everyone thought.
Yeah, which is understandable. I think that's. I think he's Simple probably gets off quite lightly with the bad reputation he has of being a toxic player. From what I've seen, and what I've heard, it's a nightmare to play with him, especially when he's in a bad mood or the team are losing.
I want to play in a team with him.
Yeah, you can. Maybe you can go on the R8 map with him.
Yeah, I'll play on a team with him because if he rages, I'll just reach over and slap him, and then it'll be like, "Listen, kid, let's play the game."
Maybe that's what he needs—a father figure from you.
And then if he keeps raging, you just reach over and unplug his headset. At which point, he clearly just unplugs his keyboard and leaves.
That's the problem with him. That's the main problem with Simple. You're so scared of what he might do. And
if I slapped him, he might pick up his keyboard and just smack me with it.
I think that's the problem, lads. There's another Easter egg for you, Matt, on the screen right now.
Oh yeah, look at that. Would you
look
look at that? Just look at it.
Look at it. Look at this. Look at that. Look at this. Any more?
Oh, there's a scratch there. Would you just look at it? Would you look at
Look
that?
at that. That's his style line,
Oh
isn't
yeah,
it?
that in
Arabic
writing.
That's amazing.
They
You
even
look
fit
at
the
that.
texture of
And there's
the
another
map.
little. Is
And
that
it's
Edward?
Edward. That's Edward.
Wanted, dead or alive.
10,000, $1 million US. I'll be right back.
Yeah, we could do that right now. That's amazing.
Let's kill Edward for $1 million. Henry.
Get it on Reddit right now, guys. Be the first to spot it.
Wanted, dead or alive, 10,000 US.
They're going into the kitchen. What's in here?
Edward.
There's some more posters.
Oh, there's more about
green
Edward.
posters. What are the
I don't
green
know what's on
posters?
the green ones. Where are we going?
Flashbangs. Rush B.
Rush B. Drop AWP, Rush B.
That's what SK tried. Didn't really work out for them.
No.
Edward wanted dead or
What's the
alive.
QR code, I wonder?
Scan it. I'll get my phone.
Get your phone out. Get your phone out.
It might be a little bit too late.
We're going into the site as well. Look how badly they want Edward.
Dead or alive?
True, we don't have to kill him. That's a good point. Maybe we should take him in alive. And then when they pay us, we can just free him. Look, they really want Edward.
There's a lot of Edward on.
And then there's a Guardian one, just one Guardian poster for like 3 billion. It's like, yeah, sorry, Edward.
Yeah, he definitely would be the most valuable target for sure. Looks like we're still having these technical issues, guys. You can see SK are missing a player. I think it's Freeze right now. We'll see whether he's going to be getting back into this one, but looks like we'll be continuing talking nonsense here. I will keep the flow going though, Matt. Hold on, give me a second. For those with one of your jokes while I find out.
I don't have any jokes. I'm not a funny guy.
You haven't got anything. Come on, spin me some gold.
We were on to a point before we talked about the Easter eggs. Do you think? Oh yeah, simple. He's a fan of Ibrahimovic, obviously. Yes. His name is Ibrahimovic, and he's finally playing in a football stadium.
That's true.
Someone says that. All right. Well, I'm getting a bunch of conflicting tweets, so we'll ignore the tweets. But yeah. In other news, the minor system for America, you kind of touched on that. We jumped over to the topic as abroad, but yeah, I mean the minor system in America is another chance for teams to basically get into a qualification position. And I think someone like Tempo Storm has to be the favorite going into that again as well. Obviously, Splice will be at the qualifier, as will Cloud9, whereas Liquid and CLG are invited to the next major, hands down. But having teams that are the middle ground of the USA is very interesting right now. It's kind of like the outside the top 10 in Europe, where everyone can kind of beat each other week to week. All of North America is inconsistent, but it's very inconsistent. And there's a couple teams that have made strides that we've seen. Without a Roof just got picked up by Caliber. I don't think that they're actually qualified for it, if I'm not mistaken. But teams like Complexity, TSM, these are opportunities for them to get back in good ground in the North American landscape. But Tempo Storm has to be the favorite for that North American minor.
I would say so, hands down. A lot of unanswered questions there. Cloud9 seems to be getting better with Slemmy.
Much, yep.
So,
although his fragging power is shockingly bad, considering that they're improving so much. So they need to make sure he's getting some kills on the board as well. He seems to be winning a lot of duels or losing a lot of duels on the CT side, rather. Excuse me. Which is at some point that's going to.
They just need Sean back. They just need Sean back, don't they?
Yeah,
just bring back Sean.
All right.
That would be perfect.
Maybe.
Hashtag bring back Sean.
Yeah.
He would just considering what they need right now, just him just back in the team would be so beneficial. He's a player like.
Oh, Caliber is there. I lied.
Are they?
Yeah.
Who else is there?
Energy is there. Shaquille O'Neal's team.
Energy. They're like up and down teams. Sometimes they can be like completely lights out and really cool and like a very tactical team. And sometimes they can be pretty shocking as well. Are Complexity there? Out of interest.
TSM is there. Winter Fox is there. Winout. Oh, Winout's there. That's right. They came in from the other Brazilian team. That's the new Brazilian team.
Yeah, is that what
That's interesting to see. That'll be interesting and worth watching with Nakbit, PKAL, Destiny.
Those are some like old school names as well. That'd be really cool.
Optic, Selfless, so no Complexity.
Wow. Well, Complexity are an E-League, aren't they? So that's the only place where
this is actually quite interesting for the second position. Optic's going to have pressure on them based on their performances as of late. Mixwell's doing well, but needs to be more consistent on land. Winout's going to be really interesting to watch. But top spot, I'm going to say Tempo Storm. Second spot, toss up between Energy, Winouts, Optic, and TSM. But I'm gonna knock TSM out of that too. I'm going to say that they're not.
TSM are looking better.
They are looking better, but I'm still not convinced. I mean, they've committed to Twist as their fifth.
We've casted a few
and
games
he's been
in
playing
ECS
very well, exactly.
TSM. I actually don't think they're as bad as everyone kind of calls them out to be. I feel like they could actually have a chance of winning that. I wouldn't say that's the craziest thing in the world. I feel like the way they're actually just under the radar a little bit. No one's really focused on them. I was expecting much. Like they're actually.
Do you know what the interesting thing is in the minor? According to the core of each team, it is two Brazilian teams and 3 Canadian teams.
How many British teams?
That's not how America works, Henry.
There's some British players over there. So
that's complexity. That's why they're not there.
That's the only team there.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how that's worked out.
Yeah. So Tempo Storm should be the obvious favorite in that one.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Teams that need good performances to maintain good faith. Winterfox, TSM, and Caliber needs to have at least a good performance, but I don't put any of them in the position to go through.
Well, Matt, you get a little bit of a break after, not this
I
event,
do.
but we go to ETS, do some more online stuff after this. So I think we got like 4 or 5 dates after this.
Yep.
And then we've got a big break coming in. So you tweeted recently, maybe not.
Do we have to be dramatic about this?
I'm not being dramatic, saying you tweeted saying you were going to take a break.
I did tweet saying I was going to take a break. Don't remember tweeting, of course, but I did tweet.
Okay. Well, we are back into the game, so we have filled for a reasonable amount of time. I'd say maybe a little bit too much, but still, it's 1-0 in favor of worst players. And I was saying SK had the choice to work out whether they wanted to force buy into this after that pause came in. And it looks like they are going to continue with that mentality after they got the bomb down in the pistol. Like I said, most teams will be buying up in the third, but they've gone with the Tech 9s, 3 smoke grenades, in fact, in the second. And this could be interesting. You'd assume a set piece coming into here, maybe start off with a default. Try and work out if there's any CT aggression coming in. They fall back to an AXQ. Could do the same towards B. We'll see what kind of mentality they have going into round number 2. We'll have a look at the buy for worst players as well. M4s, 2 of those. A Famous, a Scout, and an MP9 and Crush. 2 players from SK Gaming going towards the A side of the map. They're lining up for smokes here. So this could be maybe an A split coming in. You can see the bomb towards top and middle, 2 players in underpass. I'd assume that's what's going to happen, but Simple looking towards that underpass area with the Scout. Going to be falling back for now. This could be an A split coming in nice and fast.
Crush has spotted this, though, so they're going to have the information, and they've already lined them up. Simple, good shots, 2 at that from the 5-7, making a 3rd, and he's looking for the 4th. He's going to find it. Simple just dominates as they come through into the site. And he's gone back to just Simple, not Simple, Ibro Simplevich.
Yeah, that was pretty brutal, and SK pretty lackluster execute, I have to say. I'd have preferred them just to do a simple wall of smoke, trying to get the bomb down at least. They just ran through connector. They should have been getting wrecked from short, to be fair, because they didn't even smoke off towards that area, but it was lucky no one was facing for that point. But Simple, look how easy this is. It's not even that much of a challenge for him. They're not looking at him. Just getting completely destroyed by the 5-7 there. 1 clip, gets 4 kills. Why not? 2 you would assume this would be a full eco now. For SK Gaming, it will be. They've got 4 Glocks and a P250. Just going to be walking into B to their short demise. As the double incendiary comes in as well, just roasting up there in the balcony. And I'm not even getting hyped about that round. It's going to be easy if Crush picks up 4. Finnan gets 1 as well, 3-0. And this is where the game really starts. SK Gaming had a shocker against Hellraisers earlier, 2-0, only got 10 rounds total over 2 maps. We're hoping to see better results here. They should be beating worse players, that's for sure. But so far, hasn't gone too well. Simple sticking on towards the Scout here. No warp for SK Gaming, so that's not too much of a huge deal. And they've got 5 AKs and limited utility. They haven't got any Molotovs here. They have got the smoke grenades though.
Well, Simple's trying to see above said smoke, but this is better position for Arch, who's watching toward a Cillian. Simple's going to go for a very early rotation back toward the CT stairs because they had an aggressive stance inside of the A site, so it was going to be a push-up towards Shadow and no one to anchor. So they've given up middle. They've relinquished that position entirely. This will give a Cillian the comfort to try and probe out exactly what's going on inside of the connector. But Simple's going to be watching this. Nade in. Not as much damage as you would have thought done because he gets up on top of the box, which does deter most of the blast radius, but 79 down.
Well, that's the first objective complete for SK Gaming. They've got map control now. Player towards the ladder room, one in towards connector as well. This is what they want. They want to execute on towards the A side by the looks of things. A bomb going back towards T-spawn as well. Modi is waiting there for any flank coming in from the CTs. They're not pushing so far. You'd expect after losing those key positions, they may be pushing towards the B apartments or trying to get something back here, but they're quite passive. And Terrorists have only 1 smoke remaining. That's the problem for SK right now. They'll probably smoke off towards CT spawn. and trying to allow the players to come out towards Connector. But the first exchange comes in, flashbang from the CT towards Connector. They find that first kill onto Acilia, and that's a massive scalp to take. And now the rest of the Terrors making their way in from A-ramp.
Shot in from Fix, but that's a big whiff. M4 shot to a side player, not looking. Maudy's able to turn back and catch him, but Arch is there, and he'll make up for it until Freeze arrives. So still down to just a 2 versus 3 on what could have been an easy 4 versus maybe even 1 at this case if you consider the frag that went the other way as a result of that missed shot. Either way, Simple's on the scene. Bomb gets planted, though. That's more money given to SK, but it will go to 4-0 now for worst players. And Henry, someone's messaged me saying that we missed an Easter egg.
Which one?
The TV on the way into B Apartments.
Oh, cool. The one everyone knows as they're running past it?
Yeah.
The most destroyed TV in the world?
Yep.
I didn't see that. That's pretty cool.
You'll have to keep your eye out for it.
I will. But yeah, SK Gaming, like I said, perfect started around. They get Connector, they get ladder room, but just didn't have anything to actually execute into the site with. They were very slow as well, very apprehensive. And like I said, it was just a matter of time before the CTs reacted to it. They flashed in towards that Connector area, took down Acidian, and that was the game up at that point. It was very clear they were coming towards that A site. They tried to push their way through the A ramp and just got completely mowed down by the crossfires. And they will be doing a partial buy going into round number 5. It's going to be Tech 9s across the board and some armor, a couple of smoke grenades, and you would assume it's going to be similar results. They're not going to be going for a set piece. It's going to be a default stance at the beginning of the round. Arch looking towards the underpass there. He has dropped himself a smoke to give him a little bit of cover here. Can use that to spot towards the top middle as well. Smoke coming in from the terrorist, so to take away his vision. So that locks him out for now. And they have got control of the Connector once more. It's going to be Acidian in the same position. Just get completely destroyed here before by that flashbang. Let's see whether they can act a little bit faster here. Looks like 3 players will be trying to get through this zone. Maybe could go towards short here, but the bomb is still down towards T-spawn side of the map. Acidian now edging through the smoke. Is this a good idea?
No, absolutely not. That was far too easy for Arch. He may pick up a second one. They're going to bump into each other. He knows it, but he can't find where Pimp's gone, and Pimp finds him first with the Tech 9. So they got a chance again to get a bomb down. This would be big because it's going to go to 5 rounds. And if they can get, well, that's gone. Simple just shutting out Modi. There's no more execution. There's no more smokes to get across the site. That works for one. AWP picked up. Knows where Fix is. Okay, this changes it. Now the bomb can cross over. It's down to just 1 player remaining. But the bomb's dropped by Crush late.
He's down. So it's going to be up to Magic Boy with the AWP. No bomb. Time ticking away. Has 30 seconds here.
This is the thing, because they're going to get the full loss bonus, but a bomb on top of that, they're going to have a full buy of anything that they want.
This is quite smart from Pimp out. Taking the vision wave and the CTs. And right now, he should be able to be guaranteed a plant at this point. Very low HP, but the AWP, if he finds the first kill, still a possibility. Give himself some cover on the site, gets the first shot, takes down Crush with the headshot. Now it's the 1 versus 1. And he lets it as well. Great stuff from Pimp, from Magic Boy.
These names, it'll get you.
That's the problem. But still, great round from him. Superb
Huge
stuff.
round. That is so big. I mean, still a buy because there's a bank built up on worst player's side, but SK winning in the situation that they had on the force buy, that's a bit massive. I mean, that's what started it all. That flank out, you called it, that he was coming around and getting that AWP. The last 2 shots, very impressive.
What a massive play from them. This boy stepping up just when it was needed. And now they go into round number 6 with the AKs, and they get the first kill as well as Modi take down Fix. And with players like Simple in the team, do you feel like he could be tilting incredibly hard right now, Matt, after that?
Freeze gets to the cubby to cover off mid, make sure no one can push down from Catwalk, rather, and that'll allow them to wrap around faster. No one was really watching through Connector, though, so they're lucky anyone inside of A wouldn't have been able to see back through toward the Catwalk position. And filling inside of the site has an easy shot, easy task of dropping down Larson. Acidian, that is. God damn you.
It's good, isn't it?
It's good.
It's really fun.
We haven't had a chance to actually see much of these gloves yet, but we will in a moment, I'm sure.
Well, 3 players remaining for SK Gaming. They have got time to play with it. 50 seconds on the open freeze. He's going to be looking for that first pick, hoping SCT just gives their position away. He's going to be crushing and filling on the water bomb site here. Just holding up. Terrorists do have flashbangs to work with, but just hoping that a CT exposes himself. No, I think they just did spot one there.
Freeze is trying to find something as well. Shot down easily by Philin as he crosses over toward the bench. Low HP, snaps up, takes down Magic Spoy, and that's an answer back to a reset that came in. Thankfully, they won that eco, but they're still going to be in a very desperate position right now.
There's the replay of that superb clutch.
That was sick.
Both headshots, why not to finish it off? Magic Spoy, one of the strongest and most talented players on the team. And he
So-
saw his first tournament in December 2015.
Freeze is going to have an op in the next round. So they've left him on 58. That or he can double drop. So this depends on where the others ended up. I didn't quite catch it. There you go. You just saw it. It has the Star Ladder arena that we're in on the TV.
They've done a lot of cool stuff here.
They have.
Well,
I haven't seen these gloves yet, though. For
which gloves are you talking about?
Worst players. We've seen the SK
Oh, I
ones,
think this has got
obviously.
the WP, the silver logo on them.
Oh, did it? Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't get a chance. But the SK ones still look pretty cool.
Yeah, they're pretty basic.
I think the Hellraisers ones are my favorite.
The SK ones are cool, you're right. So here we go then.
Nice catch.
We do go into round number 7. It's going to be Freeze picking up that Desert Eagle headshot. The Deagle, so deadly on Mirage. A lot of long-range angles and tight choke points you can go and face, but there's been heavy damage inflicted towards him for getting that kill. But still, the man advantage for now. They haven't got any utility to work with here. So it's come down to more magic like that to actually get themselves into the round. Boosting up towards the window. Going to have full control of that as well. There is going to be Simple waiting for them, though. And that's definitely a difficult prospect as they start edging their way towards B now.
Simple catching off Magic Spoy, though, is making things easier still for worst players, who are proving to not be the worst. At least in this game. Easy shot to Maudie, low HP. Does get caught by Pimp, though, filling over top of the backside of the van. That's changed and exchanged in favor of Crush and Simple, though, when they do arrive inside of the site fully and completely. Worst players now sitting in a 6-1 scoreline.
Yeah, recovering after that blunder of a round.
Yes, absolutely. But there is going to be a buy here. As mentioned, Freeze had 5,800 in the last round, saved and accumulated to move forward. So they should, if he doesn't go once we get back in, I'm not sure.
These guys are like a very young team, I have to say.
There we go. So he did go for the AWP.
Yeah, they're basing their entire round.
This is interesting. So Simple's going to flash them in. Oh, is it late, though? Super late. That costs them. That's entirely on Simple. That late flash, they were already committed to the arch, and they easily walked around it into a crosshair placement. If that flash had been timed, that's an easy 2 kill the other way.
Yeah, that round's over. And it's one SK Gaming desperately needed as well. They were just going a contact play towards the A-bomb site, and it's actually the CTs trying to change things up. It's a good call, actually, just to show that sort of aggression after the terrorists maybe on a weaker buy. And actually, Molly get gifted 2 kills there. Didn't really have to work too hard for them as well. Like you said, the flashbang came in very late indeed. He picks up 2 with a Galil, and just holding for the pushes from short there. SK get the 3rd kill, and it's just going to be filling remaining here. He's heading towards the B apartments. Can't really do much about this. He's got an M4 in hand, and just hoping he can hold on to the weapon here. But it will be 6-2 SK Gaming. We said this is their pick, and it's a map they're famous actually being pretty comfortable on. Round number 8 will be going in favour of the Danes. 4 players staying alive as well. That just helps the economy grow.
Oh, that smoke. It's still there. I thought it might have been gone by now, but it's not.
Look at the CT money. I think they had enough to force they wanted to. They could drop 1, maybe drop a couple of Famases. It would be really, really tight buy, but they could do if they wanted to. It would make sense right now to kind of drop one of those rounds. It could reset the terrorists and not allow their money to get out of control. We'll see what they decide to do. Replay for you there. So the buy does come in, so you can see, yeah, one player's they had the option to get the orb or drop 2 Famases there. Simple, of course. A player like him, it definitely makes sense to get him on the AWP. Let's see what he can do as we go into round number 9. It's going to be Crush on towards that CZ. Filling in with the Famas. You can see there's so little utility for the CT, so just 1 smoke remaining now after about 20 seconds of the round. And you can see SK Gaming is holding up. Very passive hold here. Don't want to give anything away. Don't allow any sort of aggression to come in from the CTs. They'll probably hold up in this sort of mentality for the next 10-15 seconds. Going to be going towards mid now. Slowly dissecting the map. Smoke comes in to take away vision from the window. Molotov towards connector. Just pushing them back now. Very default stuff. Crushes in towards that ladder room with the CZ. So he could find something from this as the smoke comes in.
Exactly that. Smoke toward the window late. Pimp going to work down onto the catwalk, crossover, spot into connector at the same time. Flash out. That will force Crush to look away because it bounces in front of his vision. But this pistol needs to be dead accurate. Yeah, it's nice not. Boost is going to be working too because F1n almost caught that. He came out late to try and compensate that position. Expecting, I'm not sure what, because there was 2 players facing perhaps that they would go inside of the ladder. Great shot from Simple. This will start things off. He follows it up. Down goes Magic Spoy. And now the round turns completely in favor of worst players.
What a play there from Simple. Just coming in from short and hits a absolutely sick headshot. His teammate finds 1. And now they have got a huge favor going into the A-bomb site. It's going to be the plant coming in with 10 seconds remaining. The CTs are all over towards B. So still a chance here for SK Gaming. But this is pretty sick stuff from worst players. And now they're going to be on the full retake now. So it gives chance for SK Gaming to reposition themselves and actually going to be having one player towards Shadow here. That's an interesting position considering could have got towards Palace, but Freeze, he's the player it's going to come down to. He's got vision of the bomb from Connector. Let's see if he can make anything of this. Unfortunately for him, Arch comes in from towards short, and it's just going to be now Modi left in a horrible position. As Simple just rips his head off as well. So SK Gaming having a huge advantage going into that B bomb site. What a play this was. It's on your screens right now. This shot was something special from Simple. Takes down Asilian, and pretty simple procedure on that one, but still amazing work for Simple to even get them back into that round. Clock goes down once again for SK Gaming, so still definitely have enough to buy going into round number 10. Just be Modi's on towards the Tech 9 by the looks of things. This is when you probably assume you'll see a set piece coming in, one of the wall of smokes. We'll see what they decide to do. 3 players towards A. No double orbs yet for worst players. This could be relying on Simple's orb, and this is what we talked about at the major. You know, very aggressive and impactful player for whichever team he's on. And he's definitely showing that so far.
Smoke in from Fix. Pimp on the other side of that. Be slightly obstructed, but the timing isn't going to really affect him. They're still waiting for 2 players to get out from the underpass and take over some possession of middle. They've lost that already. Boost immediately from Audi, and Archer's waiting in the window. Wall of smokes will go across the site. This is the basically Na'Vi style smoke strategy. And it does work out to find them 2 kills on the entry, but Simple's still inside of the site itself. Oh, he can't find it though inside of the smoke. He's going to go. I thought he was just going to get on it. I thought he was just going to go immediately for the Ninja. Gets caught, but does still land the shot on Asilian. 13 HP and Simple nails it.
How does he survive that? But it's going to be a 3-on-2 now. Pimp coming in very late from the A ramp. There'll be flashbangs coming over. We've got Frisk towards jungle here. So still a very difficult prospect for the CT. He's definitely not clean cut, and that's definitely good. Complicates things. And now that's going to be a really, really good round there from Freeze coming in. The smoke was on the bomb. They're having very good crossfires. Pimp was late as well. He gets the spray through the smoke, and Freeze coming in to get the final spray down. That's actually broken the economy of the CTs as well. So a much needed round for SK there. Like I said, they only got 5 rounds on both maps against Hellraisers. So although it's not looking too good yet, this is looking promising considering the bite coming in from worse players now. They're just going to have a Desert Eagle, PT50s, no nades, no kits. Just going to be hoping they can roll out some Deagle magic here. But SK, this is a big game for them. They really should be taken down. I don't want to use the term mix, but it's a team that's definitely not an org, and one's been formed very recently. Shouldn't really be at the tournament. The only reason they are here is because the Chinese teams couldn't attend.
Well, that's the thing. And yet they're looking like they're up to the task of being in the tournament, at least, by giving VP a bit of a run, a bit of a scare, if you will. And now putting SK back to the ropes. 3 rounds, though, on the T side. 4 players stacked up in B right now as worst players losing 2 on the bounce are finally forced to an eco. And this is going to be a pretty straightforward take on the A site. SK can start to really build back into this. And just bouncing the Molotov in underneath of Shadow, clear it off, holds the angle with the M4, making sure anyone under there doesn't scurry away freely. But they've cleared it. It's done. The single kill, and the site is theirs.
It is. That's going to be the round over this point. The B stack didn't work out for worse players there. Just going to be rotating in, not really much to lose. It might as well try and get some exits or some aggressive kills as they come back towards the bomb site. 2 PT50s. Nothing to lose, not a lot to gain. Asilian holding towards that vent area, not really going to get anything out of this, as all 4 players will be heading towards the CT ramp. At this point, if worst players can find some kills, they may make some players get down with the bomb, that could be beneficial, but it's not going to happen. SK pick up the first 2 kills, looking to get the 3rd here. Simple just falling back. I'm not even sure what he's trying to say. He's got a silent USP. He doesn't want to give them the $300 from getting the kill at this point. As they do reposition themselves, SK will be opting out of the round, keeping all 5 players alive. Pretty successful round for them. It's going to be 7-4. Not sure how strong the money is going to be for worst players here. That would be fantastic. I don't think they'll be able to get the AWP. We'll see. Yeah, Simple. He's on $3,400. They probably need another eco here. But I don't get to see the money, Matt. I get to see this.
Yeah, me too. It's fine. Yeah, I mean, 2-3 rounds, they should be double eco. Yeah, they are. No, there's an M4 there.
Yeah.
There is an M4 there.
Just
okay.
production. If I could just see the money at the start of the rounds, that would be very much appreciated. Anyway, 3 Vamuses, 2 M4s. They are forcing this for sure. And it's going to be no kits, no head armor. Doesn't really matter too much. They have got a Galil there, so it could be, and an M4, so it could actually influence the round somewhat. It's going to be a fast round from SK Gaming, going to be going straight into the A site.
Into the A side with smokes out against them, though. The counter smoke. Simple gets caught, though. Great shot from Madi as he gets up on top of Tetris. This gap that he can play in. He can be Storm in the clouds, but it is going to be a bomb going down. Arch trying to get above on this ticket booth, and as soon as he makes his move to try and catch off the planter, a flash comes through that limits his movement entirely, and Madi is still in the same position. Arch will now fall without even getting back in the sight. Crushes on the save. He's out. He's out and greeted by Freeze and back into Connector. Where does he want to hide? There's nowhere to hide.
Yeah. Round over, and that's a very simple play from SK Gaming, reading the economy pretty well. They knew the money wasn't going to be fantastic for the CTs there, so just went for a very simple play. 3 players who are towards the LR ramp, towards the Palace as well, just working the frags and just abusing the low buy of the CTs. Just didn't have the utility to even hold them off there. Bounces and M4s and nothing much else, and they're going to go into round number 13 here with PT50s and USBs once again, so SK Gaming making a convincing case and getting them back into this one. 7-5, almost certainly going to be 7-6, and this time worst players will be stacking towards the A side, looking to actually get the kill towards Palace area. 4 players into that area, pretty unorthodox, but they will have Modi waiting for them as well. He gets the first one. Can he get the second? He can't. F1n takes him down, but that's enough information for them to just go, yep, let's just go towards B. And we'll be rotating right away. Pimp holding the back. I didn't think I saw the TV there, but
don't worry about it.
I believe you. It's there.
It is there. Shot held to the window of Checker, and they're actually going to rotate off of this, having the AWP onto Simple. Bomb is planted, so what a round recovered from SK, just whittling down the economy and then picking up 2 on the bounce breaks the economy of worst players. And when they get guns back up in the last, it's another successful take. And yet the same Magis Boy has been the one that stepped up in multiple occasions now. They're going to just look for exits here, grab more guns to complement that, which Simple has, but he has to be so careful now in this underpass. If Pimp even thinks about going that direction, he's only got 12 HP.
Well, they do manage to pick up the AK-47, but that's actually pretty
the
good
nades.
news. He gets taken down. That would have been actually pretty beneficial.
I don't know why he doesn't just run to A and save it.
That's what I was about to say. If you can just save that, the money's in a pretty dire situation. But it looks like SK Gaming will be getting firmly back into this game. It was looking pretty horrible for them. It was like 5-1 at some points, and it's now going to be 7-6. So Simple can buy the AWP. You're almost certain that he will. There it is. So round number 14. And this is where SK Gaming really do have control of the situation. Once again, you can see Simple's on the glass cannon. And there's only 1 kit available as well. So let's see where they decide to go. Looks like another A-sided attack here. 4 players towards the side of the map. 2 in Palace, 2 towards lower ramp. And they're going to have 1 player patrolling towards middle as well. That's going to be a Cillian. And you assume it's going to be another contact play here. Something quite simple. Some smoke's coming in. There's the first kill. It's a Cillian towards short. He actually takes down the AWP as well. That's the glass cannon. Makes it a very simple frag. On towards Simple. No less.
You can't complicate things when you have Simple twice. Can you, Henry?
Agreed. Well, now at this point, SK don't really need to do anything. They don't need to make the next move here, but they're going to anyway. Smoddy gets gun towards Fix. That should be the round secured at this point. Not really much Arch can do there. Goes for the full spray. Committed. Takes Smoddy down to 1 HP, but that's all he'll do. And now the last 2 CTs just have to save their M4s. It's going to be F1n and Crush towards B. And this is SK Gaming tying things up here. 7-7. And this is starting to look like what we expect from SK Gaming. Maybe they're kind of warming up to the tournament now.
Shot from F1n, trying to hold on. I mean, that's just it, warming up. It's double elimination. They're in the lower bracket. They've got to win out the entire way through if they want.
It's the funnest, it's the most fun way to do it, Matt.
It is the most fun.
You get the most games.
And well, yes, but you also
if
get
you love the game, you get as many matches as possible.
To be fair, anyone who loses 1 game gets the same amount.
Yeah, but it means you get more. If you lose the first game, you get the most possible games you can possibly play.
Yes. You're right. Not sure it's the most fun way to do it, though.
Well, I did see the TV there. Pretty cool stuff. I think that's the last of the Easter eggs on this map. I think you've seen them always. So the flashbang map, the flashbang poster, sorry, the Edward poster, the TV. I think that's it. But we go into the final round of the first half here. It's going to be all back on towards Simple. He's been pretty quiet the last few rounds, but it's these 4 spies that haven't been working out for worst players here. Still can win the half, though. That's the headline here. Double AWP set up for SK Gaming. It's going to be Friss and Magis Boy awarding those. And after his performance in that clutch situation, can't really deny his prowess with the weapon. Not going to be forcing their way into any sort of situation just yet. They are going to have 2 players towards middle, 1 in underpass as well. It's a Cillian once again. Looking for more of a default here, trying to get him in towards that connector area. Seen it time and time again. Sometimes it works, sometimes it goes horribly wrong. This time it looks like he will be pushing the CTs back with that set smoke and boosting up towards window here. And actually, there's no presence from the CTs whatsoever.
Yep. That's not where you throw the op to get rid of it. You throw it through the grate behind you, Freeze. You were 6 steps away from putting it in an ungrabbable position. But all right then. You're right, no one inside of the window. They're easily going to be able to put a Cillian up in that position and just cover off any rotations. 2 inside of B, 3 inside of A right now for worst players. They haven't, to be fair, put a lot of pressure on mid in general on this CT side. The first 3 or 4 rounds they did go toward a standard window position. They had some catwalk presence, but we haven't seen them get aggressive, and they're often at the 1 minute mark giving it up entirely and playing inside of the site. Fix gets aggressive, meanwhile, though, on Palace to change things up to compensate for that. Gets information, falls back, and they're able to get a second shot onto Pimp. But a Cillian has got Arch coming out from jungle.
There we go then, it's going to be a 4-on-3 in favor of the CTs here. Simple does manage to find another kill as well, but it's going to be Magisboy answering back. 3 versus 1 up to him with the M4 in hand. He has got the bomb as well, but only 20 seconds to work with. Player of his caliber definitely has the potential to win these rounds, but still, this is a very difficult stretch for him. Does get the first kill towards Fill-In, but that's all he'll get. It's going to be worst players winning the first half here, 8-7. Fantastic start for them, actually. Had a huge lead going into that one, but it was that amazing clutch from Magisboy who actually got his team back into this game. They managed to get a couple of rounds off of that and bring it back to 8-7. So, you know what? At least it's better than what we saw this morning, I have to say.
Much better. I mean, they're obviously up against a different opposition entirely, but
you still expect them to win these games pretty comfortably. But obviously, worst players did take VP down to a 3rd map. They're obviously here to play. Yep. And still not on the woods just yet for SK. That's enough, though. 7 rounds on the T side. They win the pistol. That's pretty much it locked down for me, at least. But if they lose a pistol, that makes things pretty problematic. We'll see what they can do.
Well, it's a different atmosphere, different look on SK, considering how they looked when the half started, especially after the performance against Hellraisers. Still not clean cut. So Cillian sits in the middle. He seems the most quiet and contemplative right now. In fact, he looks the most stressed when you look down the line.
Why is Cadian not there anymore?
Does that really bother you?
Yeah.
Why?
He's supposed to be the mascot. If you don't have your mascot there, what are you?
He is funny looking, I'll give you that.
Well, here we go then. It was Mirage that was SK's pick, and so far they are trailing after the first half. I'll be swapping over to the CT now, but this is when Frisk can really come to life. This is where he is. This is his bread and butter. Defensive AWPing on a map like Mirage. He can choose his position every single round. He should be coming to life here dramatically, but the problem is Simple's going to be on the T side as well. And we saw it at the Major, what kind of stuff he can do on the aggressive side of the AWP. So it's going to be very interesting to see who comes out on top in that
regard. Well, I think there's one player not sat right now. I think Maudie has actually gotten up and moved, unless I just can't see him, unless he sat back the entire time there.
I can hear the timeout coming to an end now. So spirits look high in the worst players camp, which is nice to see. High fives, smiles, a rare smile from Simple.
Rare smile.
Well then, here we go then. Second half.
Even when he smiles, there's a radiation of green that comes from him.
Okay. Worst players with 4 sets of armor here. It's going to be fixed with the smoke and the flashbang. It looks like they'll be choosing to send most of their firepower towards the B apartments right now. Well, that's where the bomb will be, at least. Simple there. He's got the armor, bomb, and decoy. But the CTs are pretty aggressive here, watching towards that B apartments and see whether they can get that first kill, replicate some of the magic we saw from the CTs. 3 kills for worst players in this position.
Just quite, he can't quite land the shot. In fact, comes out far worse for wear. Very bad off, in fact, as he falls away entirely. That's going to give the kill to Fill-In. Crush comes out with 2. And worst players looking excellent to charge into this B site, get bombed down, and there's only 2 players left already on the rotation. No kit either. Maudie, now the last of the 5 that started this round. It's Simple to close it. 2 very fast kills, execution style, and it is 9-7.
Wow. Very basic round there from worst players. Just contact play towards the B site, and But this boy, like I said, he needed to step up there. He needed to find at least one kill before he went down. He does a little bit of damage, but ultimately, Simple took him down, and they swarmed the B bomb site, and just didn't actually drop a single frag there. So very convincing stuff. I said to SK, if they won this pistol, I was very certain they were actually going to win this map, but now I guess it's very problematic for them. They're going to be forcing into the second, of course. It's going to be 5-7s across the board, apart from Frizz. He'll just be the AWPer, so he doesn't invest a single dollar into this round. Just USP, nothing else. And now we have worst player setting up into a default. They haven't got any presence towards the A side of the map there. That's an interesting idea, considering that they don't really have control over what may be coming around the back. But I guess you have got Fix on the T steps, looking for any pushes. Really going on right now. It's going to be a 4-man stack from the CT towards the A site. And at this point, it's just up to worst players to establish where that stack may lie.
Crush going around catwalk once more. And like you said, that stack may lies in A. They're going to find that out very quickly with this positioning. Freeze, though, could get on their heels quite quickly. In fact, there's still one more player rotating down. Oh, this timing, though. I think he's going to be exposed at exactly the wrong moment. Does actually pick up Arch. We don't quite see that on camera. Vasilian's going to follow up into Simple. So SK getting 2 kills that potentially shouldn't have gone their way. And bomb goes down. But they've got armor and 5-7s now picked up into a Galil. This could be lethal and an AK. Now, is it worth saving, or do they go, considering they've got the man advantage? Now that they've got the kill on Crush, this is go time. Absolutely go time. No kit. They just need to buy time and space right now on the worst player's side.
Yeah. Surely they've got this, but it's going to be a 2 versus 1 now. And Fix coming to life with 3 kills. There's going to be Modi remaining. Here comes that dual vision again.
It's going to actually be picked up. Fix closes out everyone. 4 kills overall, and those guns picked up. As soon as they got that kill on Crush, they committed to it. They knew that they had a chance with 4 plays too, but no one could find Fix. And at that point as well, with no kit, the bomb was essentially gone anyway.
I couldn't actually tell who won the round when that dual thing came in.
Don't worry about it.
But you had it. You had my back. It's fine.
I got you.
But there it is. Fix. 3 versus 1. Actually, I guess it's a 4 versus 1 at that point, but that's a massive round for him to win. That crushes the morale of SK Gaming. Looked like they had that in a 4 versus 2, and actually a huge advantage, but he manages to win the round. I heard a lot of shouting coming from our confined room, so they seem very pleased with that result. 10-7 now, full eco for SK Gaming. Have dropped the first frag. It is Freeze that goes down first.
And they are stacking once more on the A site. But as you say, with Freeze already gone, they've got some information. They probed it there. They're going to sit inside the middle right now and not walk into B, perhaps anticipating that if they stacked A last time, they'd stack B this time. And that thought process is leading them to exactly what SK would have liked to start things off. Fix finding Magic Spoy, though. Modi getting found, and they did rotate the other 2. So A is going to be taken. Round going to be done. It'll be worst players on 11 rounds. To the 7 of SK when we finally get guns out. Suns out, guns out, Henry.
That's what you normally say.
I don't have any guns.
Well, the safety's on for now. I'm sure you'll relinquish them at some point. Anyway.
Safety's on, out of ammo. All kinds of problems.
Out of ammo. Anyway, it's going to be the first gun round here. We have got Frizz, of course, on towards that AWP. And we'll see whether he can step up here. We said this is with the map, but he's going to be very tantalizing indeed. It's his most important status, I would say, in terms of defensive warping, move around the map. And it's going to be a Cillian with the first confrontation here. Spraying for the smoke, gives his position away. Now will the terrorist be able to take him down? He's going to be spotted. Lots of confusion going on. No one capitalizing just yet. It's going to be Arch finding the kill. Headshot, of course, taking down a Cillian. 5-on-4 in their favor. And now they will be heading towards that B side as well. Boosting up towards short. Looking for the next kill here. Not going to be committing just yet, as there is a decent smoke from SK, just locking them out for now.
Simple inside a ladder. Good position to have on this T side, but it needs to open up the map. And in order to do so, there's no need for him to get hasty. He's just going to sit and wait for his teammates to get in a better position onto the A site and strike when the moment is hot. Henry, it's always hot when our moments are together.
Extremely hot.
Our moments are always hot.
It's warming up for Modi as well. He's going to get that kill down, and he drops the bomb as well. This is very important stuff from him. Manages to get to and stay alive as well. A ton of information gathered and given SK the man advantage now, boosting himself up towards the balcony as well. This is actually a great position for him. Philip won't have any idea
Yeah.
Now this should be around guaranteed after Modi's heroics there.
19 HP.
Oh,
yeah, that's the
okay.
problem. Simple was waiting that entire time.
How's he got
So it would have
there?
been so easy to find it out. Well, he was in ladder the entire time. They rotated back over toward the A site, so he just comes out late. Magisk wasn't in position to catch him when he rotates over from B, and it's all down to Freeze. He needs to stop this bomb plant from coming in, but committing to that means he's exposed to Phil, and he's gotten a lot closer than they expected. Can't hit the no-scope. Oh, second effort. Equally unsuccessful, unfortunately, and that's now going to give worse players the first gun round as well.
Well then.
Easter eggs?
Where are they?
Don't know. Don't see them here.
Well, I'll tell you the money momentarily. But yeah, another round. It looked like Modi had saved the day there. Those 2 kills he found towards that lower ramp out were very impressive. The fact he got the bomb down as well. And I thought at that point he'd just be falling back. He managed to get the kill on towards Arch and reposition himself in a lovely state of affairs. But it's Simple coming in. And we'll see how SK can bounce back from this. Looks like it'll be 13-7 because they've got 5-7s, Deagles, and a USP right now. And looking like they will be focusing towards the B side now at this point. Jumping up, looking for information here, but it'll be denied. Does manage to take down Arch though. No reply just yet, and there it is. Simple does take him down, but still, they have got the information, and it's going to be a second shot. I was going to say Simple was going to get, but looks like this could get interesting though. As I say that, worst players find 2 more kills, and that's going to be the round secured at this point. Simple does find his second kill, and now it's just up to Modi. 4 versus 1, 5-7 in hand, bomb down, no kit.
No kit.
Any other variables you want to chuck in there?
Yeah, he has full ammunition though. It's a positive one that I threw in that time, Henry. I'm allowed to be a positive person. Sometimes. They're hunting for him, Henry. But they're not going to find him because they're going out through CT. Simple needs to leave. And not lose AWP. So Modi will survive and save the 5-7, Henry.
He will. It's a valuable weapon to save, of course. 13-7. This is getting very scary for SK Gaming, I have to say. They go back in with their AWP, and they'll have a look at the scoreboard quickly. It looks like Pimp's having an okay game. Asilian on 7 for 16. It's not like the fragging's not there for them. It's just these very big rounds are not going in their favor. They're going to be going aggressive this time. 2 players up towards middle. This can be the get out of jail card for a lot of teams, but it's going to be 4 for worse players actually committing towards the A side here. So we have got Crush flashing up. It's perfect as well. Could he find a kill out of this? We're not going to find out, but we're going to see what happens on the A side of the map.
Smokes out to cover jungle. Not one on top of the stairs, though, and there's a gap toward the bomb site. Good kill from Phil, and we saw that from Sandwich. He took down Modi peeking over. But Pimp, now there's a cluster of smokes, to be honest. They're disorganized as ever, but they, I guess, sport some sort of cause to get toward the bomb site because Pimp doesn't have the gap that existed. And Simple hits 2 up close, make it a 3rd. Bye-bye, Magisk Boy, and Simple is doing simple things.
Yeah, this is just textbook. He's on 26 kills, 11 deaths, Matt. He really is carrying these guys through these very tense situations. Stellar performance from on towards that A site. Very close range, very exciting stuff. And just hitting absolutely everyone with the AWP. It's what we saw at the Major, and he's continuing that form here for sure. Star ladder, 14-7, and it's going to be another force buy from the SK, of course. Can't really afford to lose any more rounds. 1 away from map point. It's going to be Frisk towards the connector now. Looking for that first kill. Has got some grounds to move in as well. Molotov didn't heavily affect him. He should be able to find Crush here, surely. There it is. Gets the first kill, and now they've got something to work with.
Now Arch is going to walk up from the underpass. Fix on the opposing side of the A site will come in through Palace, but Bomb's still out toward Horseshoe. A push on Catwalk right now could spoil the plans of Arch trying to get through the connector because it does look like that's going to be watched out by Pimp. So they really desperately do need to find a pick to even this up right now because SK has decent positions to play off of, and Modi's just going to play swing inside of this A site. He'll call for Asilian, fall away as he runs back to the site. Should easily be able to pick up the kill up close Asilian, and then he'll be able to support back toward jungle or cover off Palace, which is now looking like Fix wants to get aggressive and try and peek out of. Freeze, good angle. Oh, that's the shots he normally hits all day. That spoils the plans because now Modi has to be aware of their backside. And if he does that, he leaves the Cillian for dead. Thankfully, no one coming in from A main. That gives them the opportunity to do so, but instead they're going to buddy up and hold down. But look how much ground that gives them. Look at the map, how much it changes. Even just the mini-map paints the better picture because they can pinch onto this B site with a rotation through the checker room.
What's this going to be? Magisboy here, stuck, isolated on the B side. Can he do anything with this? Manages to get the first kill here, but I think that's all he's going to get. Arch takes him down, and now the B side is for sale. With Fix coming in for the rotation, he actually gets dropped by a Cillian there, so still a huge opportunity for SK to get back into this. The problem is, though, look who's alive. It's going to be Simple, gets the first shot, but surely he's going to be dead here. Oh my god! Simple finds the second shot, and now it's just up to Pimp. Oh, what can he say about that one? That's insane that he managed to get that second kill. What a play. Still, one more kill to find.
Just one more kill to find, though. And bomb ticking for such a long duration. It's such low HP on the Pimp, but it's going to be map point for worst players. There's nothing he can do. There's no way. Time getting ever closer. Still, and he hits the shot up close. What is this? Look at him. He just smiles. That smirk of like, yeah, whatever. It's no big deal. That was ridiculous inside checker room. This first one, movement mechanics.
He should be dead off that. Why is he not dead?
Where's the reface?
Yeah, wait.
I think he's... So he clipped. Muddy clipped the edge of the cash register.
Get right.
He would have peeked it, but he didn't get around the corner. And that, when he fell back down, just threw him off enough that Simple was able to turn back and find him. I mean, that's just ridiculous.
Oh, I'm so done.
Well, they're going to force buy into it for obvious reasons. No kits, though, but it is 5 FAMASes to try and slow this down. And, of course, Simple left on the AWP.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much GG at this point. We can see Fix has got the first pick there, takes down a Cillian, and now it's up to the CT to react and see if they can get anything back out of this one. It was a 3 versus 1 they just threw against Simple, but it's going to be Molly now pushing aggressive towards Palace area. Actually gets in a tight corner here. Should almost be guaranteed this kill on towards Fix. I don't think he'll be checking this for sure.
He may have heard him jump up.
Well, no, he should get the kill still.
Yeah, easily done.
Why is he not falling back? Oh, God, there it is. He's going to be taken down here shortly. Actually gets the double, so very nice work there from Modi. Wants to get opening except for the double kill, but they have lost these rounds before. Simple, very scary man, of course. He does get the shot. On the other side of the map, that's going to be Pimp, getting a double kill, of course, and now it's going to be a 3 versus 1. But same man alive.
Same man indeed. First shot, easily done. Pimp, no idea why he's running into the open when he knows he's gone back away from the Palace position. There's only one way to go to get that bomb. They're trying to lock in the flank right now. They're trying to bring Magisboy into a better position, so there shouldn't be a peek, but there is. No shot, though. Good trigger discipline. That's actually, well, that's actually smart, because if he does react the way Simple has been in this game, he knows his position. He easily gets the shot. Now he doesn't have a clue, and they know exactly where he is. So Simple's going to try and bait this out with the bomb, stick the plant this time. They'll start to advance on his position, both facing. Spots freeze, top stairs.
Surely.
But this is Magic's just going to walk in.
Yeah, he's dead now. There it is. Well, finally, it was scary. You have to say Pimp made it very interesting indeed by just running out in the open. Didn't really have a reason to. Just gave him an opportunity, and he took it, of course. Gets the bomb down as well, so even though he only found 1 kill in that 3 versus 1, it still just affects the money of SK Gaming going forward. They do win the round, but this is Modi once again stepping up. He found the first 2 kills. Spots the gun barrel there. A Fix takes him down, and actually this is the kill that impressed me. I'm surprised he even got this.
I don't think Arch expected him to turn back around after tagging him and grabbing the AK. He expected him to just run. Invitational, starladder.com. That's what it says on the sign, Henry.
I like the signs.
Starladder.com here, Edward there. Now, I wonder if it's only spectator side or if it's actually in the client. Nice shot. Freeze to take down Arch, because if it's in the client, Edward's going to be offended. He's going to go around ripping down all those posters.
It's true, I didn't think about that.
Crush in the window. Freeze not able to hit the shot. Flashed off. Has to give up the position at Vents. Now they can sit on this. Just having that... Okay, I'm surprised they jumped out of that worst players, because they could just sit there and hold off the rotations. It just gives them the map control. It's an anchor position at that point in time. But obviously they want to put more attention inside of the A side itself to try and close this game. And Crush... Well, speaking of the man, has put himself in a better position because he finds Modi and Shadow. It's Fixed to follow up with 2. And Crush gets tagged, but it's Simple answering back. It's all down to Pimp. Now, Bomb's interestingly thrown forward, though. He's got a chance here, Pimp, because of that. Flash around, that's going to end it. Fillin walks in, easy shot, and worst players take map 1. That's Jonta, by the way. He used to be the coach with Flipside.
That's right. And he's looking very happy with himself and for the team as well. Simple, just... stellar performance from him back. That's like just what we come to expect from him now. Time and time again, whatever team he's in, he seems to be carrying like that. And it's obviously the guy.
Stunned.
It's obviously the guy we talk about the most in that team, and for good reason. I think that 3 versus 1, he got them to.
I mean, they pulled that. I'm just looking. This is our
Sorry.
monitors.
Yeah.
So this is why we look depressed, just like Freeze did. I mean, they brought that first half back to go 8-7 after being 7-1 down. And then that happens. They get absolutely demolished on that half. In fact, only picking up one single kill. Or one single round. One single kill would be something remarkable, wouldn't it?
Both pistols as well going in their favor. So
good point.
That's
no, worst players won the second pistol. Simple got 2 kills inside checker room to win it.
No,
they walked into the B site.
No, I'm saying
worst players, both pistols. Yeah, okay, that's right. I couldn't remember the first one.
Yeah, so I'm saying it was just a bad day in the office completely for SK Gaming. Didn't really get going at all. There, like I said, it was like they were 4-0 down until Magister got that crazy clutch. So it's not like they were denied any clutches themselves, and they had some luck in terms of those crazy rounds. And still, that's a pretty one-sided affair.
Well, it's impressive that worse players have come in and put up numbers like this, obviously putting a series together against Virtus.pro. And SK are 0-3 on the day in terms of maps. This time, they get to 8 rounds, but they're still in the single digits on all of them. They're going to have to dig deep in map number 2. We're going to take a break, join the desk of 4 lovely gentlemen, and then come back and see if they can pull that together.
Gaming Bets. We accept bets on computer games online since 2011. Referral system for regular users and the first deposit bonus. Gaming devices store and the best choice of payment systems. Dota 2 and Hearthstone, Counter-Strike and StarCraft, World of Tanks and League of Legends. EGB.com. You know for sure who's going to win.
Getting tired of playing with the usual skins but don't have enough money to buy a new one? Get rich fast with CSGoFast.com. CS Go Fast. It's a strong chance of winning in every game. Several rooms with different game modes. Daily, more than 1,000 games, 5,000 players, and 25,000 skins at stake. You don't need much in order to sweep the board.
Angry because you missed a big play? Tired of staying up all night to create highlight videos?
Introducing LiveCap.tv. Simply press the capture button and bam! A highlight from the past 60 seconds will be instantly recorded. Get posts from streamers and fans around the world. Achieve legendary status Kappa.
This is the esports pool analyst desk, and I'm Parla, joined by Kadian, Yuna, also known as Natu, and Halvor, also known as Vendetta. We are going to try and break down what just happened because SK managed to lose their map pick, Mirage.
Yeah. They did it in quite some fashion as well. We talked about, I guess, winning conditions and losing conditions for both sides, and we talked about how a super performance from Simple could win them a map, probably not a series. We had an extremely good performance from him now that won them the first map, and that was SK's pick. So, bit of a dire situation for SK going into the next map, and they definitely have a lot of things to tighten up on. I think the score is a bit inflated compared to what it could have been.
They got pistol rounds, which means they did technically even worse than the score would suggest, no?
Well, it was worst players to pick up both pistol rounds.
Oh, okay.
So obviously that helps them quite a bit of ways as to just building a lead and getting an economy going, and that's something that was a big problem for SK on their CT side. The fact that they lose pistol, they lose the first spy round already. There, you've got fire rounds pretty much lost from the get-go, and that's really not a situation you can put yourself in. At that point, and
I think one thing you were really missing out there too is that when you're playing this kind of a new team with young players, like where were the fakes? Where were the situations where you're trying to cause a rotation? Because the mistakes are going to be there when you're playing this kind of a team. It just happens. Instead, they were doing a lot of defaults, just trying to play the picking game, but then it wasn't just working out. 7-1 at one point, and then SK started climbing slowly into it, but it just wasn't meant to be honest with you. At this, we
just saw a wonderful highlight from Magis, because SK in the first half of the match, they did great. It was 8-7 at the end of that first half, and they did what they needed to do from being, I think it was 7-something down. They were not in a good spot, and they worked their way back into it. But then the second half, CT side, they just weren't able to hold anything. Maybe you can hold a discussion, Casper, on why that happened.
Yeah, I mean, it was just overall a tough game, and as you were pointing out, no fakes, no nothing. It was pretty much just straight ahead, and that's exactly what these kind of new teams want, because it's always a tough time when you're a new team and you get disorganized and the communication gets hectic and so on. And at no point I really felt like they were pressuring them on the the advanced kind of play styles, because it was just straight ahead executes, like mid defaults and so on, and it's stuff that every player at this level is used to. And obviously we could see Simple here going ham.
There was a weird one, because I think Marty got stuck in the wall as he was, because he would have gotten a trade kill right away had Marty not got stuck in the wall.
Yeah. And basically you talk about SK not being able to hold the CT side either, but again, it's so tough when you lose the pistols, because your economy is so vulnerable. And actually one of the interesting things was that in the second round, where SK had made a force buy, they actually ended being 4-1 against Fix. I mean, he kind of also won it in an easy fashion, because the time was running so low that they had to YOLO around. But nevertheless, they could have played it smart, and they didn't really communicate well enough where he potentially could be. So he ended up playing around with them around the corners, and then it was a 4-1. And as soon as he gets the first guy trying to defuse, it's just chaos from that point.
It was not the map that SK wanted. If we've got quite a savage... Is
it the map that they deserved?
Well, I don't know, but we've got an interesting graphic on screen, quite a savage graphic of the map's worst players. I'm not exactly sure... Oh, okay, we've missed it now. I'm not exactly sure what that necessarily means, like how that is, what stats imply worseness. But we've missed it anyway. But map's best players, Magis on the Danish team on SK, he managed to stay equal, 17 deaths, 17 kills.
Yeah.
Simple, on the other hand, was far ahead. Please, Cadian, jump in.
Yeah, just both of them. Just to mention shortly, Magis had obviously the clutch we saw.
That was a beautiful clutch. Very nice.
We had that 4K, and actually there was some discussions going on in middle round, because Pimp felt that he was bailed out in the strategy that SK were running. So while he was clutching, Magic Boy was apologizing to Pimp, and sorry, and the team was just just play now, and then he pulled off that magic clutch, and it was obviously great. And in terms of Simple, you could just see him having those kind of simple rounds where he's jumping around with the orb, making his YOLO plays, and having this kind of high influence, just making... It's just a complete disaster for SK, because it's always annoying when you lose, but it's even more annoying when you lose to someone jumping around through smokes with an AWP and just doing shenanigans.
Can we delve more into Simple specifically, the future of Simple? Because it's come out recently and over time that the biggest teams that he's been able to play on, nobody gets on with him, and he's very difficult to work with. And regardless of his very high skill ceiling and great individual talent, he might not get on these teams again. He might not get another opportunity. So what is in the future for him, and how can he create the best career that he can, considering that he's having to play in teams like this?
Maybe start playing a one-on-one FPS game. Honestly, he doesn't. Obviously, he's not a team player, is he? So he will always get these chances of getting picked up by maybe foreign teams now. Obviously, Liquid took their chances because Hiko got to know him through his little stint with Flipside earlier last summer at the ESWC in Canada. So they got to know each other a little bit there. He thought maybe he could be the fatherly figure to Simple to keep him tame, together with GP James at the time. Obviously, wasn't the case. He was off the charge right away with the, he wasn't obviously the first, didn't like Adrian, which is, okay, fair enough. And then they got Kusta, and then came in the whole AWP crisis, who's going to be hopping on this team. And when he's not in his comfort zone, he just goes berserk, it seems like, and he's just killing chemistry, killing everyone's emotion, killing everyone's will to play and practice. And it's really hard to handle. I think most of us have played with these kind of individuals in a team at one point or another, where, you kind of steer away from the bad things that he has in his personality, but it's okay, it's fine because he is balancing it out by having this massive skill, obviously. So you're okay. You're okay to look through some of the bad sides as a person, but it doesn't seem so that he's able to, at least so far, to sort of grow up and become a viable member of any team.
I tried myself being like when I was younger. I'm still young. Now we go to the youngest.
Wait, how old are you?
Again. 20. So I'm young. Girls out there. Okay, that's too much.
All right then.
Anyways, I experienced myself being young and like growing up to like these teams and being kind of the guy who is making chaos and being.
I can relate to that.
Yeah, you could probably imagine.
Yep.
And being the guy who's like not always been the best teammate.
You know, I practice server with you.
Oh yeah, it was a good game. Inferno, I remember.
Yeah.
Oh, the memories. It's all getting quite nostalgic.
I was good in that game, though.
Right
I was good.
Congratulations.
Oh, anyways, to fill out the point here, we're getting completely old.
Throwing up the gang signs, Cadian.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Gotta be a bit G here. Anyways, I've been there, and I've learned my lesson from people not wanting to play with you after behaving really bad, and so you would expect him at some point to do, but what I don't understand is he's been in these situations. He has been kicked from teams. People have been saying bad stuff about him. He's had his chances, I kind of feel like, to become a good teammate, At some point, you got to be like, you're burning all your bridges.
Yeah, I think actually, I think people said that even before he got picked up by Liquid, that his bridges were already burned at that point, and people were kind of surprised by the fact that a team like Liquid would, reach out to him and see, if that
maybe he got a boat.
But here's the thing, though, with a player like Simple, in some cases you have teams who don't necessarily look at this long term. They just want to be in it for, let's say, a stretch of 3 months. And if there's a big tournament, in the horizon, let's say you make a team to, go to a minor, qualify, and then do your best at the major. That's the entire goal. You have teams that go that route. Simple could be ideal for someone like that. Yeah. But obviously you have to find 4 others who are willing to kind of live in that kind of an environment where you know everything's over the second you go out of that tournament.
I kind of want to ask Nacho, because you should have some experience with this. Like, let's say he were to get into Navi. Let's just hypothetically say so.
Okay.
Would he respect
in
them?
an alternate universe?
Yeah. Do you think he would respect them? Would it be different?
For a while. I think it's one of those things where when you're the new kid in the block, you have a lot of experienced players around you. At first, you're gonna have a lot of respect, and you kind of maybe tone it down a little bit. But once you start getting comfortable, once you think you're the boss of the whole operation, it's just all going to burning down once again. So I don't think that would make a massive difference. It has to come from himself, first of all. He has to understand what he's doing wrong before he can better himself. Doesn't matter what the environment is.
That's the thing. We've seen him play in teams with great leaderships and highly respected leadership, such as Hellraisers, and it just crumbles. The respect is initially there, but then over time, the people just realise we can't deal with him, and then he's out the door. Do you want to interject quickly?
Yeah, I mean, I was always been so kind of surprised how it even worked in a team like Flipside, where where you have like a really strict system under Blade. I mean, I was surprised how long that even lasted. To be honest with you, he would fit like kind of I guess the system of like a Hellraisers nowadays, or this kind of a team fine where it's more free floaty and you can do a lot of individual stuff. So, yeah.
we've now got the ability to take a look at some of the rounds in more detail, and I think we'll start off with a round that you picked out, Natu, round 6. Here we go. We've got it on screen right now. Stats Helix, take it away.
Yeah, let's paint a little picture here since we can. Let's put this rolling to start things off. It's a situation where basically we have, weirdly enough, 4 people AFK into spawns.
Oh, you know what? I think this might be bugged because Ebot bugged.
All right.
Damn.
Cut it. Production, cut it.
Yes.
We had a great picture.
All right.
To quickly explain, we're going to use this tool, Stats
in
Helix,
a production
throughout the tournament to illustrate what's been happening in rounds and things like that.
I'll paint a picture, however, without any visual elements.
Ebot bugged because of the pause in the game.
Yeah.
So don't worry,
So
nothing serious.
basically what happened is we were discussing how they have this leadership issue, how they're not good at making mid-round decisions. So basically what they did, they opened up a round where Madi managed to get an opening kill on A side, just going into A slope basically, and just going for a pick. He gets one. And then Simple, who is really aggressively pushed on B catwalk with an op, he gets picked off. That's a 5-on-3 opportunity for you. And it seemed like they were just going to be going on B short, going into B bomb site, but instead they had 2 go all the way back into B apartments, and they had 3 go towards B bomb site. No, actually 1 underground to B. So they have 3 in B apps, and they have 2 B short, and all slowed down. They have 1 very close up in B apps, while the CTs had now 2 on the B bomb side. What you need to do in that situation is just plow through into that bomb side. You already had the opening kills, or you just all fall back and you gather up for a bomb side attack together. Since they still had all the utilities, they had smoke, Molotovs, who were not. They could have done everything, but instead they do like a middle ground kind of a thing where they just walk into the bomb side and start losing members left and right, and with no opportunity to trade any kills, because the guy in B apartments, even though he's close to a window, he could have just peeked and gotten the kill right away when one of his teammates died, decides to do nothing. And so it becomes a 3-on-3, and the last 3 turrets are just waiting, for the CTs to start rotating back. Instead, they don't, and they just get picked apart one by one.
It's exactly similar to what you mentioned when we saw the SKHR match on Overpass, where they lacked that conviction going on to the A site, and they just ended up losing it. I think it was again a 5v3. No.
I think exactly. That was the same thing. They had an opportunity. They had created themselves instead of in that first of all in that situation. If you have an execute plan out from a bomb site, it should never be with 5 people. Never ever. You should never even plan one, because it's very rare you'll get into a situation where you have 5 people throwing grenades, right? Because a lot of variables can happen. Although if you do that, then that's just bad planning, right? Well, when you have that, you have that 5th guy, someone who's causing a distraction on another part of the map to make sure that this kind of a stack is not even possible. Well, however, if you don't do that, if you're attacking a bomb site, make sure you're actually throwing smoke grenades. That makes sense. Make sure you are in very short distance from one another when you're pushing the bomb site, so you make sure you're trading kills. Instead, they just go one by one. It seems like there was like no coordination, whatever. Just go. I can imagine how one of maybe a Cillian just says, go A, and then nothing happens. Everyone's just running, and there's no synergy or anything going on there.
If you make it a quick listen for dummies, like you say the first pick is on A, the second pick is on short. That means we have 1 CT on A, 1 CT around the middle area, and 1 on B. Okay, so fine. First of all, you should probably just do the fast B split, because why not? Okay, you end up doing some kind of mixed, where you don't really wait for all your teammates. You kind of push 2 guys on B and 1 guy on short, and something crazy happens.
It'll work still.
In case you still were to just like do it slowly, group up and make the timing work, Also, they did the smoke in between the window area of the left side.
Yeah.
And that kind of allows the CT to play around this smoke and get some opening kills. Instead of, if you get out and you exploit explode out on the bump side, you'll normally be able to trade them, because the bump side is only like so open. You'll wrap around them, you'll get them in the backs and then the sides. But in this scenario, they were able to play around the smoke and just like slowly take down SK before they then wanted to react, and I think ended going back to A or something.
Yeah, and I think one of the later on, when SK actually got their group back pretty much on their T side, you could see what happens when they actually do execute stuff properly, and I think that was round 10. Where we saw just, your cookie cutter A take with smokes.
Yeah.
The fact that they just commit fully, and you have Freeze making his way all the way down through to jungle, and doesn't really make too much of a deal out of himself until the after plan is out, because they do get a bomb plant, an open bomb plant in. and the guy who ends up planning goes down to simple eventually because he doesn't really have any places to back off. But that doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. But you need someone to actually commit to get that bomb plant down. It doesn't really matter if he dies or not, because at that point they had Freeze over in jungle and they had Pimp down in towards T-Pit, and at that point you have probably like the best possible crossfire scenario you can have on Mirage A site. So even though they're down one man, they're in a 2v3 situation, you're still at a really big advantage if you're the T side in that situation. So that, that comes off the fact that they actually execute properly instead of just casually tumbling in towards the site and actually losing people, unnecessarily.
Yeah.
So you saw two very big, or I guess, the Jekyll and Hyde of SK Gaming in that match.
Awesome. We need to go to the casters now, but just quickly, how much harder is Cash going to be, if at all?
I don't think the map
Quick
matters.
prediction, essentially.
I don't think the map matters this much, to be honest.
Could be the friggin' Aztec, and I feel like SK is just going to get pounded because nothing's going their way right now.
I don't know.
Yeah, no,
I'm not going to give a prediction.
Vendetta?
No, it definitely feels like worst players are the better team on the server right now.
Well, Hellraisers did beat SK on it 16-5, so maybe worse players can fulfill something similar. We will see. We are going to head into that match and head over to Henry G and Sadakist.
Do we want to start a new hashtag?
Which one?
Well, is that Cadian admitting that he thinks his old team, he doesn't want to say it publicly, that he thinks they're going to lose? Just I'm not going to make a prediction.
So what's the hashtag?
Cowardly Cadian.
Yeah, we could do that. I don't think it's got as much pizzazz as the last
Rip
one.
Cadian, yeah. I mean, it sounds like everyone's in agreement that worst players are the better players right now, and SK is struggling severely. I mean, this is I don't even know how you address it. I mean, a team that's been together this long, that's had some highs and lows, peaks and valleys, this might be the lowest we've seen them in a while. This is very stale.
Well, one more map could separate them from crashing out of the tournament or taking to a third. But I have to say, for what I saw on Cash earlier, I'm not feeling too comfortable for them. And Simple, this is one of the maps he does really kick off on, especially on the T side as well. We saw it when he was in Liquid as well. On that T side of AWP played, is opening the map towards middle, towards the A storage, just making absolute nightmares.
I'm going to be curious as well to see how much of the similar strategy they do run. It looks like we're right into this, though. Crush is going to be the utility player on the terrorist side. Doesn't have a Kevlar purchase, so no armor for him. It's the same for a Cillian, who has the kit and a smoke on the CT side. I'm going to be curious to see how much of the squeaky doors sort of lurk strategy that they try and implement on this worst player's side that comes from the Liquid style that Simple was with. As a decoy goes in, not a flash, to try and throw off Freeze inside of that smoke. He doesn't have quite the gap to see toward the vent, and therefore it has to give it up and rotate back around, get toward Heaven. There's two players on the side of the site for SK trying to hold it off. Fix is going to find the first kill on Amadi, though, and they're going to push forward. Headshot position. They can't find the kill immediately. He does decent damage to Cillian, but going down in the end, the result's all the same.
Aggressive from Simple at the end, and they're going to be another clean sweep there on the pistol. SK did look like they had something to work with after getting the initial kill, but the Beast Blade coming in from worst players looked very easy for them in the end. Just getting into that site, making every kill happen. There's a flurry of frags coming in their favor, and there it is, a 1-0 in favor of the worst players. It's not looking any better here for SK. They lost to both pistols on Mirage. It's looking like maybe a similar case here. Won't be a force. Oh, there is. Okay, there is sort of a force by here. They're going to potentially have two players on towards that AWP. There's Pimp and Freeze not investing in armor this time. Simple going aggressive towards middle. He's boosted up, shoots out the vent, and there's going to be a CT waiting for him as well. It's going to be a Cillian. Not going to be facing just yet. Oh, does decide to have a little face there. That's dancing with the devil for sure, considering there's an AK waiting up there for him. But here we go then. Very default mentality from worst players. It's going to be holding up, seeing what is available for them. And looking like they'll be edging towards the A sides. At this point, they've got a couple of smokes. Smoke towards highway, maybe towards quad as well, and just work as a unit and take over the bomb site. Doesn't really have to be too complicated at this point. Simple, of course. He'll be the first player coming in. He's looking unbelievably sharp right now, so we'll see whether he can step up. There's the first smoke. Looks like there may be a gap in that, but we'll see. And Pimp looking to do some damage to that Deagle.
Pimp's going to try and hold the off angle in behind the forklift as well with the Deagle. Fix takes down Freeze. Crush, Simple. Fix again. Villain. No, I can't do it. It's supposed to close it out so simply, if you know what I mean. That leaves a Cillian to grab a gun. A Simple Galil to try and use in the next round. They didn't quite get in position out toward the long A corridor, I guess. We don't really have a name for that back garage, I guess. We just call it long A from the other way around. But it is going to be him getting into the mid garage. They know exactly where he's gone, but they don't really want to chase him down too committedly here because they obviously want to keep their rifles up, not going for the SMGs on round 2.
Indeed, and so it's the Cillian here with the Galil in hand. He's got head armor as well, so saving this could be interesting, I guess. They're not going to have much to work with into the next round. His teammates definitely can't justify purchasing anything, so it looks like he will survive here. And after the force in the second, you'd assume they can't really justify much so in this one. So P250 to 5-7 on Boy, and the rest of his teammates on USPs. It's a pretty simple affair there for worst players. Default into their simple A strategy, and as predicted, heavily went in their favour. As we're going to round number 3 now. It's up to Cillian. He's got the Galil and the head armor, so it won't be too effective against the AKs, but there is a UMP in the hands of the terrorists, and maybe if he did come up against him, so could have something to work with, I guess, trying to find some sort of silver lining here. But the fast boost comes in, and it's Cillian actually pushing towards the squeaky door. He's joined by a teammate as well, so not going to have anyone waiting for him. So this could be a free kill on towards Arch. I think it actually will be, you know. Somehow he doesn't get it, though. Okay.
Well, does leave the gun for Majest to grab and try and hold further still, but this will encourage them to go back toward the vents and over toward the B side. 2 players inside originally, but Pimp's almost caught outside of the site by that. Smoke drawn by Crush allows him to get back in without being shot. Fix is going to go down to Pimp. Thankfully gets back in that position, but it's Philin immediately to follow up. And Magic's Boy caught in no man's land. Arch was just camping, waiting, stargazing, and then killing.
Round number 4. The gun round begins.
I usually go stargazing and then killing too. Don't go on a date with me stargazing, obviously, Henry.
Don't go on a date with you full stop. I'd actually give them
that seems to be the trend lately.
Oh, that's really sad. I'm sorry. Anyway, it's going to be the first gun round here. Looks like something pretty basic coming in from worst players. 5 of them actually committed towards the B storage. This means they have to commit pretty quickly. They can't actually justify holding up in the default. They have no idea what kind of ground the CTs have gathered on the other side of the map. So smoke comes in to slow them down, but doesn't look like they'll be apprehensive here. Molotov towards the checker room. Flashbang comes through. Philin to go in first. The AWP is not going to be there, though. It's going to be Modi. Boosted up, looking for the kill with a Famaso. That's a one and done position. He can't really do much with that one. And I say one and done, he gets 2 for his trouble, so better than I thought. But still, B-Bomb has been given over towards the terrorists. A lot of work to do here as the CTs don't have kits.
Crush gonna plant this comfortably. But as you say, CT's no kits, man advantage. They need to find a pick fast. 3 working from tree side, 1 out toward middle. That's gonna be watched by Philin if he even tries to dare go through those vents. And it has to be blown out on entry, which means noise trigger quite easily solved. Flash toward freeze. Crush, better position, but headshot wins for Magisk. Simple responds with 1, but there's your 2 follow-up picks. Easily done. Simple and Philin found immediately, and Pimp coming through late actually did win that duel straight up before he even had to drop inside of the vents.
Well, there it is then. SK Gaming winning the retake. Like we said, they had the man advantage, had to wait for the rotations to come in, and it was actually a very efficient take from them. It was worst players kind of went for the yellow strat there. It was the first gun round. They thought the CTs potentially didn't have a full array of utility in terms of incendiaries, and we saw they didn't have any kits there, so they went towards the 5 players towards B. It's not really traditional, but just pushing through the smoke, hoping for the best. Like I said, Modi in that position up towards heaven. Shouldn't have got 2 out of that, but he did, and that was pretty much a separating factor there. So it's going to be 3-1 in favour of worst players, but this is still a dangerous position for SK Gaming. Losing this round would be the full reset. They have got the AWP, but so is Simple. This is what we called out at the start of the game. This is when he really did some serious work at the major. He was very influential getting them that top 4 position. I'm talking about Team Liquid, of course. And we're going to, this is more of a default here, so you can see map spread out. 2 players towards the A side of the map. It's actually going to be Fix going towards the squeaky door. A lot of teams will try and work the first pick there with flashbangs and opening that door and seeing where they can even just spot a CT there, but they actually got 3 players towards the middle. It's going to be Pimp, maybe calling for the counter boost here, as they do get the second smoke in. It's listening out for footsteps right now. Here it is. It's caused the Cillian over, so they will be going for this first kill. A Crush waiting for them on the other side.
Crush waiting for them on the other side, plus a boost up. 3 players actually there right now. This is, oh, well, Pimp just walks over and finds Simple, and Arch falls back down, takes down Crush as well. He had to get the exit on that.
Yeah, really nice stuff from Pimp there. Perfectly timed. And he actually gets Simple with the AWP as well, so that should be the round secured at this point, surely, as Fix has found a kill on towards the Cillian. That's 1 back in favour of worst players, but still, surely not going to play this one. Oh, looks like they're trying though. Philin finds the kill towards Headshot and B. 3 on 2. This is getting a little bit scary now. They still have a smoke to play with and a flashbang. That goes towards CT spawn. There's no one actually in the B side whatsoever. Looks like they'll be boosting up and towards events as well. So that smoke's actually pretty clever. That's taken away the vision from the CTs. They can't decide who's getting boosted up here still.
It's all right.
Will be Fixed.
You go. No, you go. No, you go. Ah, see? That's why I wanted you to go Fix. I didn't want to die.
Oh, his Magist boy actually reading that pretty nicely. The bombers get planted, pretty much all they could hope for in this situation. Considering this is 3 versus 1, but F1n still doing some serious work here. Gets Frisk, and now he's got the opportunity to get a second. They face at the same time and lock down the round. That was a big one for SK, as we said. Had they lost it, it would have been the full reset and potentially opened up the window even further for Worst players here, but they managed to win it, and it's this play from Pimp that gets them into the round. Perfectly timed. They've got grenades in their hand and AWP on the other side. There's nothing they could do. This was the shot that secured the round, though. Takes down Crush, who's waiting for the rotation. And still money available for Worst players. That bomb definitely helps the situation. Simple back on the AWP as well. Lack of utility, but you know what? Simple doesn't care. He wants to go for the picks and open the map up. I guess they got a little bit unlucky with the timings there on the boost.
Marty. Well, flash down from B is going to go for the fast peek. Didn't spot anyone up there, although there was a little bit of aggression from Simple on that AWP. Nade out does do damage to F1n and Crush. That's inside of the A main position, and it's a boost in the corner. Now the question is Crush far enough forward to have heard that jump? Highway smoke already deployed. No others inside A just yet. They'll likely go for the white box bounce toward top highway as well. Flash through. Now they need to check it. Crush just sees it at the end, and thankfully so, because they overlooked it originally. That flash saved them. And now F1n's going to find Freeze, and this follows up to bring the bomb in the site quite convincingly and clearly planted wide for A main.
Should be a pretty simple round now for Worst game, as you can see. 5-on-3, CTs will be deciding to save now. It was a very nice play there from the Ukrainian side, smoking off towards highway, and then it's that boost. It actually worked out very well for SK in the first game against Hellraisers. They managed to get a couple of frags on that one. It's a full flashbang effect for Magist Boy. It takes him out of the round. Doesn't manage to find a single kill. That opens up the floodgates, and Worst players capitalize, take over the site, and they're going to keep 5 players alive here as well. So it was a difficult buy for them in terms of the utility left over after getting the AKs and all, but you know what? Only takes 2 kills, and that's the round over. So SK Gaming trying to keep 3 players alive now. I don't think Worst players will be hunting. Their money situation is not exactly ideal. And I guess we'll see what kind of money SK have left over. We're saving 3 rifles, you assume, get the all back out. And this next round is going to be very important indeed. But it will be 4-2 here after round number 6. We'll see whether SK have more than enough to buy, I assume. But I can't tell right now.
Can you tell me what StarLadder.com is? Because they own that dumpster.
That's true. Storage containers. So yeah, they do manage to get something to complement with saved weapons. It's a UMP and a FAMAS. It's not great, but they want to get the utility. And so they've got incendiaries and the smokes as well. So banking on the grenades to help them out rather than the firepower. Another default coming in here from Worst players. It's going to be Modi looking over the top of this smoke here. Going to be flashed out for now. It doesn't really affect him, seeing if he can get anything out of this.
Simple boosted. Smoke to be deployed toward the top of highway once more. He'll fall and then get in favor with that AWP toward the A site. Counter smoke goes out, but it's late, and that flash leaves Freeze in the open. It's Crush to find him. Follows up, can't land the shot though. And Magist Boy, easy to get away. No, Arch just catching him through the edge of that smoke. They had him figured out. The AK catches it, and F1n, who waits for the rotation, has done massive damage. Okay, just pre-fire it, and Madi walks back in for you.
Well, big round. It's the CTs and the flashbang just working out perfectly for them. We saw the CT player by Forklift has got fully affected by that one. Wasn't able to come out on time, and F1n like this. It's worked out perfectly for him. Didn't even get the first kill, but like he said, pre-firing it, anticipating the reface, and Modi goes down. And that's pretty much the round secured at that point. And it's going to be 5-2. Another EK coming in from SK Gaming. So this is still looking pretty dire for them after they get a couple of rounds. This is what we saw against Hellraisers. They got 2 and then it started to slip away again. Round number 8. More of a default here once again. There are 3 players for SK stacked towards A main. It's going to be Arch to get the first frag. Let's get taken down by Modi though. No refrag in that regard, so they have managed to bring it down to a 4-4. Obviously still heavily favours the terrorist here, but they have got something going on. You can see Pimp is pushed up in mid-warehouse as well, so if they were to rotate, maybe he could find something out of this.
Fix. Clears out lockers, gets in position at A main. The question is right now, how does the exchange go between both F1n and Madi? Well, pretty straightforward. He goes down immediately. And a tag and then a kill onto a Cillian as well. Simple's going to jump inside the site with the AWP and get up toward the catwalk. That way you can watch off for the rotation at highway, but it's actually just Pimp that's going to grab some weapons and try and save this. He may pick up another kill on F1n as well, because he's gone extremely low.
Yeah, well,
he knows he hasn't crossed, and he knows he was in A main, so he should check this corner. Yeah, he's going to. Smart process of elimination, Henry.
Yeah, an educated guess. But there it is. It's going to be 6-2, and we do have another buy coming for SK Gaming now. Of course, Frizz back on the up. I want to see him get more aggressive now, Matt. He's on 2 for 7 right now. He needs to be dominating these rounds. He needs to be finding these first picks. Let's get him in towards B storage. Let's push towards A main. Let's get the first pick and stop letting worst players do exactly what they want every single round. It seems like they're just getting towards that mid storage area, smoking towards highway, and is having their way with the CTs on towards the A site. It's going to be filling out, smoking off towards the B storage, taking that vision away from the CTs. Modi once again, to boost up on the smoke. There'll be flash for now. This could be problematic as Molotov is landing near him as well, but he should be able to get a kill here. Oh my god, okay. No. Okay.
I take it back, and I'm sorry.
Why did I think that was going to happen?
Well, F1n's going to watch this event. This is his assignment every single time they get toward the B site. I don't know why they blew that out.
This is like the round over at this point. They've got the bomb down. There's no kits once again for the CTs. They're getting smoked out. Unless they can find a kill in the next like 5 seconds or so, they don't really have much ground to even attempt to retake.
Fix takes down Freeze.
Yeah, this is over.
Like you were saying, yep, 7-2 now is going to be our score. Flash in. Pimp can't do anything with this. He's going to have to keep this M4. And they've got some decent utilities plus armor on all 3 to keep up. It's a decent reinvestment.
I'm just wondering what the mentality of Modi is there. Like, it's such a high-risk move from him, just pushing to the B storage by himself there. If he gets 1 kill and fall back, sure, that's great. But as soon as worst players have more than 1 player there, if he doesn't find at least 1 kill, it's just a round over. He's got no one else to back him up. And he's just taken down by himself. There's no synergy there. There's no teamwork going on. He's just there, B storage by himself. Most teams, the top teams in those positions, I'm trying to think of a decent example here. Who would be like a very good example of totally? I think NRP actually are very good there. It's Forest and Freiburg combo towards that B storage area. That's perfect. You have them baiting in each other and like having lots of distractions. Freiburg waiting for checkers and like taking aggro away from Forest when he has the AWP. That's how you should be playing that map. You shouldn't that part of the map. You shouldn't have to just have 1 player by himself that committed. It doesn't really make sense. The best he can do is get 1 kill and die.
Yep.
But yeah, NIP is a good example. They're very good at that.
Yes, very disciplined under the leadership of Threat. Simple AWP out toward the doorway with Fix to play with. Freeze on the inside by the fence. We can see it with our wall hacks. As Magic's though, that's too easy. Door open. Simple goes for a slow dry peek without any utility. The rifle player could have held that angle while he holds highway. Fix is going to burn Magic's alive, thankfully, but he's gotten 2 kills out of that.
Yep, that will do for now. 4 on 3. Still, these rounds have been very problematic. The good news is they have taken down Simple though. Still 2 Famuses, and it looks like it will be an A-side attack here. We have got Arch towards that main entrance. Frizz does manage to pick up the risky orb there. I'd say that was a difficult decision for him to go in and get it, but he does manage to salvage the weapon. Does boost their chances of winning this round. Like I said, he's been very quiet so far. Hasn't been that impactful. I don't know, that killer instinct I'd like to see from the top AWPers on this map. Here come the smokes onto the A sides, and this will be the play now. Decent Molotov from Frizz, but that's all he's going to do as he drops straight away.
Waiting, good pickup. Found the only gap in the smoke and held it.
Yeah.
And Pimp walked directly into it with the bomb now down, and Molotov out and toward the truck side as well. There's a gap to sneak up the wall, but this is going to be desperate. Wadi's going for it. F1n knows he's crossed. Arch should get the read on this. They've got a cross set for it. Baits what he can by throwing the FAMAS, grabbing the M4, goes for the duel. Does actually pick it up. God forbid that forklift still exist, but F1n now the last alive as well. Molotov out. They're going to do this. That's surprising with Modi getting that aggressive toward the forklift position.
Yeah. Just what they needed, I have to say. SK Gaming up against it with that retake 3 on 2, but they managed to make it happen. Sicilian getting 2 and Modi getting 1, and it's so much money in favor of the terrorists. They're still not out of the woods just yet. It's going to be a difficult buy getting back into this round, but still, they did what they had to, and they actually had the man advantage going into that situation, so it's going to be a sigh of relief to actually win that retake. We go to round number 11. And this would be a hard reset for them once again, so they need to start winning some rounds in a row here. And Simple's got a decent spawn towards the middle. We'll be going straight up for the face here. Going to be smoked out, luckily for the CT, so they will be able to gain some control of middle here. Going to be heavily flashed though. They're not really sure what's going on. The terrorists aren't committing though. So they'll be heading towards A once again. Player boosted towards middle. He'll be holding up the flanks and possibly backstabbing. Once the air attack comes in, you can see they have no presence towards the B storage whatsoever, so they pretty much have to commit to this. They have no idea whether the CT's coming in their backs now. You assume something really quick coming in.
Magis. Success against Crush. Fire from Magis is also going to burn alive Arch. So great start to the round as he picks up his 3rd now on to Fix. And he's still just sitting in this A site. Simple needs to desperately find a pick, or this is going to end in tears. That bomb's committed. It's down inside of the site. F1n's going to go instead with the AK. Checks the corner correctly. Does find the kill. No counter push back through the smoke, though, from the CT side, rather. And Simple hits Magic. So now they've actually done this 2 versus 2.
What?
Whatever, Simple. Whatever.
Just when it looked like Magiska just done enough there. It looks like it's going to fall apart, but Modi not going to be backing down just yet, but it's not going to be enough. He gets the first kill on towards Simple. F1n takes him down. That's another, what was it, 5-on-2?
That was 5-on-2. 4-on-2.
4-on-2. Okay, well, not as bad, but still. Magis Boy's got to be pissed at that one. The fact he did so much work there, and it was such a crucial round for SK Gaming. That's the reset coming in. I think they need to take a pause at that point. You can see them shaking their heads on your screen just there. Pimp's got his head in his hands. Oh no, that's Frizz, sorry. But still, not a good time for SK Gaming right now. This will be one of the... If they were to crash out in this tournament in this sort of fashion, this would be probably the worst tournament we've ever seen from them, I would say. Ever.
Ever.
And that's saying something.
Yeah. Well, Pimp's going to get desperate, and doesn't really pay off, does it? Simple rejects him like any girl does with a desperate man, Henry. Not that I know anything about that.
No?
No personal experience.
Could have fooled me. But,
F1n going to lob out a Molotov in behind the vent. Now that does clear it out, so when they do go through, it's only one more spot to clear, and that is exactly that. Behind the box with the second Molotov, they just have to worry about the site itself. Modi's here, but he's 7 HP with this pistol. He could find one headshot. That's not even going to happen. Crush lands it, and you can try and retreat all you like, but Arch is waiting. Waiting in the wings. 9-3 for worst players. SK is on the brink here, I would say.
They have money to buy into this round. I'm not sure how strong the buy is. I can see an AWP on the back of Frizz there. So the thing is, once again, if you're an AWP on this map, you need to be doing something. You need to, like, when you're losing every single pick and you're relying on someone to get 3 or 4, that's Magis Boy actually seems to be the only one fragging right now. He's got 10 kills. And Frizz is on 2 for 11. He's the AWPer. That should not be the storyline. He should be going in there, finding the first picks, making it difficult for them. He's supposed to be a world-class AWPer. Like, he's one of the big names of the team. So far, he really has done absolutely nothing. I don't think he's got an AWP kill, I'm not sure. But we'll see what he can do in round number 13. It's simple, just look how aggressive he is. He's so confident right now. He's leading the charge with his AWP, checking every single angle here towards middle. He's going to be smoking out towards connectors. The first one was a dud. And he will be scouting up towards highway here. Frizz is changing his position now. A little bit more aggressive towards the A storage. He's going to be presented with Arch. We'll see whether we'll be able to take him down here. Come on, Frizz. We need something here.
You can do it, I believe.
Something to work with. But Crush, there it is. First, well, okay, Modi, you got to get those kills, son. That's got to happen. Can't be missing those ones. There it is.
Oh, that's much better. That's much better. He's normally good in this A site as well, so Freeze stepping up as needed is going to put them in another 4 versus 2. No Simple alive this time. It's F1n and Fix. I keep wanting to call F1n Flippin', the Spanish player. Shoulder peek from F1n. Does bait out the shot. Freeze going to change his angle slightly. Gets across. But can he get much more further than that? Freeze not able to land it. Bombs up.
He just needs to fall back here. Why is he risking his frag?
Or where's the support? Magic is extremely low. They can't play off of each other. Thankfully, he's got away from it.
It just looks like he's just trying to boost his own confidence of trying to finish that last frag off. He just needs to stay alive. If he drops that AWP and his density economy even further, that's so detrimental to them. They need to be thinking of the bigger picture here, but they are going to be in this 4 versus 1. Surely F1n can't do anything with this. Of course, he gets the first frag. At least they do damage this time, and there it is. The final frag does come in. It's Frizz. He does step up this round finally. Getting a little bit more aggressive, as I said. Trying to actually challenge those first picks, not allowing worst players to actually get into the bomb site with the smokes and everything they actually want to do, which eradicates him from the round. He needs to be up there, taking them down. We saw the rounds have been working out for SK when they're doing the boost towards middle. It's Pimp finding 2 kills, and they're pushing into aggressive towards A main. It's when Frizz can come to life as well. Just more of this is what you need as the SK team. You need to actually being assertive and actually allowing the tactics to be fully executed every single time. Here comes the boost again. They've already realised now, well, we're getting wrecked every single default, so why don't we just try and take the game towards them. There it is again. Frizz gets the first kill. Once again, aggressive towards A main. They're starting to learn map. The coach is doing some work here, and Pimp boosting over. It's all working now.
Starting to. He wins the duel as well against Crush, so they've got good positioning here. F1n does get the bomb freed up, though. They can run back over and grab that, but another 4-on-2 situation. Although they gift one away as Magic walks from the forklift into vision of the doorway and finds Fix trying to Pr0 his way through it. Cillian closing it. F1n can't do much. 9-5. SK, though, the CT side with only 5. I mean, I guess, statistically speaking, the map, as of the major, and again last weekend at Pro League, has become 2-sided, so they don't need to panic just yet.
Not just yet, but I'd say in terms of the landscape of the tournament as a whole, maybe it is getting a bit panicky for them. But it's a double AWP setup to finish things off. 9-5, and it's going to be Pimp and Frizz on the AWPs. And this is a setup commonly run, but this hasn't been available for SK so far, considering the rounds that we have been seeing so far in the way they've had their economy. But it's going to be the final of the first half now. 4 players towards the B storage, and we have got Fix. Oh, Pimp did have an opportunity to take someone down there. Has got the smoke to cover him on his retreat. Going to be jumping through a lot of fire here, though, and it's going to be the BXQ coming in.
Oh, it's going to be shut down, though. Pimp gets the first shot on Arch before his vision is gone, taken by that of a flash grenade. F1n's there to take down Asili, and again, he watches the vents every single time. That is literally his assignment when they enter. Good Molotov from Crush. Pimp not able to get away from it in time. He will burn and leave his body in the most awkward-looking position that I have ever seen.
Is it getting a head
corpse
spin?
handstand, yeah. Rigor mortis set in as he was upside down, and he just turned into some sort of stand.
I think he's breakdancing.
Look at that. Oh, he is too. You're right. But Crush gets bombed down, smoke off toward Heaven. That'll limit Magic's, and they still have the man advantage as well here, worst players. It's 2 kits up, though. 2 flashbangs and a smoke for Freeze to try and walk in, but he's got this AWP. It's not the best on re-entries. He has found Simple, though. Good pick to find, but nothing done of Phil, and no one even looking toward A main.
Double figures here for the terrorist side. You have to say, Matt, the pressure is on for SK Gaming now. This is not their map pick. They go onto the T side. We've already seen it. The executes on Overpass and Cash were distinctively bad. They were almost horrible at some points. I remember being quite angry by them, actually. So let's see what they can do. I must need a pistol once again. They've lost all the pistols so far, and it's not looking like the morale's very high in the camp either. You can see them on your screen right now. No one really discussing things. It's Sicilian chiming in every now and then. What they do on the T-pistol here today is go for a straight-up B rush. A lot of confident teams would do that and try and stick together at the Glock train and shut down any CT aggression. Or they go for something more executed and try and dissect the map piece by piece. Time will tell, Matthew. Time will tell.
Time does reveal all, Henry. Including my evil plan.
What is that?
Don't worry about it, Henry.
Here we go then. Matt, are you believing in the SK Magic? I think they might be done.
They're Danish, not Swedish. There is no magic.
They got Magic Boy, though.
Yeah, well, he can't even spell it correctly. It's Magisk. I'm sure that's probably correct in Danish, but it's not the point. Flash in. Actually, it doesn't really work out because they blind Fix as well. He turned back slightly too soon. Gives the advantage to Magic. He's going to be able to pick up the opening kill. Give SK a chance on this pistol round. Further damage.
God.
Okay.
What?
Okay. What are you made of, my man? This is insanity as he holds this off. And another one. There it is. There's the ace from Simple. He gets all 5. And that is absolute ridiculousness. I was about to say low HP inside of the site. They got the opening pick. That was done and dusted. And Simple just absolutely slaughters them.
5 kills, all headshots. Like, that was better than the Dennis frag we saw the other day. Like, can you believe that? It's not as important, obviously, but in terms of how quickly they came in, like, after the first frag,
it's up there for sure.
That's insane.
Okay, never mind.
We didn't see it from his POV, so maybe that was a little bit of an overstatement.
I thought he just threw the gun inside the barrel, which used to be an ungrabbable
position. Did you see how tilted SK looked after that one? They get the first kill, they do loads of damage, and just Simple comes in with a 5-man, of course. Like, that is insane. I'm glad you got your trademark line in there as well.
Yeah, my trademark line. Arch does spray down, though. It's Simple to pick up 2, a third now. So that's 8 kills in the last 2 rounds. And he's going to push forward as well with this P90. Done and dusted.
Oh my god, I'm still just flabbergasted at that pistol. Well, we go into round number 18. It's going to be Galils and Tech9s here. And this is interesting, they didn't get the bomb down, so they are taking a little bit of a risk here. As we go into this next one.
Yeah, that's big. 9 kills in 2 rounds for Simple. I think he sits at around 19 kills total, so that's about half of his kills in the last 2 rounds of this game.
This could be so detrimental for SK. If this doesn't work out for them, they're in a world of trouble. But let's see what we can do here. Pimp with an opportunity to get that first kill, but it's Fixed with the P90. Arch gets the first frag here. Needs to be up to Pimp here to actually do anything with this, but it's Fixed with the P90. Gets the double kill, and Simple chiming in as well.
Good entrance, though, from Pimp. He had a chance to actually do much more than that. Unfortunately, the timing was just off. He made the call that he went into that corner, but they couldn't find him in the smoke, and Fix is able to hold true to pick up 2. Simple with 2 more, though, up to 21 now. So he's had, in this 3 rounds, more than he's had in the entire first half.
SK looking down the barrel of crashing out in this tournament in the second game.
Yep, double elimination all the way through. So for both of these teams, every game they play from now on will be for escaping.
Well, the 1 map down, it's 13-5. They're on a Nico. They do 2 smokes towards middle. Doesn't really make sense. They'll be pushing straight through them. They're hoping to find a kill here, but they actually get the kill on towards Simple. So actually, that kind of works. Crush though, waiting to them CT spawn. Fix gets the first kill here. He actually gets a double, but it's still equal exchanges here. 3 on 3. They're making their way towards the B site. F1n's going to be waiting for them though.
Good pick up from F1n on the first, but Magic is able to respond immediately. This will give them a chance with Bomb inside of the site. They have to recover it slightly. Buys a little bit more time for this rotation. Does put Arch in a position to try and charge the site before it goes down, but that's just suicidal, it seems. But Fix, going to try and bend a better angle. Coming in. First kill, very easy. M4 spots that. Oh, I thought he did. I thought he spotted his kneecap. X-Ray's misleading, apparently, because he doesn't. That ends up being a mistake as he looks back toward A main, and it will go the round to SK.
Well, 2 smokes towards middle. I thought they could go for straight with B split there, but they decided to go for spawn. And it works out for them to get that initial pick, and it seemed like Fix did enough to get them back into the round, but ultimately SK Gaming winning the 2-on-2 there. A lifeline perhaps as we go into round number 20. It's going to be an all purchase for CTs. They're actually going in all in on this one. UMPs, M4, Deagle, and they're relying on the simple AWP. And you know what? I'm a believer. Like the things this guy's done this game, you can't really argue with any of the decisions.
That is a factual statement. Cillian watching to make sure there's no aggression from that squeaky door. Simple right now at Z is looking into the mid garage. Molotov actually thrown, so that's interesting because that one's very easy to throw off the pillar. That's thrown from back where you would normally throw out the vent one, but it goes towards sandbags. Didn't even quite make it. It did spill it slightly in, which would have pushed out the player slightly, but more importantly that Arch still has this position and Simple can bait them in. It's just 2 players remaining. They've got vision on both. Good response. Though, Cillian, nice pickup. And this means Simple has to fade away from this because if he goes down on 26 HP right now, it's basically a 2 versus 2 with the defense split. So smart for Simple to rotate off that.
He spotted both players as well, so they've got a good read on to what's going on right here. It's up to the Terrace to make the next move here. It looks like they will be favouring towards the vents. They have got the bomb. Going to be sticking together as well. Straight towards the checker room, but so there it is. Crushed towards the toxic area. He has spotted both of them drop out as well. He's got his grenades in hand, but probably just wants to get his next kill. It looks like Pimp will be aware this could be a possibility. So the bomb is on the site now, getting planted presumably. And he's planting for the checker room as well. So at least they've got a decent setup here to make this work out for them. Have the man disadvantage, but still, it's a strong setup to kick things off.
Damage being done by that Molotov. You can hear it. It's a flash up, but as they go over the top, Pimp's able to pick up 2 Simples, one of which it's down to the 1 versus 1, but it's immediately found as Fix drops to a Cillian. So it's 2 in the bounce for SK. Still 3 to go for worst players, and now the money's gone.
Well, definitely something to work for, or work with, I should say, for SK Gaming. Another 1 versus 1 situation does go in their favour, and that force buy. It looked like worst players had done enough there. The all play from Simple was working out for them, and it was this first kill from Arch. Magic Boy not even checking beneath that pipe, but they managed to recover. That's the main thing. It was a 5-on-3 in fact, so that's actually pretty impressive. 13-7 now, and it's going to be an eco for worst players. Still hasn't got to that scary point of the game where the comeback could be real just yet. It's going to be Modi to find the first kill on towards F1n. And this should be a very simple round indeed. They find the second kill, and they should be able to take over the B site now as they drop in towards the checker room. Simple only has to silence USP, so not going to have too much impact here, surely. But I say that with trepidation.
Simple. Trying to find the shot. Can't get it with just the USP, so it's going to now be a B site open for business. Bomb going to go down in the hands of Freeze, and just Arch remaining. He'll look to try and do an exit kill, pick up a gun, and save it to the next round. Henry G. What do you see?
I see Arch to move over the CZ. That's all I see. But what could it be? Don't ask me.
Who could it be now?
Is that a song?
Yeah, I can't remember who sings that. Isn't it the Police? Yeah, it's the Police.
Sing it again?
So who could it be now? The Police sing, you know? I'm not singing it again. Pretty sure it's the Police.
Doesn't ring a bell to me, but anyway.
You're not a real fan.
Arch, CZ. Toxic. No kills. 13-8 though. SK Gaming. I'm making this a little bit more realistic now.
Hey, who can it be now? See? The police. I googled it.
Good job.
Thanks. Oh, it's Men at Work.
So, yeah, you're a real
Damn
fan.
it!
You are a real fan, you're right.
I'm right. I'm right, see? I'm always right,
I
Henry.
like it when people do that. Anyway. You even said, oh, look, I'm right. And I literally just looked at your phone.
Well, it literally came up as the police, so obviously people Google it all the time.
Right.
And then when I clicked it, it corrected to that. So I was partially wrong.
Anyway,
I was definitely wrong.
This is a full 5-man attack towards the B side. We saw worst players try this out. Didn't really work out for them. Can F1n hold them off? Here we go.
Ooh, that's a lineup, and he can't land it. He can't get the headshots. So frustrating. Does manage 1 kill out of it, but it's responded immediately, and Arch now going to take down Pimp. Does favor worse players. Cillian can't quite make the jump the first try, but Henry, he's got lots of time because there's no one inside of the site. Smokes off at the top of Heaven and on the connector toward Tree. Flash in. Don't tell me he's going to do this.
No, he's just getting himself
Smart.
to the left-hand side. He's going to be, the CT's just readjusting himself. Smoke coming in just to the left-hand side to give him a little bit of a tunnel to work through. And here comes the play now. Next kill will be very important indeed. Fix making his way to the side. Crush gets the first kill. Fix gets the second. Just going to be a Cillian now. Does get the lineup, but it's not going to be enough. 14th round has been gathered for worse players now. And that was a big one for SK Gaming. They decided to send all 5 players towards the B storage area. And as I said before, once you do that, you are fully committed to going pretty quickly to make the way into the sites. And do not have to exchanges. What do you want to say?
I was just saying, do you think they're avoiding Simple on A after the opening exchanges in the first 3 rounds?
Well, the thing is, Simple is the AWPer, right? You can't expect him to be in the same position every single map, every single round. I wouldn't say that would be a viable call at all. But still, yeah, it may be possible. They were hoping to burst through. Even if he was there, he's the AWP, right? So they put the smoke down to burst through. They may be looking for him in that sense, hoping to stifle him behind that smoke. But here we go then. Round number 23. It's going to be 14-8 in favour of worst players. Obviously, they do win round number 22. Fast round coming from SK once more. This time they're going towards middle. Simple, they boosted above that smoke. This could be very effective, and it is. He gets the kill. I love that boost. We don't see that enough, actually. That's the first kill, and it's a huge scalp to take. One of the best fraggers on the team, which this boy taken down. Modi on the other side of the map, he is making his way towards checkers. So he'll just be sticking there. Like, he doesn't have to do too much now. He can just be the snake in the grass, as you would say. And we'll see whether he can actually find the next frag.
I do certainly like trouser snakes, as Simple's going to rotate back over toward A. No commitment toward that A main position right now from SK. A man down, just trying to play out the time, get some information and play potential onto picks.
Oh, yes.
As it is.
Modi's going to be so influential here. They should go towards A at this point.
Should they?
Yes. And then he can just listen after. You can see there's 2 players on towards the B side of the CTs. If he can just get one of those to rotate, and then he can just come in the back and just get them as they are. His teammates are showing their hand towards A. That'd be amazing. It looks like they will be favouring towards B at this point. Cillian in a really awkward duel.
Pimp, yep. That's so well read from Simple. That is so well read from Simple. He knows they've given up mid. Takes the shot out toward A and says, all right, if he's going to push me, he's going to push me right now. Crush going to close out 2 more, and it's going to be map point for Simple and worst players.
And that's the money gone for SK Gaming as well. It's looking like they will be crashing out of this tournament. And pretty much dead last place, I guess, is the worst you can actually do.
It is dead last, not pretty much.
Yeah, okay, well, dead last place. And what can you say about that one? Going up to, to be fair, worst players, they may be a mixed team in the unknown quantity going into this one, but actually you've been very impressed with the way they're playing. It's not like it's just Simple carrying. They actually got F1n's on 20 frags as well. They've been a really tight unit, to be fair. It's not just him. He is obviously the X factor, but it's going to be an A rush here to finish things off. I'm not really sure they're going to be winning this round. It's just going to be Arch with the shooting gallery.
And that's it. GG. SK is done in 4 straight maps, never once achieving double digits in any of those. As worst players do play well, it is going to be them moving forward. I can't know who they will play. Remember, double elimination all the way through. That is a nightmare for SK.
That's one of those shocking performances we've seen for them. And they've had some pretty ropey tournaments, and that's definitely the worst. Not hitting double figures in all 4 maps they played. They never really looked like they came to life. Obviously, Frizz coming out of injury. He comes back into the team. Cadian was filling in from the minor. They didn't look great there, and I have to say, they looked even worse. Frizz had a very poor tournament. Pimp wasn't great. He had a couple of good rounds, and there we are.
That is not us. That's us. They were much better looking, though. If you want to go back to them, we can just talk over them.
Yeah, we can do that.
They don't look like they've been esporting for...
We look at esports. We have been officially esports. Give us June off, we'll come back handsome again.
No, that's a lie. Give me June, July, August, September, November, December, October, and whatever else is in there. That's not the right order. But one day I will get committed to coming back and looking at it.
Those guys have been esports. Anyway, so have SK. They've been esports officially by Simple. He was phenomenal. Like, it's really boring every single game just to talk about him, but what can you even... How can you disregard him, that kind of level of play? So many clutches, so many insane moments. The pistol round this time, your play and the retakes, it's just everything he was doing was phenomenal. SK crashed out of the tournament, last place. We thought, just even after the performance against Hellraiser, we thought, okay, it was the first game of the day, maybe just getting warmed up before the game up against like the mix now, like the team we don't know too much about, which is Simple. Surely he can't carry them through a best of 3, but it wasn't like he fully carried, like I said.
That's exactly that. Because F1n was great. Simple had
was good
sort
as well.
of 4 really good rounds that ended up making him top frag, where he got 9 kills in 2 rounds. But to be fair, they were all... That's great over those 2 rounds. That's all fine and well. And the pistol round was huge amount of impact, given that it was an ace. But the other ones are 4 really not that important kills on a mop-up round, anti-eco rounds. Whereas you could argue that F1n was getting picks the whole way through. Fix had a couple of clutches
really
as
good
well.
Yep.
So in terms of impact, I think it was pretty evenly distributed across the team.
SK, if I was to say anyone played well for them, Magist Boy had some good moments. Like
he was quite upset at the end.
He was keeping them alive. I feel like the future of this team is going to be in question now. I feel like they've had so many disappointing results, and it doesn't seem like it's getting better.
I know the answer.
What is that?
Freeze offered me last year at ESWC to boot camp for 6 months.
Well, he was going to make you better?
And
I think he'd probably make you worse.
We were at the after party. There was some gin and tonics involved.
Okay,
but that was the plan, and maybe that's what they need to do.
I think he needs someone else to boot camp him right now. Obviously, he's had some injuries, but this is a really shocking tournament for him. That was like, like I said though, it's just basic CS they weren't really doing properly. Like their CT sides, I can see it myself. I'm not even a CS:GO player, right? And I was like, you can watch them play, and they're just being so passive. They're not actually doing anything to the CT side. As soon as they started being a little bit more mobile and dynamic and actually going for the aggressive picks, Pimp getting boosted up, for example, and then Frizz actually going aggressive towards A main, they're finding kills. That's what you need to be doing. And it just took them so long to get rolling and understand what they should be actually having to do to lock down this terrorist side. It was just too late at that point.
Well, on that note, we are going to take a short break, join back in with the desk. They've got lots of thoughts about it. Immediately after, we do jump into the hometown heroes. Na'Vi will start off their campaign against, I believe, Dobrian Gaming, if I'm not mistaken.
Former CSGO
Yes,
Lounge,
former CSGO Lounge. So don't go anywhere, guys. We will be right back. We've got one more best of 3 coming up.
Gaming Bets. We accept bets on computer games online since 2011. Referral system for regular users and the first deposit bonus. Gaming devices store and the best choice of payment systems. Dota 2 in Hearthstone, Counter-Strike and StarCraft, World of Tanks and League of Legends. EGB.com. You know for sure who's going to win.
Getting tired of playing with the usual skins but don't have enough money to buy a new one? Get rich fast with CSGoFast.com. CS Go Fast. It's a strong chance of winning in every game. Several rooms.
Pr0.